Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526, The Demon Sect is destroyed, orders broken. On the deck filled with the smell of blood, no one dared to breathe. Because of Luo Chen's silence, the ship became extremely quiet. Demon Sea. When he suddenly heard these three words, Luo Chen directly thought of the North Sea's Yuxin realm in the 5 continents of the mountain and sea realm. There is no other reason. The North Sea is also known as the Demon Sea. The reason for this nickname is that the Holy Land that controls the North Sea's Yuxin realm is an out-and-out demon sect. During the years of meditation at Xianlin Peak, Luo Chen really read a lot of books. Among them, there are the most secret manuals of exercises, which help to increase strength. Then there are biographies of people related to the East Wilderness Yuxin realm. After all, if you want to survive in that continent, you always have to go out. It's okay when your realm is low, but when you reach the Jinden stage, it's naturally impossible to stay in one area all the time. If you go out and provoke someone you shouldn't provoke, that would be a robbery for no reason. In addition, I have read a lot of travel notes and customs about this world. In those classics that record the customs of various places, there has been a systematic overview of the mountain and sea realm. There are not many records of remote, dangerous, and even forbidden places, but the description of the 5 continents is definitely the top priority. Especially the overlord-level existence that controls the 5 continents. Donghuang Mingyan Sect, Nanjiang Life and Death Gate, Zimo Hanging Temple, Bihai Yuanmo Sect, Zhongzhao Shianitan Dao Sect. Among the 5 continents, Zhongzhao has been completely controlled by Shianitan Dao Sect. There are no more natural disasters, man-made disasters, demons and monsters. It is a real holy place for human cultivation in the world. It is rumored that all the people who have ascended to the sky in the mountain and sea world since the ancient times have all come from Zhongzhao. That's right. Every year, in the 4 continents, I don't know how many peerless geniuses will rush to Zhongzhao to seek the opportunity to ascend. As for the other 4 continents, there are millions of wild mountains in the East Wilderness, and after the ancient war in the current 3,000 years of development, it has only occupied 36 domains. It is still unknown how many natural treasures and top-grade spiritual veins are hidden in the depths of the wilderness. It is for this reason that the Mingyan sect, the overlord of the eastern wasteland, is very happy to support the sects of all sizes. Once a new nascent soul sect is born, it will try its best to mediate the conflicts between the new sect and the local old sects, so that they stop fighting and transfer the conflicts to the outside, and launch wars against the Million Mountains again and again. If we ignore the intrigues among the cultivators in the eastern wasteland, just from a macro perspective, the eastern wasteland cultivation world is still united in major events. In comparison, southern Xinjiang is very mysterious. The Life and Death sect is proficient in various Gu techniques. The Gu is an external object, which is not surprising. But the Life and Death sect combines Gu with a method of cultivation, and derives the Gu cultivation. This kind of Gu is called Linggu. Linggu is extremely mysterious, and it is hard to guard against during the battle. Even if you are extremely vigilant, a cultivator can easily be caught if he is not careful. Therefore, even if a strong person is interested, if he is not a local in southern Xinjiang, he is unwilling to travel there. Therefore, among the 5 continents of Shanhai, the news from the southern border is the least. Over time, ordinary cultivators have become more and more secretive. It is difficult for outside cultivators to evaluate the cultivators in the southern border, and they only give a warning to have less contact. The Western Desert is very interesting. The Hanging Temple is a Buddhist holy place. There are many monks in it. However, unlike the ordinary Buddhist forces with a large number of people, there are not many monks in the main temple of the Hanging Temple. It is said that there are only 108 monks in it all year round. But if this is the case, it would be a big mistake to underestimate the Hanging Temple. Because, although there are few monks in the main temple of the Hanging Temple, it does not mean that the strength is weak. Because the entire Western Desert is full of Buddhist sects. And each of those Buddhist sects has a close relationship with the Hanging Temple. It can even be said that the Buddhist masters in the entire Shanhai world are basically connected with the Hanging Temple. Buddhism is not popular in the Eastern Wilderness Yuxin world, But there is also a lineage of Xianji Zen. It is said that the monk Huping, who is in the late stage of the nascent soul, was one of the 108 monks in the air. Finally, he came to the North Sea's Euxin realm. The North Sea is boundless, with rich resources covering the mountains and seas. Even the millions of mountains in the East Wilderness, which are known for their splendid natural treasures, cannot compare with the North Sea. People have only heard that the resources of the North Sea are circulated to the other 4 continents, but have never heard that the North Sea actively asks for cultivation resources from the other 4 continents. When Luo Chen was young, the main material he often used to refine the wonderful pills, the jade pillar, came from the North Sea. The two are separated by hundreds of millions of miles, but they can be transported to the East Wilderness, which shows the richness of the resources in the North Sea. And under these abundant resources, there are countless risks and crises. Because, in the boundless sea, there are also boundless monsters and sea monsters. Among them, the powerful ones can compete with the powerful gods. Such a realm, if it were replaced by an ordinary sect, it would not be able to suppress it at all. Fortunately, the sect stationed in the North Sea is not a righteous sect that believes in being kind to others. It is the Yuanmo sect, which is known as the leader of the demon sects in the world. There are countless evil magic skills, and all the disciples are cruel, brutal and cold, and the superiors are even more domineering. The entire sect believes in the law of the jungle and the law of the jungle. Not only is it like this to the outside, but even to the inside, there are often terrifying blood trials. Therefore, those who can stand out from the Yuanmo sect are all evil demons. As a result, there are countless big monsters in the North Sea, and big demons are also rampant. Over time, the North Sea has been given a unique alias by the other 4 continents, the Demon Sea. I, Luo Chen, a dignified and kind person, have ended up in such a dangerous place. Even though he had made enough psychological preparations before, Luo Chen still felt a little dazed. While he was thinking, the mood of the black-faced man and others continued to sink. But just hearing the name of the Fian Islands and the North Sea, why did this giant and cultivator act like this? Thinking of the other party's previous feat of burning tens of thousands of sea snakes in one fell swoop, especially the strange blue-red flames, a thought suddenly emerged in the black-faced man's mind. Could it be that the other party is the remnant of the Yuanmo sect? He couldn't help it after all. Master, although my Fian Islands are under the jurisdiction of the Kanghe League, it has only been a matter of 30 years. The people here are still loyal to the Yuanmo Saint sect. A sentence without a beginning or an end. Luo Chen frowned, retracted his thoughts, and looked at him coldly. What's your name? Under the cold look, the black-faced man's heart trembled. Asking for a name. Luo Chen stared at him, revealing a hint of danger. I saved a boat of you, and you don't even want to tell me your name? Do you really think I'm easy to get along with? Plop. The black-faced man knelt on the ground and kowtowed in fear. Master, please calm down. Master, please calm down. I am Cheng He Cheng, a junior. My name is not worth mentioning. I didn't say it before because I was afraid of polluting your ears. Luo Chen shook his head, feeling absurd. In his opinion, Cheng He Cheng was at the 3rd level of the foundation building. He could be a hegemon in Daohofang, and even in Xianlan Fairy City, he was a leader of a small force. When meeting a giant and cultivator, even if he didn't say he was neither humble nor arrogant, he wouldn't be so humble. It was just some inquiries. Why did he have to be so humble? Suddenly, Luo Chen realized something. Perhaps, this is the trend that has been formed in the North Sea immortal cultivation world for thousands of years under the rule of the demonic saint sect. The lower-ranking people are absolutely obedient to the higher-ranking people. After all, the powerful demons really have the temper of drawing their swords and fighting each other if they don't agree. It can even be said that those with despicable temperaments don't even need to speak. If they don't like someone, they will take him by force if there is a gap in their cultivation. After all, the term originated from the North Sea's Euxin world. But if he was absolutely obedient, why didn't he tell his name directly before? Luo Chen didn't ask about this question. He just needed to know enough information now, and he could make his own judgment. The more he asked, the easier it would be to expose his identity as a foreigner. Unless he killed the whole ship afterwards. But he, Luo Chen, was not a real big devil, so how could he be so inhumane? Cheng He Cheng, right? Raise your head and look at me. Cheng He Cheng stopped kowtow, and his forehead was full of red marks. It can be seen that the kowtow was so strong that even the body of the foundation-building cultivator Yijing marrow-cutting body was slightly injured. He looked at Luo Chen with fear, and what he saw was no longer cold, but a pair of kind and gentle eyes. It felt like seeing the old patriarch who taught him lessons in person. In front of him, he had no secrets, and he didn't need to have any secrets. After all, he was a relative who treated him like his own grandson. Next, I'll ask you questions and you'll answer them. Well, He Cheng knows everything and will tell you everything. Luo Chen's eyes were dim and his mouth was clear. What forces are you from? The Cheng family of Black Swan Island is one of the 36 islands of the Fian Islands and is ruled by the emerging force Kanghe League. Do you have a detailed map with you? Yes. Give it to me. Cheng He Cheng obediently took out a well-preserved map and handed it to Luo Chen respectfully. When he got it, it was smooth, like fish skin. Luo Chen unfolded the map and looked at the densely packed terrain on it. Then, under the guidance of Cheng He Cheng, he landed on an area in the far lower right corner. There was an extremely tiny sea swallow, which seemed to be about to spread its wings and fly high. A small black dot was marked at the most remote place on the sea swallow's wings. That was the clan land of the Cheng family of Black Swan Island. From the point to the surface, and then looking back, the area of the Fian Islands seemed very large. And on the entire map, there were countless places with detailed markings that were larger than the Fian Islands. People say that the North Sea is boundless and vast. Now, the map obtained from a foundation-building cultivator has confirmed this. At least in Luo Chen's opinion, even if the millions of mountains in the East Wilderness have not been conquered, even if they are thoroughly explored, they are probably not as vast as the North Sea. Because, on the edge of the entire map, there are many unknown sea areas marked. While asking questions, Luo Chen took the map to compare. How many cultivators of each realm are there in the Cheng family? What is the overall level of cultivators in the Fian Islands? Are there any giant and stage cultivators? What level of power is this Kanghe League? Why have I never heard of it before? Cheng He Cheng said one by one, and he really did know everything. When he blurted out Kanghe League, North Sea Holy Land, Luo Chen couldn't help but shrink his pupils. What a joke. Isn't the North Sea Holy Land the Yuanmo sect? Cheng He Cheng said sincerely. 100 years ago, the North Sea was in chaos. The Yuanmo sect's mountain gate, the North Pole night sky, was besieged by hundreds of millions of sea monsters, and several ancient monsters at the level of the God of Incarnation personally took action and completely defeated it. Nonsense. Luo Chen was still incredulous. The North Pole night sky is known as the most unbreakable forbidden land in the world. It is backed by the sinking sea that has been born for thousands of years, and is guarded by the Yuan magnetic aurora on both sides. How could it be besieged? I don't know. I only know that battle was fought, the world was turned upside down, and the ocean was boiling. There was even a God of Incarnation who died in it. Luo Chen was shocked. A God of Incarnation exists in Phil? This is simply a big joke. The God of Incarnation can directly ascend to heaven, and is known as the reserve of immortals. This can also fall? He suppressed the shock in his heart and asked, what about the Kanghe League? Cheng He Cheng said without hesitation, the Kanghe League was established by a powerful man named Li after the North Sea Rebellion. It is rumored that although this man came from the Yuanmo sect in his early years, he is a decent person, different from the evil ways of the devil. He did not want to see the North Sea human race become the prey of the sea monsters, so he established an alliance and only asked the human race to connect islands to form a formation to protect themselves. The Kanghe League is also known as the Kanghe Righteous Alliance. Kanghe League? Connecting islands to form a formation. Yes, that powerful man is different from the Yuanmo sect strongman and is very proficient in formations. As long as you admit that you are a member of the Kanghe League, he will selflessly pass down the magical formation to connect the islands to prevent the sea monsters from landing. Luo Chen had a headache after hearing this. So much information instantly broke his original fixed impression of the North Sea. The new North Sea pattern made him think a lot, and he didn't know where to start. He only knew that the original ruler had fallen, and the order, which was not very good under the rule of the demon sect, was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, another great human being took action personally, saved the world with his own hands, and established a new order. Although it seemed precarious. However, no matter how fragile the order was, it was still order. Luo Chen was very adaptable. Order meant there were laws to follow. As long as he adapted, he could thrive in it. If it was really a place without order, he would have to consider finding a remote place, practicing hard, and grinding his realm. Fighting was not what Luo Chen wanted. Rubbing his forehead, Luo Chen closed his eyes slightly for a moment. Waving his hand, he walked towards the depths of the cabin. Return, take me to Black Swan Island. On the deck, Cheng Hei-cheng, who had been kneeling before, suddenly shook his body, as if he had woken up from some kind of confusion. He turned his head and looked at the other companions, who were still in a daze. At this moment, he couldn't help but be shocked. It is indeed the behavior of a demon, who often uses the art of bewitching and illusion to confuse people. He was shocked and quickly used the art of clearing the mind to wake up the companions who were affected. After a moment, everyone on the deck looked extremely horrified. Cheng Ji, the oldest, was going to control the demon-hunting ship to return, but before leaving, he still couldn't stop his spiritual consciousness from transmitting the message. "Hey Cheng, will there be big trouble if we bring such a demon back to our family? I don't know if there will be big trouble, but if we don't set sail now, we will die." Cheng Hei-cheng was very upset and waved his hand and said, "Besides, my Black Swan Cheng family is just a foundation-building family. That master should not look down on it." Cheng Ji asked again, "He just asked your name in person, and he is proficient in the art of bewitching. Do you think he will be good at the curse-killing technique of the Yuan demon sect?" In an instant, Cheng Hei-cheng's face turned pale. He swallowed his saliva. "It shouldn't be possible. Why do you need to use the costly curse-killing technique to kill me? Just wave your hand and it will be done." "That's true." Cheng Ji nodded, looking at the deck of the cabin strewn with corpses. His eyes revealed a sad look. "I'm going to start the boat first, you guys clean up." Although sad, he also looked like he was used to it. After he left, Cheng Hei-cheng also fell into silence. Under the gaze of the other juniors, he suddenly took out the white long banner from the storage bag, his face suddenly fierce. "So many souls can't be wasted, at least let these people and monsters die for what they deserve." As he spoke, the long banner was fully unfurled. A stream of ghost energy gushed out from it. The deck that was previously covered with blood suddenly wailed, and a stream of sea snakes, mortals, and even the residual souls of the Cheng family monks were collected into the white long banner. Because of the influx of these souls, the spiritual light on the white banner became a little more intense. Judging from its grade, it has reached the top level, and it is only one step away from the magic weapon grade. In the cabin, Luo Chen silently looked at the water mirror in front of him. He could see everything Cheng Hei-cheng did, including his simple telepathic communication with the old man. Under his powerful spiritual consciousness, nothing could escape his sight. The foundation-building cultivator who had been submissive and unscrupulous before, turned around and ignored the friendship of the same clan and put his soul into the soul flag. Such behavior really showed the four words inconstant to the fullest. Is this the way of survival for the cultivators in the North Sea? Luo Chen murmured. A single leaf can tell the coming of the season, and a simple person can give him a slight sense of the atmosphere of the North Sea cultivation world. And he also understood why the other party was so panicked when he asked for his name before, and even dare not speak directly at the risk of angering him. The art of killing by incantation. It seems that the Yuan Mo sect does have a strange magic called the 7-character curse. The practice is complicated and the cost is huge, and you also need to know the enemy's real name. However, the power of this art is also extraordinary. Even if you don't see the person and are thousands of miles away, you can still decide life and death with just one word. In that case, if I want to travel in the North Sea next, I have to think carefully about this name and origin. While muttering to himself, Luo Chen did not remove the water mirror art. Although the mana was completely transformed into fire-attributed mana due to the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, it was not very effective in casting other types of magic. But low-level magic such as the water mirror art is still no problem. He has already practiced this art to perfection, and the mirror flower water moon is rooted in his eyes, and is not affected at all. Especially in the deep sea here, there is a strong water-based spiritual energy. He only needs to run the skills a little bit, and before the attribute is transformed, condense the water mirror art, and he can maintain it for a long time. For other low-level spells, if there is a suitable environment and the proficiency is high, it can also be done reluctantly. But to what extent can it be done? Luo Chen will have to find time to experiment properly. Otherwise, the spells he was good at before, in the future battles, he will subconsciously cast them, but he can't use them. That would be fun. Thoughts flowed in his mind, The water mirror technique monitored every corner of the ship. Luo Chen closed his eyes, and his consciousness spread throughout his body. It's time to count the harvest. Just now on that sea, tens of thousands of first-level sea snakes were burned and refined with the true fire of withering and flourishing, and the vitality absorbed was magnificent. Although the quality is not enough, the quantity is really terrifying. Just a slight perception, Luo Chen couldn't help grinning. This North Sea, known as the Demon Sea, may be the place of my opportunity. Chapter 527, This Sea Can Gaiang. In the Qi Sea, the true fire was blazing. The blue-red light almost filled the entire Qi Sea. This state seemed to be full of vitality, and everything was thriving. The golden core and the pair of fire-attributed broken moon wings were like fish in water in this vibrant environment. The broken moon wings turned into a flowing moon, constantly flying and spinning. The red golden core automatically rotated faster and faster, greedily wanting to absorb the majestic vitality contained in the withered and flourishing true fire. The withered and flourishing true fire seemed to have spirituality, and was not willing to share the vitality of the tens of thousands of sea snakes burned and refined with the golden core and the broken moon wings. But being in it, it was more or less divided up. Of course, most of it was retained by the withered and flourishing true fire itself. Faintly, it seemed to be transforming in a certain direction. Luo Chen closed his eyes to sense the changes in the Qi Sea, and the unwillingness of the withered and flourishing true fire was instantly captured by him. Is this spirituality? Luo Chen showed surprise on his face. There are strange fires in the world, most of which come from strange and dangerous places. Once they are formed, they can exist independently of the source. Therefore, the strange fires in the world are mostly called sourceless fire. The cultivators refine it to make true fire. In this way, the sourceless fire has a place to rest in a root, so it is the original true fire. But the number of sourceless fires is like stars, and not all of them are powerful and unique. They are just alternative practitioners like plants and trees becoming spirits, and stubborn stones giving birth to spirits. At the beginning, there is basically no spiritual intelligence, and they act purely on instinct. Moreover, this kind of creatures, unlike the monsters evolved from wild beasts, can give birth to spiritual intelligence and take the initiative to transform at a low level. It is rumored that if the sourceless fire wants to give birth to spiritual intelligence, it must be promoted to at least the 5th level before it can give birth to a little spirituality. Luo Chen's withered and flourishing fire was obtained from the Yan League. At the beginning, it was only at the 3rd level. For 300 years, the Flame Alliance has been using the improved incense-burning soul-stealing formation of the Heavenly Craft soul-stealing formation to nourish it, and from time to time, various woods and monster blood have been put into it. Over time, its grade has been pushed to the 4th level. And this is basically the limit of the withered and prosperous fire. Its potential is only this. But later, after Luo Chen refined it, he found that it unconsciously had the habit of burning incense to seize souls. Therefore, after burning and refining living creatures, it can actively plunder the vitality contained in the living creatures. Most of this vitality was absorbed by the withered and prosperous fire itself, and a small part of it was blessed to Luo Chen's body, and even brought an increase in lifespan. But even so, the upper limit of the withered and prosperous fire can still be seen at a glance. At most, it is the 4th level limit, and it cannot break through the 5th level. But now, it has a hint of spirituality, which is incredible. Spirituality, that is the sign of the 5th level sourceless fire. In other words, the withered and prosperous fire is expected to be promoted to the 5th level. Could it be that quantitative change leads to qualitative change? Tens of thousands of sea snakes are a lot, but can they really compare to a few 3rd level monsters? Could it be the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra? The more Luo Chen practiced this technique, which is known as the ancestor of fire magic, the more mysterious it felt. Even if it was just the Golden Elixir chapter, even if there were no spells or secrets attached to it. But just changing the attributes of the spiritual roots and using one system to cover 5 systems is enough to benefit people endlessly. Now it seems that there are still many places worth exploring in this technique. Now the proficiency of the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra has just reached the proficient level. After the perfection, master, and even great perfection, there may be changes. After checking the withering and flourishing true fire, Luo Chen checked his own body again. Even if it was only a part of the vitality shared by the withering and flourishing fire, after the flesh absorbed it, a warm feeling flowed through his body. Even Luo Chen felt that the upper limit of his lifespan would increase again with the transformation of his body. Moreover, this amount may be very large. Tens of thousands of sea snakes, I don't know how many years of lifespan that can provide me. If it's more, does that mean that I can rely on hunting monsters, refining them, and obtaining lifespan, so as to achieve another kind of longevity? When this thought came up, Luo Chen was a little excited for a while. After a long time, Luo Chen finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. This kind of longevity is not the right way. Maybe you can try, but you must not rely on it. What he wants is not only longevity, but immortality. Lifespan can bring longevity, but immortality requires sufficient means of protecting the way. And powerful means of protecting the way must rely on the constantly changing realm of cultivation. Therefore, cultivation is still the top priority, and you must not lose sight of one while focusing on the other. After a careful investigation, Luo Chen sent a voice transmission. After a while, Cheng Haicheng entered the cabin. Master, is there anything you want to tell me? This time, Luo Chen did not use the mirror flower and water moon, but chatted with the other party relatively peacefully. Earlier, I observed that you were able to stand firm under the siege of sea snakes. This ship is extremely peculiar. Cheng Haicheng nodded. Your Excellency has a good vision. This monster hunting ship is indeed good. My Cheng family spent a lot of money to buy it. It can sail in the ocean and hunt sea fish monsters away from islands where human races gather. Monster hunting ship. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and his eyes fell on the ship under his feet. With his knowledge, of course he could see that the quality of this ship was enough to be a magic weapon. Such a large ship must be extremely expensive. After the other party's explanation, he also understood the origin of this ship. It was a special magic weapon refined by the master of refining equipment of Cheyenne Merchant Alliance, combined with the situation in the North Sea, and refined according to local conditions. It is amphibious in the sea and air, especially at sea, and the speed is faster. The hull is made of dragon whale bones from the deep sea, which is particularly friendly to water systems. Not only is it fast, but its load-bearing capacity is also quite good. The immortal cultivation families on the major islands of the North Sea, if they have some strength, will spend a lot of money to buy a ship and operate it at sea as a supplement to their financial resources. That white flag, is it the soul refining flag? Luo Chen suddenly mentioned the magic weapon that Cheng Haicheng used before. Cheng Haicheng lowered his head and said nervously, it is indeed the soul refining flag from the soul refining lineage of the Yuanmo sect, but the younger generation did not actively violate the ban and absorb the souls of cultivators. Normally, I have always absorbed the souls of monsters as a supplement. Oh. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. He had seen that the other party absorbed the residual souls of those who died in the battle on the monster hunting ship. Doesn't this count as a violation of the ban? Then, he learned about the so-called Yuanmo ban after the other party explained it. The soul refining flag can be used. But the soul in it is best to use the countless monster souls in the sea as materials. The souls of human cultivators cannot be forcibly detained. If there are people with bad intentions, who wantonly hunt immortal cultivators to refine the soul refining flag, they will be wanted and hunted by the Yuanmo sect. However, it is obvious that with the destruction of the Yuanmo sect, the so-called Yuanmo prohibition has basically existed in name only. For example, Cheng Haicheng is playing a trick by using the souls of his own dead clansmen to replenish the soul refining flags. What is the formation? Are you talking about the formation on the monster hunting ship? That is the sea soul formation, which absorbs the power of the sea and the souls of countless sea monsters. The formation becomes stronger with each battle. It is basically the standard formation of all large monster hunting ships. Interesting, is there a related formation diagram? Well, there is no such thing. This is specially researched by the Cheyenne Business Alliance in combination with the methods of the Yuanmo sect's soul refining lineage. How can a small family like us have the opportunity to get the original formation diagram? Cheyenne Business Alliance? What is the relationship with the Cheyenne Dao sect in this Hongzhou Holy Land? The master is wise. The Cheyenne Business Alliance is the industry of the Cheyenne Dao sect. It is responsible for collecting resources in the North Sea and selling them to the other 4 continents. At the same time, it also dispatches resources from the other 4 continents to the North Sea. Luo Chen nodded. Doing business, reselling, nothing more than that. The Cheyenne Business Alliance is very powerful, with a Yuan Ying's Henren sitting in charge all year round. It also has countless masters from all walks of life, and they are proficient in all kinds of alchemy arrays, weapons and talismans. It is rumored that they can even refine magic weapons. Just now, I saw that the master was very interested in the spirit-attached magic weapon. In fact, it was also one of the works of the SYNOPSIS Business Alliance. This kind of magic weapon is not driven by spiritual energy, but by the internal energy of the warrior. In this way, the countless mortals in the North Sea will have a place to use their skills. As long as they practice martial arts well, they can use the spirit-attached magic weapon to exert strength that is not weaker than the initial stage of ki refining, or even the middle stage of ki refining. It is impossible for such a large monster hunting ship to use only immortal cultivators. Generally, the major families will bring a large number of mortal warriors on board to help them catch fish, hunt monsters, and deal with prey, and even help fight. The more Luo Chen listened, the brighter his eyes became. Mortals who were not worth mentioning in the East Wilderness, as if they were kept in captivity, did not expect to have such a status in the North Sea immortal cultivation world. It was indeed incredible for a mortal to display the strength of a mid-stage ki refining. He asked Cheng He-Cheng for 3 spiritual instruments and let him go. Afterwards, Luo Chen began to study the thing. The huge demon hunting ship, with its sails hoisted high, rode the wind and waves and kept moving forward. It was getting closer and closer to the destination. 2 days later, Luo Chen put down his sword, knife and trident. A thoughtful look appeared on his face. How wonderful, how wonderful. The small spirit-attached magic tool actually contains the secret of the transformation of ki, blood and spiritual power. Isn't this the early ki refining master's refining of essence into ki? It's just that the SYNOPSIS Business Alliance has changed to the method of using formations and spirit stones. Unfortunately, the ki spirit transformation formations above are all set up with confidentiality measures, and cannot be forcibly opened for research. If such exquisite methods are popularized throughout the Shanhe realm, the strength of the human race will be turned upside down. After all, the reproduction rate of mortals is far faster than that of immortal cultivators who cherish their cultivation. If it is the realm of the innate Grandmaster Wang Yuan in his early years, activating the best spirit-attached magic tool may threaten the late stage of ki refining. But why did the SYNOPSIS sect only distribute this method to the North Sea? Putting away the 3 spirit-attached magic tools, Luo Chen sighed. He now knows the fact but not the reason, and he is really a little curious. But it is obvious that the dignified SYNOPSIS sect will not explain to him, a mere giant and cultivator. Moreover, there is no time. The destination has arrived. As the anchor dropped, the huge demon hunting ship swayed slightly and stopped at a huge dock. Luo Chen walked out of the cabin and looked at the bustling dock with people coming and going, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. There are so many ships. There are so many people. There are 7 or 8 demon hunting ships of the size of the Cheng family, and there are more than a dozen smaller ones. According to Cheng He-Cheng's previous introduction, those small demon hunting ships can only work within the offshore range. Only these large demon hunting ships dare to sail beyond the range of 10,000 miles. And those people, except for the ki refining cultivators who maintain order, 99% of them are mortals. These mortals are walking with vigor. On their bare arms and thighs, the muscles are knotted, and their bodies contain a strong ki and blood power. If judged by Wang Yuan's standards back then, these mortals working at the dock are at least second-rate, or even first-rate warriors. Some of them have even touched the edge of the innate master. What caught Luo Chen's attention the most was that these mortal warriors did not have the kind of numb look on their faces. Some of them were full of enthusiasm, as if they were full of hope for life. This feeling was not like the so-called world ruled by the demon sect at all, but rather a world of prosperity, harmony and good governance. Just as he was observing, the other people on the dock also discovered the arrival of the Cheng family's demon hunting ship. Looking at the sparse number of people on it, as well as the strong smell of blood on the ship, everyone understood what had happened. The Cheng family suffered a disaster during this ocean hunting. A stream of discussions and sympathetic eyes surged towards the Cheng family. Cheng He-Cheng looked a little ugly and walked to Luo Chen. "Master, my Black Swan Island is located in the northwest corner of the Fian Islands. It is still some distance away from here, but we have to walk there by ourselves." "Yes." Luo Chen nodded. "Master, wait a moment. I'll make some arrangements." "You are welcome." Luo Chen continued to observe the lively scene on the dock. He activated the hidden formation with all his strength, revealing only the fluctuations of the spiritual power of the middle stage of foundation building. However, his spiritual sense had spread silently. There are 2 cultivators of the early stage of foundation building at the dock. The nearest island should be the Jiaolong gang that Cheng Heicheng mentioned before, which specializes in business at the dock. Unexpectedly, there is a great cultivator of the late stage of foundation building in the Jiaolong gang. Luo Chen slowly withdrew his spiritual sense and looked towards the central area of Fian Islands. It is said that there is a casual cultivator giant in there. Taking advantage of the chaos of the destruction of the Yuanmo sect, he personally destroyed the most powerful foundation-building family in Fian Islands and seized the other party's ancestral third-level spiritual vein. He used this place as a cultivation center and ordered the people below to pay tribute to him. 30 years ago, this person took the initiative to join the Kanghe Zhengdao League and became a nominal member of the Kanghe League, thereby obtaining the method of forming an island formation selflessly passed down by the Kanghe League. In this way, the Fian Islands will be even more united. The other party has lived a comfortable life for the past 30 years. The one who started the burial, will he have no descendants? Luo Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. He now also lacks a third-level spiritual vein land suitable for cultivation. If the other party can do it on the first day, he can certainly do it on the 15th. But at the moment, there is no hurry, and he has to find out the details of that person first. Master, I have arranged it. Please come this way. Yes. Luo Chen followed Cheng Heicheng and flew to the northwest. The 2 were very fast. In half a day, they came to a relatively remote corner. Standing in the sky, Luo Chen looked down. The Black Swan Island is long and narrow, shaped like a crescent moon, with a large beach in the middle. At one end, there is a mountain 500 feet high, not too high, but very steep, and the cliffs block the threat from the sea. There are some small lakes dotted on the island. In the lake and on the beach, there are a large number of black swans walking. He knew that this was the main industry of the Chang family, breeding first-level spiritual beasts black swans. As his spiritual sense swept over, he also had a rough understanding of the overall level of the Chang family's cultivators. A great cultivator of the 9th level of foundation building. No one in the middle stage of foundation building. There are 4 people in the early stage of foundation building. If Cheng Heicheng and Cheng Ji who were active on the monster hunting ship are included, there are 6 people in the early stage of foundation building. 1 late stage, 6 early stages. Such strength is already extraordinary among the forces in the foundation building stage. There is indeed a reason why the Chang family can occupy a place in the Fian Islands and even rank among the top 5. While Luo Chen was observing the situation on the Black Swan Island, Cheng Heicheng had already hurriedly stepped into the family's important place. The Chang family's foundation building cultivators seemed to have been notified long ago. Although some people were curious, they did not disturb Cheng Heicheng. After a while, Cheng Heicheng came to a small lake that looked like a round mirror. A young man in white stood there, looking like he had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Cheng Heicheng coming alone, the man in white frowned. "Where is the giant and master you mentioned in the sound transmission note?" "Master, the master is still waiting outside." Cheng Dao was stunned. "So polite, didn't you say he was a powerful demon?" "Master, be careful." Cheng Heicheng's face changed slightly. Cheng Dao waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. I have set up a soundproof formation in advance in this small mirror lake area. It may not be able to resist the divine consciousness of the giant and master, but it can still be used as an early warning. As long as he eavesdrops, the formation will be broken. You see that the formation is still intact now, which shows that the master still abides by the etiquette." These words dispelled Cheng Heicheng's concerns. He breathed a sigh of relief. The senior looks really principled, but his actual style is not like the right way at all. "What do you mean?" The master Cheng Dao showed a look of listening attentively. The previous sound transmission note mentioned too little information. He needed to know more about the mysterious master, so that he could make arrangements for the next reception, and even consider whether to report to the master in the center of the Fian Islands. Next, Cheng Heicheng told Cheng Dao about what happened in the Xinshanxi area. From big to small, all kinds of details were almost not missed. The flame suspected to be the Qinggang demon fire. The art of confusing the soul and confusing the mind. He is very concerned about the information of the Yuanmo sect. According to what you said, this person is indeed very likely a disciple of the Yuanmo sect who traveled abroad in his early years. He has not returned to the North Sea for many years and does not even know about the destruction of the Yuanmo sect. Of course, it is not ruled out that a strong man from another continent crossed the ocean and came to my North Sea to travel. Cheng Dao made some analysis based on the information. Then, he asked in detail about Luo Chen's hobbies, personality, etc. Cheng Haicheng gave corresponding answers based on his own judgment, but not much information was provided in this regard. After a long while, the hesitation in Cheng Dao's eyes disappeared, revealing a firm look. According to what you said, this person is extremely domineering, but he also inquires about information from all sides, which shows that he is a ruthless character who plans before he acts. Especially when he arrived at the Fian Islands, he did not visit Master Nanbian, but chose to come to our side first, which can further prove this statement. No matter what, we must entertain him well later. Send someone to prepare the best spiritual meal, and take out a jar of Huanchang wine that has been sealed for 200 years. Cheng Haicheng was stunned for a moment. That Huanchang wine is the spiritual wine that will help you, the head of the family, break through the Jinden stage when the time comes. Even when Master Nanbian occupied the Fian Islands, we didn't send a jar, but only a gourd. Cheng Dao shook his head. I don't need that much for my own Jinden. You are all in the early stage of foundation building, and it's a long time before you can form a Jinden. Taking out a jar is nothing. The most important thing is to treat this person well. Why? Maybe he is just a passerby, temporarily staying on our Black Swan Island. Cheng Dao smiled slightly. He inquired about the news of Fian Islands in that way, which doesn't seem like a hurried passerby. Oh, tell seventh sister to get ready, and accompany me when the time comes. Cheng Haicheng's face changed slightly. Master, Xiaoqi has just established his foundation. If I tell you to go, you should go. Cheng Dao's smile instantly faded, and he glared at the other person fiercely. Cheng Haicheng clenched his fists, but after a moment he figured it out. The head of the family must have some plan, and he would pay everything for it, so how could the family hold him back? Cheng Haicheng took his leave and began to arrange various reception matters along the way. Cheng Dao smoothed the corners of his clothes and went out of the island to greet him in person. Outside the island, Luo Chen's expression moved slightly. The conversation between Cheng Haicheng and the head of the family, Cheng Dao, fell into his ears word for word. His spiritual sense was already extremely powerful, and he practiced a sound insulation technique to the great perfection level in his early years. In recent years, he has also mastered the 7 basic prohibitions. With a combination of multiple things, a mere sound insulation formation could not stop him at all. Unknowingly, he monitored the other party's conversation. At this moment, Luo Chen's eyes showed a thoughtful look. No wonder Cheng Haicheng expressed his loyalty to the deceased Yuanmo sect when he saw me before. He mistook me for the remnants of the Yuanmo sect. Qinggang demon fire? A ball of flame appeared in the palm of his hand, and the corner of Luo Chen's mouth rose slightly. It's true that this withering and flourishing fire is really similar to the Qinggang demon fire. He had obtained a set of exercises in his early years, which recorded the Qinggang demon fire. This kind of fire is not born naturally, but is man-made. It requires a large amount of blood and essence of living beings and is refined with the secret technique of the magic way. It is the most harmful to the world, evil and weird. During the battle, it has a strong ability to pollute the magic tools and magic weapons of the cultivators. However, this kind of artificial fire, the more it is used, the less it needs. It needs to be replenished after the battle, and it is not as good as the withering and flourishing fire. In this case, then I will go with the flow. Luo Chen murmured, and the figure of Cheng Dao in white clothes and waving sleeves appeared in his eyes. From a distance, Cheng Dao quickened his pace and trotted over. Senior, I am sorry that I failed to welcome you in person. It doesn't matter, I don't care about these details. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Wrapped in a black tights, he looked even taller than Cheng Dao. He glanced behind him and saw no other Cheng family cultivators. It seemed that Cheng Dao came out alone to greet him, and he also wanted to keep the news of his arrival within a certain range. After Cheng Dao bowed respectfully, he raised his head carefully. May I ask your name, senior? Luo Chen raised his lips slightly and said in a clear voice, I am Qinggang. Chapter 528, on the cliff of Wanghe, driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Outside the Black Swan Island. When Cheng Dao heard the words this seed is Qinggang, he pursed his lips. Sure enough. Just as they guessed, This eccentric young man mastered the Qingyang magic fire and even took it as his Taoist name. When he thought of the conditions required to refine the Qingyang magic fire, Cheng Dao's heart trembled. That process required countless essences and blood of living beings, which was cruel. Only the powerful demons could make up their minds to refine such magic fire. In this case, he must entertain him well, so as not to anger him. "Master, please come this way." Cheng Dao respectfully made way for the road ahead and let Luo Chen walk in front. Luo Chen glanced and said lightly, "I don't want to expose my own realm yet." Cheng Dao was stunned, and immediately reacted. He was a great cultivator of the 9th level of foundation building, and he was only one step away from the great perfection of foundation building. Black Swan Island was also the base camp of his Chang family, and they had a large number of people, but they were so respectful to a cultivator who seemed to be only in the middle stage of foundation building. If the news got out, others would guess Luo Chen's identity or realm higher. He took a deep breath, stood up straight, took a step forward, and walked side by side with Luo Chen. "The dinner has been arranged, and it will take some time. While I'm here, why don't I give you a detailed introduction to the Black Swan Island and the Fian Islands? All is up to you." Master, you should know that the North Sea is also known as the Demon Sea. Because there are countless sea monsters in the sea, and there are countless demon masters from the Yuanmo sect running rampant, the outside world has given it this nickname. Over time, the Yuanmo sect itself has admitted this statement. I don't know since when, the Yuanmo sect called the conquered and occupied areas the demon realm, and the areas that have not yet been occupied the demon sea. The Fian Islands have been a territory of our human race for 800 years. 800 years ago, this place was still within the scope of the demon sea. At that time, countless skylarks and sea swallows were entrenched in the islands. 800 years ago, the Yuanmo sect sent its subordinate sects to conquer this place and renamed it the Fian Islands. However, because the resources here are relatively poor, the geographical location is remote, and it is always facing the threat of the Xinjiang Sea, no major sect is willing to stay. Over time, it has become a gathering place for independent cultivators and small families. My Chang family also settled here at that time, and made a living by breeding and selling first-level monsters such as black swans. Cheng Dao told the history of the Fian Islands one by one. The details were much clearer than Cheng Heicheng. Luo Chen listened quietly, capturing some common-sense information that was useful to him. For example, the Demon Sea is divided into the Demon Sea and the Demon Realm. For example, the Yuanmo sect seems to act arrogantly and domineeringly, but in fact it also undertakes a similar task as the Mingyan sect, that is, to open up new domains. If this is the case, do the Huashan Holy Lands in Nanjiang and Zimo have similar tasks or responsibilities? If so, then the original intention of the 5 major holy places is still good, and they are generally seeking benefits for the immortal cultivators of the human race. Wait, what role does the Xianitan Dao sect, located in Tongzhou without external threats, play? Leader? Those who enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Or, those who have worked hard to open up a continent and are now enjoying the fruits of their labor? His thoughts drifted away, and the little giant and cultivator unconsciously daydreamed a little far away. This time, Luo Chen did not give up the idea. Because before coming to the North Sea, he had already vaguely touched upon the struggle between the Mingyan sect, the holy land of the human race, and the Kangwu Mountain, the holy land of the feather clan of the monster beasts. If you were to be promoted to the nascent soul stage, or even the spiritual transformation stage one day in the future, he would have to return to the East Wilderness. By then, he would most likely be involved. It would always be good to sort it out more at this moment. Cheng Dao next to him was still introducing. Although the Yuanmo sect is known for its reckless and brutal behavior, in fact, in the eyes of many people, it is also an orthodox sect with a bottom line. They adhere to the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak, and encourage competition both internally and externally. But when it comes to the grassroots, they do a very good job. High-level cultivators are strictly prohibited from wantonly slaughtering the lower-level human race, which also includes mortals. Even the soul refining lineage in the Yuanmo sect that needs a large number of low-level souls is ordered not to slaughter mortals and key refining cultivators. Souls in need can go to hunt in the endless demon sea. The master should have noticed that although the lives of mortals like us on the Fian Islands are hard, we actually have a way out. The reason is that many years ago, the Yuanmo sect showed us how to control mortals. Let the mortals multiply in large numbers and give birth to new populations. Those with spiritual roots will be accepted into the sect. Those without spiritual roots will be taught the method of tempering the body in martial arts, and given spiritual instruments, so that they can shine in some tedious mundane matters. Some innate master-level mortals who perform well will even be recruited into the family by our Zongmiao family as an exception and given good treatment. Luo Chen suddenly realized. No wonder the mortals I met before had a frosty look on their faces, but they were generally full of enthusiasm for work. They were completely different from the mortals in the East Wilderness, who were full of numbness. It turned out that there was hope. Luo Chen nodded. From this aspect, the Yuan Mo sect has done quite well. Cheng Dao was excited, and he led the topic to this aspect, praising the Yuan Mo sect a lot, openly and secretly, and Luo Chen was very satisfied with his performance. In this way, regardless of whether the other party was a descendant of the Yuan Mo sect or not, he thought he had done a good job. After a cough, he continued, yes, the Yuan Mo sect just behaves in an eccentric way. Even if the world calls it the Mo sect, and gives it a series of names such as the demon realm and the demon head, they don't bother to refute it, and they are too lazy to call themselves the holy sect, which is a high-sounding word. Luo Chen hummed. The top strong men rarely care about the difference between good and evil, let alone a mere name. As they chatted, the two of them had already arrived in front of the manor in Xiaojing Lake. Master King Gang, the banquet is ready. Please come this way. Luo Chen paused slightly, glanced at Cheng Dao, and a half-smile appeared on his face. It's quite rich. Cheng Dao's heart tightened. It's what the junior should do, I hope the master will give it. Thoughtful. Luo Chen laughed and strode into the manor. As soon as he entered, he saw a beautiful and slender woman standing at the door of the hall, standing with her hands bare. Seeing Luo Chen's face, her eyes trembled, and she bowed her head and bowed gracefully. I am Cheng Haixin, and I pay my respects to Master Qin Gaiang. When she bowed, her skirt tilted slightly, revealing her spring scenery. Not to mention the waist and hip curves, the touching whiteness in front of her chest is enough to make people linger. Luo Chen glanced at her and said lightly, raise your head. Cheng Haixin pursed her pink-red lips, bit her teeth and stood up straight. Her neck was long like a proud swan. It was not until this moment that Luo Chen realized the advantages of this woman. Tall. She was 1.8 meters tall, almost as tall as himself. She was taller than Cheng Dao next to him. Among the women he had seen in his life, perhaps only the demon cultivator King Shuang could compete with her. But compared with Cheng Haixin's temperament, which was as weak as a little white rabbit and a little swan, King Shuang was much better. Cold and powerful, so much so that Luo Chen did not dare to look directly at her during the 3 years in Kangwu Mountain. The only reason why he was impressed by King Shuang's tall figure was probably because they had met several times. He lowered his head and could only see her slender and strong thighs, which left such a deep impression. Cheng Dao stood cautiously beside him, carefully observing Luo Chen's expression. At that moment, he saw that Luo Chen had a trace of trance. At this time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough. Kimri, the pearl on the Black Swan Island, anyone who saw it would be unable to control themselves. Master, please take a seat. Luo Chen looked at the position of the chair that Cheng Dao pulled out, and raised his eyebrows. I am a guest. It is not appropriate to sit in the main seat, right? Cheng Dao smiled and said, it is appropriate. It is an honor for our Cheng family that the master has come to our family in person. We must make the master feel at home. If there is anything that is not done well, it is the fault of the younger generation. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and did not act pretentiously. He sat down in the main seat. Cheng Dao also sat down on the side. After sitting down, Cheng Haixin, who was still standing in the hall, became very abrupt. Cheng Dao winked several times before the woman gritted her teeth and sat down next to Luo Chen. This reluctant look made Luo Chen laugh secretly in his heart. This Cheng Dao, it seems, has other intentions for him. Master, please try the special dishes of our Fian Islands. Haixin, pour wine for the master. Cheng Haixin hummed, and poured a glass of wine for Luo Chen with its skilled movements. At the moment when the aroma of wine filled the air, the spiritual energy of the entire hall seemed to be agitated. Luo Chen's heart moved, and his eyes fell on the wine glass. Let the adults know that this is Huanchang wine, a third-level spiritual wine brewed with deep-sea spiritual springs, blood oranges from the blood god of the Yuan demon sect, and top-grade Huanayuzu. It has a strong auxiliary effect on cultivators breaking through the realm. Cheng Haixin picked up the wine glass and brought it to Luo Chen. The blood-colored wine, like a deep red slurry, was breathtaking. Beauty, spiritual wine, feast. Luo Chen smiled. A banquet with only 3 people kicked off in an ambiguous atmosphere. Cheng Dao was a very talkative person. He deliberately found a reason to continue the topic that he had not finished talking about before. Under the rule of the Yuan demon sect, although the North Sea cultivation world was in turmoil, overall, their cultivation family was still okay. But 100 years ago, after the Yuan demon sect was destroyed, everything changed. The order, which was not particularly good to begin with, collapsed in one day. The atmosphere that had been guided by the demon sect for thousands of years broke out completely, and there was no absolute suppression from the Holy Land. Therefore, for the next 70 years, the entire North Sea cultivation world was shrouded in a bloody storm. It was rumored that the inland demon realm had really become a demon realm. Demons emerged one after another, and the giants of the demon path would cut down mountains and exterminate clans at will. Those cultivators with low realms also started to rob cultivators. There were also some cultivators who had obtained the superficial methods of the Yuan demon sect and carried out slaughter. Whether it was the blood demon method of the blood god sect or the soul refining method of the soul refining lineage, these methods all required a large amount of blood essence and soul to support. In the past, they were all directed externally, toward the demon clan in the endless sea. Now, there are a large number of soft persimmons in the cultivation world, who would want to take risks in the demon sea? In short, those 70 years were the darkest days in the North Sea cultivation world. Even the Fian Islands, which were far away in a remote corner, had several bloody struggles that destroyed families. The Chang family originally had several family cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building, who could be called the pillars of the family, but they were all destroyed in the turmoil of the 70 years. Especially the appearance of Nanbian Shengren pushed the bloody massacre to the extreme. As soon as he came, he wiped out a family with 3 late foundation building cultivators on the spot, thus occupying the only 3rd-level spiritual vein here. If that were the case, it would be fine. But after that, he ordered all forces in Fian Islands to pay tribute to him. Those who pretended to obey but secretly disobeyed would be bloodily suppressed. In just 70 years, 3 foundation building families were destroyed by him. Only 30 years ago, the great man surnamed Li established a Kanghei Zhengdao League in the center of the demon realm, and the North Sea Zeuxin world finally established a new fragile order. Regardless of whether you are convinced by him or not, you still have to show some superficial respect. In order to obtain the island formation method of the great man surnamed Li, Nanbian Shengren nominally joined the Kanghei League. It was also since then that he restrained his unscrupulous and arrogant style. The Fian Islands welcomed a brief peace of 30 years. But that ancient master is not very open-minded. Once there is a realm that can threaten him on the Fian Islands, he will suppress it openly and kill it secretly. Like the leader of the Jiaolong gang, who is at the great perfection of the foundation building stage, he has been wandering alone overseas for so many years and dared not return to the Fian Islands. I am not talented, I have dual spiritual roots and my cultivation speed is okay. But I have entered the 9th level of the foundation building stage for decades, but I dare not step into the great perfection of the foundation building stage and sprint to a higher realm. I am afraid of this. Cheng Dao said with emotion, his tone was full of sighs and sighs. His eyes fell on Luo Chen, and his tone suddenly became excited. But now it's different. The master is here, the Fian Islands will be peaceful. The master is here, Fian will have a clear sky. Luo Chen suddenly raised his hand. The passionate words stopped abruptly. In Cheng Dao's doubts, Luo Chen drank the last sip of spiritual wine. The wine is good, and the dishes are also very special, but I'm tired. Cheng Dao opened his mouth and his face flushed a little. But he was able to survive under the tyranny of Nanshan Shengren for decades, so he still had some shrewdness and knew that he was a little too hasty. He forced a smile and said, "It's my fault for the junior. I forgot that the Shengren came a long way and really needed a rest. Haixin, take the Shengren to the inner courtyard to rest first." Cheng Haixin's face darkened and he stood up silently. Luo Chen waved his hand. "There's no need to go to the inner courtyard. I think the lonely cliff at the end of the Black Swan Island is good. There is also a 2nd-level spiritual vein on it, which can provide me with a short-term residence." Cheng Dao naturally did not dare to disobey. He immediately changed his words. The Shangren is also a person with elegant tastes. The Wanghe cliff is indeed magnificent. Haixin, you accompany the Shangren to open a cave there to rest for a while. Cheng Haixin lowered his head and hummed. On the lonely cliff, Luo Chen controlled the Zhuanghua sword and opened a simple and spacious cave in less than half an hour. As soon as he entered, he directly released the Hununding from his storage bag. There were bursts of hissing sounds coming from the ding. Cheng Haixin, who was standing by, showed curiosity. But when Luo Chen made a hand gesture and 5 blue-ringed giant-toothed sea snakes appeared, she couldn't help but be terrified. Luo Chen turned around and said lightly, I want to rest here, my friend, please do as you please. Cheng Haixin's face turned green and red, but she finally gritted her teeth and said, it's cold and windy at Wanghe Cliff at night. It may be cold for you to sleep alone. I am willing to warm your bed. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the other person carefully. Finally, he shook his head slowly. Forget it, I'm not that delicate. But the woman was happy in her heart, but her face still showed a tangled look. There is a long way to go. Luo Chen said with a hint of meaning, and he no longer cared about the woman, but arranged this temporary resting place by himself. Cheng Haixin hesitated for a moment, and finally left Wanghe Cliff with joy. After she left, Luo Chen walked to the cave entrance. Looking at the cold silver waves and the gloomy scenery of the Sea of Stars, his eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment, he smiled. It's just driving a tiger to devour a wolf. Chapter 529 Rebuilding the Combat System. Drive the tiger to devour the wolf. The intention of Cheng Dao, the head of the Chang family, is very obvious, and he doesn't even pretend. He just wants Luo Chen to deal with Nanbian Shangren who occupies Fian Islands. As for whether he will go to Nanbian and invite the wolf into the house again, I'm afraid the other party doesn't care about this concern anymore. Luo Chen has a very sharp eye. The moment they met, he discovered the other party's realm. It was a state of suppression, only one step away from the great perfection of foundation building. As long as the other party releases the suppression, he can enter the state of great perfection and then sprint to the golden core stage. Perhaps the realm, this sword hanging over his head, is about to drive Cheng Dao crazy, so he will be so desperate to try any possible means. What's more, even if he invites the wolf into the house, the Chang family will be treated much better than other families in Fian Islands. You may not have much experience, but your vision is good. Luo Chen chuckled. The other party's demands are consistent with his purpose. However, how to seize Fian Islands still needs to be considered in the long run. At least, we need to find out the methods of Nanbian Shangren first. Moreover, during the time in Kangwu Mountain, being in prison and not free caused Luo Chen's many methods to stagnate. This period of time was just right for him to practice. After switching to fire cultivation, his combat system also became very chaotic and needed to be sorted out. After making up his mind, Luo Chen first glanced at the black wooden man in a small compartment in the Hununding. Han Zhan had not woken up yet. It seems that the Nirvana Holy Fire has caused him extremely serious damage. In the black wooden man, a wisp of residual soul lingered, and there was no longer the demeanor of the former generation of Yuan Ying's Henren in his movements. With just such a wisp of residual soul, I am afraid that there will be no possibility of recovery in the future. In fact, this is why Luo Chen dared to keep Han Zong by his side. Weak, decadent, and easy to control. Using his magic power to isolate the Hununding, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the 5 blue-ringed giant-fanged sea snakes imprisoned by the chains of the Hununding. Even though their size has been forced to shrink to the extreme, their fierceness remains undiminished. Just by releasing it, Cheng Haixin, who had just entered the foundation building stage, was frightened, which showed how fierce it was. However, when Luo Chen's eyes fell on them, the 5 sea snakes, except for the one in the late second stage, showed fear and their bodies were shaking. Luo Chen frowned, and then realized something. Is it because I killed tens of thousands of sea snakes of the same species in one breath, leaving a strong evil spirit on my body? The so-called evil spirit is not only the evil spirit born in the filthy and dangerous places of heaven and earth. There is also a lot of special aura left on the body after the death of enemies because of long-term killing-related things. This aura contains not only the murderous aura and resentment of the person, but also the resentment, fear, anxiety, fear left by the enemy before his death. All these things come together to form a unique god of evil. The evil spirit condensed by the mind and emotions. This kind of god of evil is most deeply felt by the same kind. Luo Chen used to kill people, and he would also leave evil spirits on his body, but most of the time he would use the cleaning technique to remove it afterwards. This time he came in a hurry, but he didn't get rid of it. Or rather, he did it on purpose. If the demon sea doesn't look ferocious, it's easy to cause trouble. If it looks particularly ferocious, it will save a lot of trouble. Just like now. It's just right. Taking advantage of their fear of me, I can enslave them and use them as guards. Luo Chen smiled slightly, stretched out one hand, turned his magic power into a palm, and captured a giant fang sea snake in the early stage of the second stage. With a flick of his finger, a pill fell into the mouth of the sea snake, and was forcibly refined by the magic power. Instantly, after the pill took effect, the giant fang sea snake's body became extremely stiff, and lost some of its resistance. But only part. The batch of soul-subjugating pills I got in the early years were really too low grade, only at the lower level of the second grade. But fortunately, with their fear of me, the soul-subjugating seal should be able to be used smoothly. Luo Chen's mind moved, his 10 fingers flew like picking flowers, and he silently recited a series of formulas from his mouth, and then suddenly slapped out with his palm. In the void, an illusory palm print suddenly appeared. It was the soul-subjugating seal. A palm slapped down and landed on the top of the giant toothed sea snake. Suddenly, the giant toothed sea snake turned over and struggled on the ground, hissing wildly. But everything was in vain. But in a few minutes, this blue-ringed giant toothed sea snake quietly crawled on the ground. "Come here." Luo Chen waved his hand, and the sea snake hissed and crawled towards Luo Chen, coiled around him, showing a flattering and obedient look. Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but show satisfaction. The beast enslaving method of the Book of 10,000 Beasts was obtained from this Henlong black market. It contains the beast enslaving mental method, matching beast enslaving pills, and special control instructions. In his early years, he relied on this method to enslave a second-level explosive ape, and it played an excellent role in the battle to attack Xiaohuan Mountain and destroy the Duan family. That enslavement was extremely difficult and consumed a lot of his mind, and he almost failed. But this time, it was so easy that it could be said to be captured at hand. The gap between the Jinden stage and the key refining stage is really too big. The same method and secret technique, when used on enemies of the same level, have a world of difference in effect. After a sea snake was enslaved, Luo Chen did not feel tired, and his eyes fell on the other 4 sea snakes. Come one by one. Time passed little by little. The Wanghe Cliff, which is 500 feet high, stands on the boundless sea, protecting Black Swan Island from the violent sea wind and the threat from the depths of the sea. In previous years, the Chang family would send low-level monks to patrol and guard this island. But since when, Wanghe Cliff has become a forbidden area for the Cheng family, and outsiders are prohibited from entering. Not only that, clusters of white clouds and mist appear, blocking the prying eyes of the outside world. The location of Xia Jinghu Manor. Cheng Dao looked at the tall woman standing in front of him anxiously. 7th sister. Cheng Haixin curled her lips, looking heartless. She tilted her head and glanced at her eldest brother, and smiled. It's useless for you to call me. The senior has been in seclusion recently, and I can't please him. Cheng Dao frowned. Is there no way? You don't want to? Didn't they give you a token to enter and exit Wanghe Cliff freely? You should go there more often. What to turn? Cheng Haixin's smile gradually fell. Are you asking your own sister to turn to his bed? This is very unpleasant to hear. Cheng Dao shook his head and said with a look of regret, although the senior is murderous, he still acts with principles. It is not humiliating for you to commit yourself to him. Moreover, being able to become a concubine of a Jinden cultivator is a blessing that many low-level female cultivators envy. If such a blessing is given to you, do you want it? Cheng Haixin took the initiative and retorted. Cheng Dao's expression froze, but he quickly pointed at himself. I just wish I could be a woman. Cheng Haixin was stunned and almost thought she had heard it wrong. Cheng Dao sighed and said, it's not that my elder brother is not a good person, it's just that Yan Nanshan puts too much pressure on me. If I don't reach perfection in this realm, there will be problems. But once I reach perfection in the foundation building stage, I will inevitably be persecuted by Yan Nanshan. I can't learn from the leader of the Jiaolong gang and escape to the island. If I leave, this huge Chang family will lose its great cultivator and will instantly become a bottom-tier force. The situation will only get worse by then. Seventh sister, you have to understand elder brother. This time, Cheng Haixin was silent. If you are not in a position, you should not interfere in other people's affairs. But the elder brother's forbearance, hard work, and struggle over the years have been seen by his younger brothers and sisters. For the development of the Cheng family, everyone has tried their best. Second uncle Cheng Ji is old, but he still has to go out to sea and steer the ship himself. Fourth brother Cheng Haicheng is clearly stuck in the third level of the foundation building realm, but he still has to go on the monster hunting ship to open up sources of income for the Cheng family. He doesn't even have time for quiet cultivation and retreat. In contrast, she had been under the protection of her family for these years, and had cultivated smoothly to the foundation building stage, but she had never contributed to the family. Such behavior was indeed unfair to the others who had worked hard. Seeing her silent, Cheng Dao was in high spirits and added fuel to the fire, saying, as long as you can improve your relationship with Senior King Gang and persuade him to drive Yan Nanshan away and seize the Fian Islands. By then, the 36 Fian Islands will belong to my Cheng family. And I can also take advantage of the situation to impact the Jinden stage. Once successful, I will be a Jinden cultivator, and I can be on par with Master King Gang. Seventh sister, think about it. By then, your Taoist partner will be a Jinden master, and your eldest brother will also be a Jinden cultivator. Not to mention the Fian Islands, you can walk sideways on the nearby large and small islands. Isn't that good? Cheng Haixin was a little hesitant at the moment. The immortal life she imagined was not like this. Thinking that once the foundation is established, it will be a true cultivation, and you can travel freely in the seas and comprehend the great way. But now the burden of the family is on her, which makes her a little breathless. Cheng Dao strikes while the iron is hot, holds the woman's arm, and says sincerely, whether my Cheng family can rise and unify the 36 islands of Fian depends on your thoughts. Seventh sister, don't let me down, and don't let the spirits of the Cheng family members who died in the century-old battle down. Cheng Haixin opened her mouth, but finally had to be dejected. Then I'll try to go up the mountain again. The sea breeze is salty and the white mist is misty. The beautiful woman with a hint of sadness, holding a token, walked alone on the mountain path of Wanghe Cliff. Walking all the way, thinking all the way, her mind was in a mess. Unknowingly, she came to the rough cave that had only been open for 3 months. Subconsciously activating the token, Cheng Haixin entered the cave. But the empty cave made her stunned. Is Senior King Gang not here? Where did he go? Is he gone? In an instant, a pale color appeared on her cheeks. She didn't dare to report to her elder brother immediately, so as not to disappoint him, but planned to wait here first. Judging from the layout of the cave, Master King Gang should not have left yet. Wait a little longer. On the endless blue sea, 5 huge sea snakes stretched out their bodies, several feet long, and swam in the deep sea. The positions where they stood formed a circle, surrounding hundreds of miles of sea area. It seemed that they were on guard. From time to time, their eyes were cast towards the black-shirted man in the sky, standing against the wind. Suddenly, the black-shirted man lightly pushed out a palm with his right hand, with a palm print facing down, facing the sea. This palm was without the slightest smoke. But at the moment when the palm print appeared, it turned from white to red, emitting endless high temperature. Not only that, a ray of green appeared on it. When the palm print fell on the calm sea surface, it turned from static to dynamic, but in an instant. Boom! A shocking explosion resounded across hundreds of miles of sea area. Deep in the sea, a huge 5-fingerprint concave hole stood out. In the concave hole, there was no more seawater, only endless green flames. When the air wave rose into the air, the surrounding seawater began to surge to fill the concave hole. But even if more seawater poured in, those green flames could not be extinguished. Flames that could not be extinguished by infinite seawater? If this strange scene was seen by others, I am afraid that they would be shocked. In the sky, Luo Chen looked at this scene with satisfaction, with a look of surprise in his eyes. The proficiency of the innate one-key handprint has finally been perfected. Not only that, during the practice, he combined the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra and integrated a withered and flourishing true fire into this third-level spell little by little. At this moment, the innate one-key handprint he cast was composed of extremely pure fire attribute magic power and the original true fire. Its power is extremely powerful. In Luo Chen's assessment and prediction, This palm alone is enough to compete with a third-level late Golden Wolf King who collided with him that year. Not only that, he also got the best speed for performing this technique. Just wave your palm. He doesn't even need to use the Zongmiao sword to perform the method of controlling the technique with a weapon. In other words, the Zongmiao sword, a low-quality magic flying sword, can no longer bear the power of this palm. It's obviously not appropriate to call it the innate Ki Great Handprint at this time, so let's change the name to King Gyan Great Handprint. In addition, the limit of the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra is far more than that. Through this technique, I should be able to use the original true fire in all aspects. As long as I am familiar with it, my combat effectiveness will increase instead of decrease. Luo Chen has always been secretly worried about this. That is, after practicing the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, all his mana was converted into fire-attributed mana, and the other 4 types of mana did not exist. As a result, many of his methods that he was good at could not be used. In that case, he became the so-called embroidered pillow with only realm but no matching combat power. Especially these worries became a reality when he performed other spells in recent months. The defensive spell Glazed Sky Curtain that he had practiced to perfection in his early years could no longer be used. Kusanagi Jengjin sword technique, wave technique, entanglement technique, etc., all had problems. Even if he could rely on his proficiency in perfection and barely perform it with some preparation, who would give him so much time to prepare when fighting? Fortunately, there are gains and losses. Gradually, during the practice on the open sea, Luo Chen slowly found a way of fighting that was more suitable for him today. Although most of them were fire-related, they gradually became comprehensive. In terms of attack, there were a series of perfect fire-related spells, such as the Blazing Sun Technique, Landslide, King Gyan Great Handprint, and Blazing Fire Miasma. In addition, with a magic weapon Zongmiao sword, although the function was single, the power was even more powerful. In terms of defense, there was nothing to say. In the early years, Luo Chen relied on the Glazed Sky Curtain and his own body to resist. Now that the Glazed Sky Curtain was gone, he had the Hunun Cauldron to supplement it. Anyway, his body could withstand the recoil. Moreover, Luo Chen has already started to develop fire defense spells. When he was in the key refining stage, he had a similar fire defense spell concept, but he didn't continue to explore it at that time. Now, combined with the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra and the proficiency panel, he is confident that he can deduce the most suitable defense technique for himself. In addition to attack and defense, the displacement is 90,000 miles with a blessing of the broken moon wings. This technique is now faster than before. Especially the broken moon wings have been sacrificed and refined by him for so many years, and have long been free of impurities and are as round as one. The degree of sacrifice is the highest among all his magic weapons. Maybe others regard it as Luo Chen's life magic weapon, which is also possible. This is a long-distance displacement. For short distances, Luo Chen combines Iao and Wang Yuan Shenglong step, as well as his own strong physique, and also figured out a set of shape-shifting methods. He called it the explosion step. Luo Chen's mind moved, and he jumped back, then rushed forward, swaying left and right. In an instant, a series of flames appeared in the void. When she was moving, there were loud explosions in the air. If Tao Wan from Kingdom Valley saw this scene, she would be shocked. It was very similar to her 9 changes of Gale. But obviously, the essence of this technique was more than that. King Shuang. Luo Chen stopped and showed envy. King Shuang relied on her own racial talent to comprehend the basics of the law of space in the nascent soul stage, combined it with body refining, and this surpassed her peers in speed. When she was moving, she was elusive and hard to guard against. Luo Chen also took a quick glance, and the woman's demeanor left a deep impression on him. He imitated King Shuang's method and figured out the explosion step. With body refining as the foundation, supplemented by Xiao and Shenglong step, plus the mana cultivated by the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. In this way, his explosion step also had a similar effect. In the short distance displacement, it was full of explosive power, as if the scorching sun in the sky was exploding. Although it was just the tip of the King Shuang method, it was definitely a superior method in the Jinden stage, and ordinary people could not practice it. After all, no one had Luo Chen's physique and his extremely explosive fire attribute magic. Attack and displacement are not lacking, and there is also the mirror flower and water moon to assist in combat. As long as the defense is thoroughly developed, then I can be said to have no shortcomings. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. From then on, the hidden worry he had when he first arrived in the North Sea completely dissipated. With a move of his spiritual consciousness, he issued a command. Soon, 5 blue-ringed giant-fanged sea snakes gathered together. Luo Chen landed from the air, stepped on the head of the Sea Snake King, pointed in a direction, and the Sea Snake King carried Luo Chen away. Standing on the snake's head, the sea breeze blew on his face, and Luo Chen thought about his next plan. It was time to seek a third-level spiritual land for himself. No matter how good the skills are, they are just software. Without the hardware support of the spiritual land, his cultivation speed would not be fast. In addition to the spiritual land, the elixir should also be reconsidered. The medicinal power of the starry pill is too weak and too complex. It is not suitable for me who is only practicing fire attribute magic now. As for what elixir to change? In this regard, Luo Chen has already had a plan in mind. Arriving at the foot of Wanghe Cliff, Luo Chen issued an order, and the 5 blue-ringed giant-fanged sea snakes dispersed. With Wanghe Cliff as the center, they cruised and swept around, and at the same time, they were alert to the approach of high-level monsters. Luo Chen jumped and flew to the cave. The white mist cleared, and Luo Chen looked at the woman who was sitting on the doorstep and fell asleep, showing a look of surprise. After all, she is a foundation-building true cultivator. Although Cheng Haixin fell asleep while waiting because of worrying about family affairs and entangled in her own future. But now that Luo Chen has returned and did not hide his breath, she woke up immediately. The woman stood up a little nervously. Senior. Luo Chen walked into the cave by himself, and saw that she was still outside, and shook his head. Don't stand there like an idiot. Come in. The woman's heart leaped for joy and she quietly walked in. Seeing the woman's nervous look, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile helplessly. What's the matter? Or do you want to warm my bed again? Instantly, the woman's face flushed. She pinched the corner of her clothes, and then, as if she remembered something, she quickly took out something from her storage bag. It was a jade slip. Senior, this is what my brother asked me to pass on to you. After Luo Chen took it, she said a little shyly, actually, it's not impossible to warm the bed. Luo Chen chuckled and read the jade slip in front of her. Gradually, the corners of Luo Chen's mouth rose, forming a beautiful arc. Cheng Dao really couldn't help it. Chapter 530, Demon Lord King Gang, I want them all. The information in the jade slip is not complicated. It describes in detail the information of the Nanshan Shengren who occupied the Fian Islands. His real name is Yan Nanshan, and he comes from a family of immortal cultivators on a large third-level island called Luo Chen Island in the early demon realm. Later, Luo Chen Island suffered a great disaster, and the Yan family was almost wiped out. Only Yan Nanshan's lineage escaped alive. Even so, there are still powerful enemies chasing Yan Nanshan's lineage. In the process of hunting, the lineage withered, and gradually only Yan Nanshan was left. But this person is also a lucky person, or a cruel person. Not only was he not killed, but he became stronger and stronger, integrating the family's skills, and also practicing the secret art of soul refining that was circulated outside the Yuanmo sect. After strongly counterattacking several pursuers, he temporarily suppressed the enemy's pursuit of him. But even so, he himself was also injured. In order to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of the fire, he deliberately left the prosperous area of the demon realm and quietly fled to the remote Fian Islands, occupying the land and claiming to be the king. The means he is good at are a sword, a thorn and a soul flag. The sword is the life magic weapon he refined in his early years, a water-based flying sword. The thorn is called the water-dividing thorn, which is a strange magic weapon with a method of dividing water and turning into a dragon. The soul flag is the iconic soul refining flag of the Yuanmo sect's soul refining lineage. However, unlike the soul flags refined by ordinary cultivators using a large number of sea monster souls, his soul refining flag incorporates a large number of souls of immortal cultivators. There are 8 souls in it, all of which are great cultivators in the late stage of foundation building. The only main soul is the soul of a cultivator in the Jinden stage. It is precisely because of this that Yan Nanshan's strength can become stronger and stronger, and he becomes more and more courageous in the battle. And his own realm is the 3rd level of the Jinden, which is only 1 step away from the middle stage of the Jinden. After reading this information, Luo Chen couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Obviously, these were not collected by Cheng Dao in a hurry, and it must have taken a lot of time and energy to collect them bit by bit. In other words, this information was not even specially prepared for Luo Chen from the beginning. Maybe if I don't come, he will find a way to ask someone to get rid of Yan Nanshan, who is a huge obstacle. External reinforcements, the enemies who hunted down the Yan family of Luo Island back then. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He probably also knew why Cheng Dao thought he had the strength to deal with Yan Nanshan. He called himself King Guiyang Master, and held the original true fire suspected to be King Guiyang Demon Fire in his hand. He paid special attention to the information of Yuan Mazin. 99% of them were Yuan Mazin cultivators. With the strength of the cultivators of the demonic Holy Land, it should be a sure thing to deal with the remnants who escaped from a small family. However, he is not afraid of making a wrong judgment. If I fail, will it bring disaster to the Cheng family? Between the doubts in his heart, Luo Chen quickly asked himself and gave the answer. It seems that Cheng Dao has been forced into a desperate situation. The other party is stuck before the great perfection and cannot make any progress. The pressure on the realm has almost driven him crazy. For this reason, he is willing to bet his family. When he first met Luo Chen, he sent his sister to him to win him over. In this way, it seems that he is not lacking in the courage to fight to the death. It is somewhat similar to when I was in the late stage of foundation building and dealt with the Yan League. Luo Chen smiled slightly and put away the jade slip. Seeing his smile, Cheng Haixin, who had been observing quietly, was refreshed. Is this a plan? A faint voice came into his ears, with Luo Chen's calm attitude. I have understood the situation. Now I only have one question, and I need you to answer it. The woman's face showed joy. Master, please ask. It's very simple. It's not impossible for me to take action against Yan Nanshan, but the question is, what reward will you give me? Cheng Haixin subconsciously said, the Chang family has her little savings, and hundreds of thousands of spirit stones can still be taken out. Luo Chen shook his head. When he was the richest in the past, he had tens of millions of spirit stones in his pocket. Even if he is short of money now, he doesn't lack these few 100,000. Magic weapon. Cultivation resources. Exercise. Cheng Haixin put forward one by one the conditions that he thought were quite valuable, but he was faced with shaking his head and denying. At the end, the woman's face even oozes a thin sweat. It's not impossible to hide me. Luo Chen looked at her with a smile. From the first day we met, didn't you belong to me? Cheng Haixin bit her lips with her pearly teeth, and suddenly felt powerless in her heart. Forget it, go back and have a good talk with your eldest brother first, and reply to me when you think it through. Luo Chen waved his hand, and a breeze lifted the woman and sent her out of the cave. Rumble. The two stone doors slowly closed, leaving only the woman's dazed look. On Black Swan Island, mortals came and went. It was so lively. Because of a shipwreck, the Chang family's demon hunting ship lost a large number of skilled mortal crew members, and recently it was time for a new recruitment. Even though working at sea is very dangerous, the Chang family can't resist the high salary. Therefore, this time of recruitment really attracted many powerful mortals from other islands. The recruitment place was placed outside the Zaya Jinghu Manor. From a distance, you can see the crowd lined up in a long line. Looking around, all the recruits were strong. According to the realm of the secular martial arts, the weakest of these people had second-rate strength, and the strongest were even comparable to the Grandmaster level. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the end of the crowd, causing the people in the front team to look back. In sight, a tall and beautiful woman walked slowly. She seemed to be in deep thought, not paying any attention to the outside world's gaze. The occasional frown added a bit of weakness and sadness to her beauty. It was not until she completely disappeared in the depths of the manor that the long queue of people began to talk in low voices. That must be Fairy Haixin, right? That must be right. With such a tall and outstanding figure and a pitiful appearance, she is one of the best among the many female fairies on the 36 islands of Fian. Brother, judging by her appearance is too superficial. Isn't the most praised thing about Fairy Haixin her terrifying talent for successfully building a foundation at the age of 36? Yes, since the great catastrophe of the 100 years, the Fian Islands have been in turmoil until 30 years ago when they stabilized. In these 30 years, only a few have been able to successfully build a foundation. Fairy Haixin has been able to rise against the trend and create the prestige of the Chang family with 7 foundation builders. This really makes us admire her. Given time, Fairy Hyzin may be able to climb to the peak of the golden elixir. Everyone, you can chat, but you must be careful with your words. Yes, 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 don't talk about the affairs of the fairy family. Cheng Hyzin, the arrogant fairy in the eyes of outsiders, didn't care about the discussions behind her. At this moment, all she thought about was Luo Chen's attitude at that time. Nothing? What does he want? Soon, she came to the door of her eldest brother Cheng Dao. As if knowing someone was coming, the door opened automatically. Cheng Dao saw Cheng Haixin and was a little unhappy. Why did she come back again? Cheng Haixin naturally knew what her eldest brother was thinking, but she didn't say anything, but told him about the previous situation one by one. Cheng Dao's face showed joy at first, but soon he fell into deep thought. What does Master King Guiyang want? No, or rather, what can his Cheng family give? Thoughts kept turning in his mind, and after a moment, Cheng Dao smiled bitterly. We are just a foundation-building family. What can Master Jinden take notice of? Nothing. Cheng Haixin was stunned. Ah. Cheng Dao shook his head. He said he has nothing, but in fact he wants everything. In other words, if you want to ask Master King Guiyang to take action, then my Cheng family must submit to him without reservation and be driven by him. He must give us people and things when he wants. That's all. Cheng Haixin's face changed instantly. Isn't this the style of a devil? I thought he was not pretentious and abided by principles, and I thought he was a gentleman. Cheng Dao sighed. He is originally a demon. Even if he is a gentleman, he is nothing more than a demon lord. Demon Lord King Guiyang? Cheng Haixin said somewhat weakly, then we give it. Cheng Dao seemed to have been prepared. He gritted his teeth and said hatefully, we will give him whatever he wants. Even if my Cheng family is a dog, the master will always give me bones to eat. With his style of doing things, he should be able to allow me to sprint to the Jinden stage in the future. Cheng Haixin worriedly said, brother, isn't it too risky to put everything on a strange Jinden cultivator? I have no choice. Cheng Dao sighed. Besides, at this point, the arrow is on the string and has to be fired. It's not up to you or me. The wolf has entered the room. If you are not as good as others in realm, you can't do anything. By the Xiaojing Lake, the brother and sister were speechless. On the sea cliff, Luo Chen held a bamboo scroll in his hand and read it slowly. After rebuilding the planning battle system, his current means are no weaker than those in the opening war period. In addition, his realm has been raised to the 3rd level of Jinden, and the power of various means is even more powerful. With strength, there is confidence. With confidence, he has enough energy to study other things. The star pill is no longer enough to support his subsequent practice. One reason is that the medicinal properties do not match the fire element. Another reason is that the required medicinal materials are too complicated and the quantity is too large. With the rich resources of the North Sea, if there are enough people, they can indeed collect them all for him. But it is not so easy to deal with this aspect. Back then in the Yuding domain, it was because his Luo Chen sect had a group of pharmacists and alchemy apprentices who were trained from childhood to adulthood. These people started by processing various medicinal materials for him, thus saving Luo Chen the tedious work. Now, it is not possible. Moreover, Luo Chen does not trust others. The pills he refines are for himself to eat. He can check whether there is a problem with the raw materials. But if there is still a problem with the processed materials, then the trouble is not just one or two. Therefore, no matter what the reason, the star pill no longer meets his requirements. In this regard, Luo Chen has another solution. Change to another kind of elixir, one that is more in line with his own attributes, and the number of main and auxiliary materials is relatively small. That is the elixir recipe in Luo Chen's hand, True Flame Pill. From the Flame Alliance, a 3rd-level fire elixir. This elixir has never been well known in the 400 years of the Jade Tripod domain. Even if it can be refined within the Flame Alliance, there are very few people willing to take it. The reason is that this elixir is overbearing and has endless sequelae. After taking the True Flame Pill, a fire evil force will be left in the body. The fire evil in this kind of medicinal property is invisible and difficult to dissolve by mana. Long-term use will cause irreversible damage to the Sea of Qi. It just so happens that this kind of fire evil is part of the medicinal property, not a elixir poison, and it is difficult to dissolve it with ordinary methods of detoxification. This is why the True Flame Pill is not very popular. However, after Luo Chen's research, he has his own way to overcome these shortcomings. The domineering nature of the medicine is mainly reflected in the impact on the body. With his physical strength in the early ancient times, he can fully withstand such an impact. As for the so-called fire evil medicine, he also has two preparations. One is the microdust Yuanshu that integrates the Kingadan Mayan method, and the other is the fourth-level dragon-slaying technique. With two-pronged approach, he doesn't believe that he can't solve the legacy of a mere third-level elixir. After making up his mind, the next thing to do is simple. Study the elixir formula and try to get started as soon as possible. Find the right people to collect various materials for him so that he can refine a large number of true flame pills. The latter is also one of the reasons why he stays in Fian Islands for the time being. The terrain here is remote, and there are not many giant masters on the islands, which is very suitable for him to develop his power. After studying the recipe of the true flame pill again, Luo Chen put away the bamboo slips. He took out a handful of soul-feeding pills from the storage ring and threw them into the sea under the Wanghe cliff. Looking at the blue-ringed giant-fanged sea snakes that swam back from all around and snatched the soul-feeding pills, Luo Chen thought about the Cheng family's reaction. He didn't want nothing, but everything. With Cheng Dao's clever mind, he should be able to understand it. With nowhere to go, or no other choice, he would definitely agree. The Zongmiao family is actually the easiest to control and the fastest to form. There are many clansmen, they are tied by blood, and their resident place is fixed. Unless the family is broken, they will not wander around. In addition, he has no blood relationship with them, no master-disciple relationship, relatives and friends, and the connection between them is not deep. If something really happens, he can just leave. Such a force will not restrict itself, which is exactly the best. They should make a choice. Luo Chen smiled slightly, clapped his hands, waved his hand to let the full blue-ringed giant-fanged sea snake leave, and formed a formation to guard the Wanghe cliff again. Let the sea breeze hit his face, curling up the black hair. And I should also consider how to deal with Yan Nanshan. Turning around, Luo Chen's dim sight was cast towards the island in the middle of the lake thousands of miles away in the middle of the archipelago. Yao Island. Surrounded by flying swallows, the moon is in the center of the lake. The vast black fog covers an area of 10 miles, forming an absolute forbidden area on the Fian Islands. Whether it is mortals or cultivators, they are forbidden to set foot in it. With Luo Chen's knowledge, he can naturally find that the vast black fog is a huge ghost energy. Even from time to time, the roars and roars of Ghost King-level beings can be heard. To enter Yao Island, you must first break the ghost fog formation arranged with a soul-refining flag as the center of the formation. Luo Chen estimated his own means, and finally his eyes fell on a bloody and fiery sticky substance in the Hununding. Since the formation of the pill, the raging fire miasma that consumed countless manpower and material resources of Luo Chen sect and my own energy to cultivate has also found its place. Chapter 531, The Demon Lord Shows His Power. The fiery miasma was originally a consumable spell attached to the incomplete physical training method Xianpeng transformation. It simulates the fierce evil spirit of the fire demon Peng. Luo Chen studied this spell very early, added a large amount of earth fire evil spirit, and cultivated it to the realm of minor success. This spell is quite practical, but also quite embarrassing. The practicality lies in that when fighting, once it is released, it can create a combat environment that is extremely suitable for one's style. And because of the strong evil spirit contained in it, it has a strong filthy effect on the enemy's magic weapon, soul, and body. The embarrassing point is that this technique must be used in the early years when changing into the real body of Xianpeng. Otherwise, the structure of the human body will backfire once it inhales too much evil spirit. Not only that, it is extremely difficult to improve the proficiency of this technique. It is not only limited by the number of releases, but also by the grade of evil spirit. The evil spirit collected by Luo Chen in his early years was mostly first and second level earth fire evil spirit, and there was no quality to speak of. Even though it was later integrated with a third order earth fire evil spirit, it was still the most common ordinary evil spirit. Luo Chen had also spent a lot of effort to let Luo Xianzhuan collect precious evil spirits, but unfortunately there were very few of them. Only a large amount of third order earth fire evil spirits were brought back to him, enriching this method. These are the reasons for the embarrassment. However, these problems have been gradually solved over time. The first is the problem that the human body cannot release the fiery fire miasma. After he has refined his life magic weapon Hununding, He can use this ding to nourish the fiery fire miasma. With a constant communication of mana, the body has gradually been able to withstand the impact of the evil spirit in the fiery fire miasma. Secondly, there is the problem of high-level evil spirits. In this regard, he got a guard of Kurong Zhen Sha from Yan Meng, which is a rare evil spirit that is not inferior to Yan Yang Zhen Sha. And it is the same source as his original true fire Kurong Ho. In this way, his adaptation and control of the fiery fire miasma will be taken to a higher level. Finally, he has now switched to the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. With his domineering and pure fire attribute magic power, he can completely do it like a fish in water in the fiery miasma. It can be said that the current fiery miasma can be regarded as one of Luo Chen's signature methods. It shouldn't be a big problem to use it to deal with Yan Nanshan's soul refining flag. As for Yan Nanshan, he has no hatred or grudge against him, and has never offended him. It can even be said that there is no intersection between the two. Luo Chen is going to attack him. Is it too immoral? In this regard, Luo Chen has no moral burden. The cultivation of the Great Dao has always been like this. When the robbers blocked his way to kill him, there was no hatred. When Mi Shuhe forcefully accepted him into the Pashan gang, could Luo Chen say no? It was under these influences that Luo Chen gradually got used to this style. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others? What an outdated idea. When he went to Xiaohun Mountain, Duan Qianqan hadn't really attacked him yet. When he first arrived at Xianlan Fairy City, he used all kinds of means to promote his own jadeite pill, forcing other pale forces to suffer. Could it be that the Zhang family of Gunlongji, the Nidan sect, and Qinhua Li family had provoked Luo Chen before? In business matters, killing is the most bloodless. The reduction in the income of pills means less spiritual stones, fewer cultivation resources, and a lower cultivation speed. This is the hatred that blocks the way. Therefore, there were later events such as the Qinhua Li family being forced to switch sides and marry, and the Danilan sect repeating itself. Luo Chen's style was established a long time ago. In a subtle way, he was somewhat inclined to the law of the jungle of the Yuan demon sect. Perhaps this is why Cheng Haicheng, Cheng Dao and others subconsciously thought of Luo Chen as the remnants of the Yuan demon sect when they first met him. Temperament, it is indeed somewhat similar. Perhaps some people are curious why Luo Chen has such a style, but his reputation is still good? This has to be mentioned. Luo Chen's only gentleness, the means of appeasement for his own people. Gentle at home, fierce outside, and not bullying ordinary cultivators who are not threatening. This style is actually rare in the current world of immortal cultivation. It's just that this time Luo Chen did it more nakedly and more blatantly. He is not a good person, and Yan Nanshan is not a good person either. It just so happens that Cheng Dao is the middleman, and it is just the right time. Half a month later. On Yaoai Island. Shrouded in black fog, it is no longer the beautiful scenery of the moon in the center of the lake and the reflection of the three people. The area of this island is not large, and with the attached freshwater lake, it is only 10 miles in radius. But it is precisely because of this small area that it emphasizes that it is the essence of the 36 islands of Fian. Most of the 36 islands are first-level or even second-level spiritual veins. Only the small island of Yaoai has a small third-level spiritual vein. In the early years, although this island was controlled by a family with 3 great cultivators in the late stage of foundation building, in fact, that third-level spiritual vein was shared by the entire Fian Islands. Any cultivator who has reached the great perfection of foundation building can, according to the agreement, go to the third-order spirit vein to try to form a pill and sprint to the golden pill stage. But this benefit has been in name only 100 years ago. Since Yan Nanshan, the Southern Heaven Master, occupied Yaoai Island, the cultivators who have reached the great perfection of foundation building on the 36 islands no longer have a quiet and safe place to form a pill. Form a pill? If you want to form a pill, where does that leave the Southern Heaven Master? That is why, over the years, even though the Fian Islands have the island linking formation method given by the Kanghae Righteous Alliance, which can defend against monsters and is a safe place for cultivation, there are still foundation building masters who go to other places from time to time and never return. There is no hope of promotion. Yan Nanshan, the nominal master of Fian, never cares about the thoughts of the people below. As long as the basic base does not move, he can continue to practice here. And his basic base is naturally the large population of the Fian Islands and the third-order spirit land of Yaoai Island. At this time, in a quiet room on the island, a skinny middle-aged man with a yellow face was sitting cross-legged in meditation, madly devouring the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. In the sea of Qi, a blue golden elixir was spinning, swallowing the initially refined spiritual energy in big mouthfuls. A strong breath was suppressed in the body, faintly rising. After 100 years of healing and practicing hard, Yan, will finally be promoted to the 4th level of the golden elixir and reach the middle stage. By then, unless the demon Luo clan sends a great cultivator in the late stage of the golden elixir, no one will be able to control me. I can finally leave this remote place, return to Liaoyan Island, and restore my Yan family. As his mind was flowing, the momentum accumulated in his body became stronger and stronger. The real realm was slowly rising as if it was a natural outcome. At this moment, a warning sign exploded from his heart. Yan Nanshan groaned, and the world pouring in from the outside world could not help but stagnate. The 10,000 souls formation is under attack. Could it be that the strong men of the demon Luo school have finally come to our door? Should we flee or fight? No, after years of accumulation, I must not give up all my previous efforts this time. The 10,000 souls formation can still hold out for a while, there is still plenty of time. With a quick turn of mind, the skinny yellow-faced man slapped his storage bag, and a pill flew out and was swallowed directly by him. The next moment, the golden pill in his body rotated faster, and the stagnant spiritual energy of the outside world surrounded him crazily, pouring into his body like a young swallow returning to its nest. Outside the small lake of Yaoai Island, a figure stood by the lake. Next to it stood a round gray cauldron, and bursts of flames poured out of the cauldron and spread towards the Tenli Ping Lake. As if stimulated, the dark fog covering the Tenli Ping Lake suddenly rolled up. Screams and howls resounded through the clouds. The aura was so strong that even the dark clouds in the night were dispersed, revealing a full moon. The bright moonlight was swaying down, trying to cover the earth, but it could not advance an inch under the fire and black fog. In the black fog, there were many ghosts, spewing ghost energy crazily to disperse the evil spirits that were pouring in. Luo Chen looked at this scene and felt relieved. Sure enough, the fiery miasma had a miraculous effect on the formation formed by the soul-refining banner. Although the fire evil was a dirty thing, it also inherited the meaning of masculine and cruel, and was the nemesis of the yin ghost. Next, he only needed to wait for the fiery miasma to be fully released and fill the 10 miles of Pinghu, and then he could let go and fight. However, it has come to this time, why hasn't Yan Nanshan shown up yet? Luo Chen frowned, not knowing why the other party didn't show up. But his hands did not slow down their actions at all. The magic power surged, and the fiery miasma was fully released. In the rich firelight, a grayish white appeared. That was the deadly evil spirit left behind after the withering and flourishing fire devoured a large amount of vitality. Its name was the withering and flourishing evil spirit. The last time it appeared was during the battle to defend Dangsha Mountain, which destroyed the colorful Dangsha formation that Min Longayu had painstakingly arranged. This evil spirit is the most corrosive. As Luo Chen took action, the sound of ghosts and wolves howling on Yaoai Island reached its peak, spreading thousands of miles. The surrounding islands, large and small, could all be heard clearly. The mortals and key refining cultivators on the island were all terrified. The foundation building cultivators on the islands quietly approached Yaoai Island in doubt. Just when they reached a range of 100 miles, 7 figures soared into the sky from below and stopped them. Everyone looked in the moonlight and saw a man in a white robe standing with a smile. Everyone, the distance for watching the battle ends here. It's the head of the Chang family from Black Swan Island. A cry came from the crowd. Then, a series of questioning voices were transmitted to Chang Dao. Master Chang, what happened earlier? Did Master Nanshan go insane? Or is there a powerful enemy? Chang Dao, what do you want to do? Are you going to rebel against Master Nanshan? One question after another or a rebuke came over him. Especially the latter. Cheng Dao's face turned cold. Yan Nanshan has committed atrocities and occupied the Fian Islands for 100 years. He has committed numerous crimes. Everyone, do you still have your heart set on this man? Such righteous words? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. An old and prudent person asked quietly, Fellow Taoist Chang, to be honest, did you invite a strong man from the demonic stream? Cheng Dao raised his eyebrows. It seems that fellow Taoist Su also knows that the demonic stream is chasing Yan Nanshan. The cultivator surnamed Su nodded. If we didn't know before, it would be fine, but the demonic stream has become famous in recent years, and has joined forces with major forces to snatch the territory of Lingdao and compete for the hegemony of the demonic domain with the Kanghe Righteous Alliance. How could we not know? But what does this have to do with Yan Nanshan, who is only in the Jinden period? Cheng Dao chuckled. Sure enough, there are many people in the Fian Islands who are dissatisfied with Yan Nanshan. There are also many people who secretly investigate the origins of Yan Nanshan and learn about the existence of his enemies. In this case, many things will be easy to handle. Then Qin Gaiang, Demon Lord, although he is not a strong man from the demonic stream, in terms of origin, he may be from the same lineage as the founder of the demonic stream. Demon Lord Qin Gaiang. Hearing this unfamiliar name, everyone was startled and looked confused. I haven't heard of it. But when they heard that he might be from the same lineage as the founder of the Moro school, they understood it. It is rumored that the founder of the Moro school was an elder of the Yuan Mo sect who was left in the Yuanying period. When the Yuan Mo sect was destroyed, he survived by chance. Later, after the demon clan occupied the North Pole Yamo heaven, he gathered the cultivators of the Yuan Mo sect's industry outside and founded the Moro school. If it is said that King Gaiang Demon Lord and he are from the same lineage, then he is also a descendant of the Yuan Mo sect. The two have a deep relationship, and now it is natural for them to help their fellow disciples and clean up Yan Nanshan. After hearing this news, even if they had wanted to help Yan Nanshan with his foundation building, they couldn't help but back off at this moment. At this moment, a blue light appeared in Cheng Dao's hand. The light slowly rose, and as he swiped his fingers left and right, a huge water mirror suddenly appeared in the void. He lifted his hands up. This is the water mirror technique left by that senior, which can help us observe the specific details of the battlefield. Everyone, let's admire the methods of the Demon Lord together. The area of the water mirror was still expanding, and in the blink of an eye, a light curtain of several feet in radius was formed. The picture in the light curtain was even more vivid, as if it was right in front of us. Such attainments caused a burst of exclamations. In the North Sea immortal cultivation world, most of the cultivators practiced water-based techniques. But there are very few who can perform the most basic water mirror technique to this extent. That senior must be a water expert. For a while, everyone was excited, staring with wide eyes ready to watch this battle carefully. After all, this is a battle in the Jinden realm. How can you watch it in such detail at ordinary times? As long as you can understand some of the fur from it, whether it is cultivation or fighting, you will benefit a lot. Cheng Dao disdained their shock. Or rather, he had been shocked at the beginning, and what he disdained at this moment was actually their short-sightedness. The Demon Lord King Gaiang let them watch this battle in the Jinden realm for free, but it was not free. After seeing the methods of the Demon Lord, his Chang family can use the power of the Demon Lord to unify the big and small forces of the Fian Islands. All the gifts have been secretly marked with a price. The Chang family has paid everything, and then they can take more back by pretending to be powerful. Suddenly, the cultivator surnamed Su exclaimed, "Isn't that soul breath from fellow Taoist Peng Yu?" As soon as these words came out, Cheng Dao's heart trembled, and he quickly turned back to look at the water mirror. In the mirror, dozens of figures jumped out of the black fog that was shattered by the infinite flames. The leader was an old man with white hair and a childlike face. Even if he turned into a ghost, he did not hide his grace at all. On the contrary, under the blessing of the endless black fog, he was even more majestic. Peng Yu, the supreme elder of the first family of the Fian Islands 100 years ago. He once attacked the Jinden stage, and although he failed, he was lucky enough to condense a fake pill. This person is very powerful, proficient in water magic, and known as the Boundless Sea. However, when Yan Nanshan entered the Fian Islands 100 years ago, he died. No one expected that he would appear in this posture. This was refined into the soul-refining flag by Yan Nanshan alive. He was extremely honorable during his lifetime, but he still couldn't be free after his death. It's a pity for Brother Peng. Listening to the lamentations of others, Cheng Dao's throat was a little dry. Peng Yu was much stronger than him and could be regarded as his predecessor. He even reached the false pill realm during his lifetime. But he ended up like this. What if this King Gaiang Demon Lord also imitated Yan Nanshan at that time? For a moment, he actually felt a little regretful in his heart. Others didn't know about his deal with Luo Chen, and their eyes were fixed on the water mirror. After Peng Yu's resentful soul appeared, dozens of other figures also appeared one after another. And the monks present, After slightly identifying a few familiar figures, even let out bursts of exclamations. The 3 great cultivators of the Peng family were all among them. There were also 9 ordinary foundation-building cultivators of the Peng family. This was the entire Peng family, all of whom were refined into the soul flag. Then, several people were identified one after another among the ghosts. Those people were all cultivators from several major families that were destroyed on the Fian Islands, and they had had interactions with them before. For a moment, everyone felt grief for the loss of the rabbit. Master Nanshan is too cruel. Even if these people disobey him, killing is not enough. Why should he be so cruel? Yes, he didn't even let go of the broken souls, so that several Taoists could not reincarnate and cultivate again. The world is going downhill, and morality has fallen. When the Yuanmo sect was still there, even if the powerful demons were rampant, they at least restrained themselves. Now that the Yuanmo sect is gone, the demons are unrestrained. Even if there is the Kanghe Zhengdao League going against a current and rebuilding order, these demons below have no scruples in their actions and directly use human souls to refine banners. 1, 2, hiss, 8 souls of late-stage foundation-building masters. This Yan Nanshan is too cruel. I don't even know the others. As the fiery miasma in the picture erupted vigorously and swept away the black fog, the true appearance of the 10,000 souls array gradually revealed itself in front of everyone. The more they looked, the more surprised they were. The 8 late-stage foundation-building masters split their souls, as if they didn't want money, which was enough to horrify people. The remaining souls of the foundation-building period also numbered more than 40. The remaining souls of the key refining period were not so difficult to deal with, as most of them were sea monster souls. However, the terrifying number was so dense and numerous that it was almost impossible to count them. At least the number of souls was already over 10,000. The cultivator surnamed Su took a deep breath. I have only heard of the rumored 10,000 souls banner, which can accommodate so many souls. Moreover, there are too many foundation-building cultivators. If a giant and main soul is added, then even among the many famous 10,000 souls banners, this banner is definitely a masterpiece. Friend Su is indeed very knowledgeable. There is really a giant and main soul in Yan Nanshan's 10,000 souls banner. Although Chang Dao's mouth was bitter, he still maintained an expression that everything was expected. After he said this, everyone present couldn't help but exclaimed. That Yan Nanshan, what a murderous intent. He actually refined a 10,000 souls banner with a giant and main soul, and the quality was so high. However, in this case, can the so-called Kingyang demon lord really be sure to defeat the other party? Lakeside. Under the bright moonlight, the young man's brows were almost wrinkled into a river shape. Under his command, the fiery miasma rushed straight in, and the so-called 10,000 souls formation, without anyone to preside over it, could hardly be stopped. Especially where the withered and flourishing true evil passed, a large number of low-level sea monster souls were directly shattered. Even the souls of the foundation establishment stage could not be stopped at all and were swept away and collapsed. Even if it can be reorganized, it is obvious that the fierceness is far less than before. In the depths of the formation, the roar became more and more violent. It seems that the giant and stage soul sitting in the center can no longer bear it. The Ghost King exists, and with my current strength, I am not afraid at all. But why has Yan Nanshan not shown up at this point? Luo Chen pinched a spiritual formula, and his eyes suddenly burst into spiritual light. A pair of spiritual eyes, as if they could peek into the underworld, passed through the endless black fog and reached the Yaoyu island in the center of the lake. Instantly, a breath of steaming air rose straight up, vaguely with the intention of breaking free from the shackles. Luo Chen's face changed slightly. How dare you break through in the battle? Do you really think that I am a decoration? Before he finished speaking, he jumped up and went straight into the night sky. The bright moon reflected on his back, and the spiritual light blessed his eyes. Take a breath. Raise your hand. A palm that turned the sky upside down, and it pressed down with a bang. On one side of the formation, a black light rushed into the sky, trying to block this palm. Luo Chen glared at it. Get out of here. Mirror Flower Water Moon suddenly launched, and the black light suddenly looked blank, and his body stagnated, and the majestic palm print had already pressed down like the scorching sun. It was the Kingyang great handprint. If he didn't make a move, it would be fine. But once he made a move, it would be his strongest move without reservation. With one palm, the 10-mile Pinghu Lake exploded. The small island in the center of the lake, which had been immersed in spiritual energy for 800 years, was sunk thousands of feet underground. A momentum like a surging wave rose up from deep underground. Boundless murderous intent, accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar, rushed straight to Luo Chen. "Despicable villain, I will kill you." Two blue dragons, surrounding a skinny figure, circled out in the sky full of water droplets that exploded. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen smiled grimly, stretched out his hand, and the Zuanhao sword fell into his hand. Just in time. Chapter 532, Destroy Nanshan, Capture Fian, and make all the cultivators surrender. The black fire sword was in hand, and with a sentence "it's just in time," the tip of the sword was tilted upward. A stream of light appeared, and then suddenly expanded, turning into a scorching sun, and at the last moment, it covered his head. The scorching sun technique. After the scorching sun hit, Luo Chen didn't even look at the effect. He raised his left hand, bent his 5 fingers and kept pinching the formula, and pointed and outlined the long sword in his right hand in the void, and muttered something in his mouth, with a mysterious sound. When the scorching sun technique exploded, a disheveled figure finally came into Luo Chen's sight. 2 blue water dragons that had shrunk by 30% of their size broke away from him on the left and right, and rushed towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen didn't care about the 2 water dragons. 2 black lights flew out of his body, also rushing towards the 2 on the left and right. As for him, the black fire sword slowly pressed down. Landslide. In the void, an illusory mountain of mana slowly pressed down. In his eyes, the skinny yellow-faced man had blood on his mouth and his robes were torn. He stared at Luo Chen with fierce eyes, holding a long black banner and waving it upwards. The 10,000 souls formation rises. The infinite black fog that was defeated before suddenly let out thousands of screams, rising from the ground and rushing towards the illusory mountain of magic power. In an instant, the infinite black fog turned into a long black dragon, roaring ferociously. In an instant, the black dragon and the volcano collided in an instant. The mountain was deadlocked for a moment, and then suddenly collapsed. Yan Nanshan laughed grimly. "You dare to show off your tricks." In the midst of the sneer, the long banner waved more wildly, and the black dragon condensed by the black fog roared to the sky, wanting to sweep away all the mountains in one fell swoop. In response, Luo Chen sneered. "A person with shallow knowledge. The landslide technique is to cause a landslide. Only in this way can it show its power." The next moment, from the collapsed mountain of mana, flowing streams of fire emerged, like waves, like magma, rolling down, completely covering the black dragon and Yan Nanshan. Not only that, the fiery miasma that had previously mixed into the 10,000 souls formation, all the evil spirits burst out at this time, and the filthy evil spirits spread, destroying the composition of the black dragon. Especially where a ray of gray-white light passed, the dragon body composed of black fog disintegrated inch by inch. Yan Nanshan finally realized that something was wrong. But in this formation, it was already difficult to get off the tiger, and the only way was to use all his strength to drive the 10,000 souls banner to withstand this wave. Luo Chen multitasked and glanced at both sides. After several collisions, the 2 black lights and the blue water dragon had already decided the winner. The air-breaking nail and the soul-breaking nail were each nailed into the dragon's head, making a clanging sound inside. This should be the dividing water thorn, one of Yan Nanshan's 3 treasures. It really has the power to divide water and turn it into a dragon. After taking a look, Luo Chen stopped paying attention to the 2 black nails fighting evenly. His left hand suddenly stopped at his chest and stopped pinching his fingers. On the Zuanhao sword in his right hand, the streams of light began to tremble. Every tremor represented a huge amount of magic power gushing out of Luo Chen's body. With such a huge amount of magic power piling up, Luo Chen could even vaguely hear the sound of wailing coming from the sword of this inferior magic flying sword with a poor texture. 9 Yang is already the ultimate. If there are more, this sword will not be able to withstand my domineering magic power. Luo Chen sighed in his heart, and then the tip of the sword pointed in the night sky. Every time it pointed out, a glimmer of light appeared. Every time it pointed out, it was a different direction. Soon, Luo Chen stopped the Zuanhao sword, and the wailing in the sword finally stopped. At the same time, the battle below was just over. At some point, Yan Nanshan had been pushed to the lowest point. His feet were stepping on the water, his hair and beard were bent and charred, as if they had been burned. The robes on his body were extremely tattered, revealing most of his bare chest. The scars on it showed how many life and death battles he had experienced in his life. His hands were shaking. The long banner in his hand was no longer dark, and the black mist covering it had faded a lot. He looked at Luo Chen in doubt. What kind of magic is that? This magic is a landslide, but only the second level. Facing his question, Luo Chen answered slowly, as if everything was under control. Yan Nanshan's eyes widened. How can a mere second-level spell break the 10,000 souls formation of my 10,000 souls banner? Luo Chen smiled slightly. Spells have different grades, but the power has always depended on the ability of the caster. Just like your 10,000 souls banner, if it is in the hands of a strong man from the Yuanmo sect's soul-refining sect, it should be able to exert a force several times stronger than yours. Such a simple truth, don't you understand it? Yan Nanshan's expression froze. It must be said that what Luo Chen said was indeed true. But along the way, he had almost no time and space to practice spells quietly. He finally got 100 years of breathing space, and then he focused on improving his realm. He couldn't even devote too much energy to the sacrifice of his treasures. He understood the truth, but it was in vain. He pursed his lips. The last question, what is your name? He didn't ask about the purpose, the origin, or the hatred. He just wanted to know what Luo Chen's name was. After asking this topic, he didn't wait for the answer. The long banner in his hand rolled up, wrapping himself up layer by layer, and then he opened his mouth and spit out a blue little sword. The little sword spewed out light, covering him together, and then suddenly rushed towards Luo Chen. Facing this scene, Luo Chen still had a faint smile on his face. How could he not see that the other party was just recovering his breath and combing his meridians in his body in order to mobilize more mana in the golden elixir? But he still accompanied the other party and talked about such a play. Because he was also waiting. This seat King Gang, fellow Taoist, have a good trip on the road to the underworld. With a light whistle, Luo Chen exhaled a long white breath. The next moment, 9 faint lights suddenly burst out in the night sky, turning into huge fireballs, like the scorching sun. In an instant, 9 suns crossed the sky and wrapped the blue light together. Explode. Boom. It was clearly the outbreak of the 9-style fiery sun technique, but at this moment, there was only one sound between heaven and earth. In the past, Luo Chen could also instantly cast the fiery sun technique at will, and could even cast 8 or 9 fiery sun techniques in a row. But most of the detonations of this technique were done one by one in sequence. This time, however, it was 9 suns that exploded in the sky. The power of the moment, when it exploded, was even greater than many third-level spells. The 10-mile Pinghu Lake was no longer covered by black fog, but this time, it was no longer the bright white moonlight that was reflected, but the red sun. The terrifying fluctuations of mana first shrank inward, and then suddenly expanded outward. The huge air waves, like a tsunami, pushed in all directions layer by layer, and the coverage area continued to expand. 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. Looking at its posture, it seemed that it would affect thousands of miles. The cultivators of the Fian Islands who were originally watching the battle were shocked when they saw this scene, and many of them screamed and retreated frantically. They were afraid that they would be affected by the aftermath of the battle. Cheng Dao, who was responsible for maintaining the water mirror technique, changed his face greatly, not knowing whether to retreat or stay where he was. Cheng Haixin, Cheng Haicheng and others who had already fled to the back looked at Cheng Dao, who was hesitant, and shouted, "Brother, retreat quickly." Hearing this voice, Cheng Dao, who was originally hesitant, gritted his teeth and made up his mind. In this battle, Luo Chen gave him such a task. How could he retreat just by saying so? He kept pinching his hands, and a series of light shields blocked the front. But in just a few breaths, the terrifying air wave had already swept around him. However, just when it was about to hit Cheng Dao, the air wave stopped. Only a series of strong winds blew the man's long hair tied behind his back. Cheng Dao's face turned pale, and he raised his head with difficulty to look at the water mirror above his head. On it, ripples were rippling. But the picture in it was still vivid. In this regard, he was only shocked by the strong magic control of the Qinggang Demon Lord. Whether it was the explosion range of the fire spell or the solid water mirror technique left behind, they had undoubtedly reached the peak level of their respective spells. Huh? He let out a long sigh and looked back at the frightened monks. Everyone, this distance is the best distance chosen by Qinggang Demon Lord to watch the battle. If you don't believe me, do you not believe in Lord Demon Lord? Everyone looked at each other, speechless for a moment. At this moment, a crisp cry came from the crowd. Danger! In the water mirror, under the explosion of the 9 suns that seemed to be able to destroy everything, a blue light stood out and rushed straight to Luo Chen. Above the 10 miles Ping Lake, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. The Zuanhou sword was transferred to his left hand behind his back, and his right hand suddenly stretched out, and his fingers were like swords in the gap that could not be separated from the hair, and clamped the tip of the sword out of thin air. Ling. It's a good life magic flying sword, but unfortunately, it's already the last of its strength. While muttering to himself, the blue flying sword broke into pieces, and fell into the mud at the bottom of the lake. And Luo Chen's eyes were already cast in another direction. Under the night, a long banner with dim spiritual light, wrapped in a golden elixir, flared madly in one direction. Under the explosion of the 9 suns, even though Yan Nanshan had extraordinary means and relied on the 10,000 souls banner to protect himself, he could not withstand the terrifying explosive force. His body had been completely destroyed. Only one golden elixir was lingering and trying to escape. With the demonic style of the North Sea's Yuxin world, even if there was only one golden elixir left, there were many ways to make a comeback. However, how could Luo Chen do such a thing? His body shook suddenly, and a pair of wings suddenly emerged from his back. The wings trembled, and after a few flashes, they were already several miles away, right in front of the soul-refining banner. Luo Chen's big hand suddenly grabbed. In the 10,000 souls banner, a ghost king roared and rushed out, trying to block this grab. However, Luo Chen ignored it and his big hand suddenly turned into a claw, which was the Cloud Exploration Claw. On the giant claw, there was endless green flame, which penetrated the Ghost King's soul and grabbed the golden elixir in the banner. Dao, spare me. Crack. The blue golden elixir was instantly shattered. The rich mana was released in all directions. The broken soul fell into the 10,000 souls banner, and was bitten and devoured by the remaining resentful ghosts. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, grabbed the 10,000 souls banner, and probed into it with his spiritual consciousness. The host dies, and the ghosts will bite back. Okay. After saying okay, Luo Chen grabbed the 10,000 souls banner and flew back to the original Yaoyu Island in Shili Pinghu. He stretched out his hand and waved, and suddenly 2 streams of light flew out from the lake. Looking closely, it was the 2 black nails that broke the soul and broke the spirit, and the pair of water-dividing spikes that were rolled up by the mana attached to the black nails. Putting away the black nails first, Luo Chen grabbed the pair of water-dividing spikes. At this moment, the battle finally ended. But time had passed in less than a cup of tea. Luo Chen quietly floated above the lake, as if waiting for something. After a while, the spiritual power around him fluctuated greatly, and figures fell in all directions. The leader was Cheng Dao. He first took a look at the original Yaoyu Island. The island was no longer there, and it was sunken thousands of feet into the lake. And the 10-mile flat lake no longer had a clear lake surface to reflect, revealing a bumpy lake bottom with a large area of dead spiritual fish and spiritual plants. In the sky, there were raindrops falling. Looking at the devastation, Cheng Dao's heart trembled. The battle between the giant and cultivators was almost as powerful as the sea and the lake, and the rivers and streams. In particular, this battle was under the control of that person from beginning to end, and the scope of the battle was not expanded. If they really fought regardless of the consequences, I am afraid that the 36 islands of Fian would not be enough for them to toss. After swallowing his saliva, Cheng Dao bent down deeply. Cheng Dao from Black Swan Island leads all the cultivators from the 36 Fian Islands to meet the demon lord Qin Gaiang. As he bowed, the remaining 6 foundation building cultivators from the Cheng family also bowed in greeting. The demon lord is mighty. Luo Chen's expression remained unchanged, and his seemingly peaceful gaze slowly swept over the other foundation building cultivators. By this moment, all the foundation building cultivators from the Fian Islands had already arrived one after another, about 100 people. Under his sweeping gaze, everyone who looked at him could not bear the pressure and subconsciously lowered their heads. All of them watched this battle through the water mirror. They saw how Luo Chen suppressed the Southern Sky Master from beginning to end in a short period of time, and the opponent did not even have time to escape a trace of his remaining soul. Such a fierce power is even worse than that of the Southern Sky back then. I don't know who shouted the Demon Lord is mighty. Then, there was a chain reaction. The Demon Lord is mighty. The Demon Lord is mighty. The Demon Lord is mighty. The voices of just 100 people, When they joined together at this moment, were like the sound of a huge bell, resounding through the clouds. Luo Chen's mouth curled up slowly. "Everyone, I'll see you here again in a month. I hope all of you will not be absent." The clear and resonant voice spread all over the land and reflected in everyone's heart. Everyone who heard it trembled in their hearts. When they raised their heads, Luo Chen's figure was no longer in the night sky. In front of Cheng Dao, a jade slip emitting red light was suspended. Cheng Dao took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and held the jade slip, and a message came out. "This is a formation to gather spirits and strengthen the meridians." He looked at the devastated and dilapidated Jiao Island and understood what Luo Chen meant. 1 month to clean up the mess and gather the scattered third-level spiritual veins here. Friend Su, Brother Wang, Elder Fu, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you three with this. As for everyone, those who have money will contribute money, and those who have strength will contribute strength. Everyone looked at each other. How could the third-level spiritual veins here, which were originally of low quality, withstand a war? Of course, they have been scattered. If they want to rebuild and gather the spiritual veins, the price to pay will be extremely huge. Especially, time is so tight. Everyone is naturally reluctant. But when they think of the demon power of King Gang, who dares to slack off? Especially before the other party left, he said, "See you here in a month, everyone should not be absent." Seeing that no one spoke, Cheng Dao took a step forward and shouted, "Do you dare to disobey?" After shouting, it was as if the demon lord King Gang was present, and everyone trembled. The cultivator surnamed Su, who had talked to Cheng Dao before, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Of course I don't dare." After he spoke, Brother Wang and Old Fu, who were named by Cheng Dao before, could only sigh and accept this task. The three of them are the most powerful array masters in the 36 islands of Fian. The method of forming an array to connect islands passed down by the Kanghe League is usually maintained by them. When these three people succumbed to the power of the demon lord King Gang, the others no longer had the mind to resist and expressed their willingness to help. Seeing this scene, Cheng Dao's tense face relaxed. The corners of his mouth rose, and finally he couldn't help but showed a bright and wanton smile. This time, he won the bet. From then on, as long as the demon lord King Gang was in the Fian Islands for 1 day, his Chang family would be the first immortal cultivation family in the islands. There is nothing better than this. As long as he succeeds in forming a pill, his Chang family can still prosper in the future even after the demon lord King Gang leaves. Feeling the remaining breath of Yan Nanshan here, he laughed more and more wildly. The sea is immeasurable. How could Cheng Dao live his whole life as a subordinate to others? Yan Nanshan could not suppress him, and the demon lord King Gang was just a transition. One day, Cheng Dao would become the true lord of Fian. That day is not far away. P.S. There is still 1 day left. Please give me some double monthly tickets, and everyone can give them as you see fit. I have been unable to update recently, which is really shameless. I have opened a new map, and I am a person without any outline. It is really a bit torture to write recently, and I hope everyone will forgive me. I can only say that I will try my best to keep updating. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533, King Gang Dan Dian. On the cliff overlooking the sea. The night was dark and the sea breeze was gentle. Amid the roar of the waves, there was a different sense of silence. Luo Chen turned his wrist, and the black long banner was immediately inserted in the center of the cave. His spiritual consciousness probed into it, and the fighting continued. Hundreds of powerful resentful souls surrounded Yan Nanshan's residual soul, constantly pulling and gnawing. Especially the residual soul of the Ghost King in the Jiandan realm, swallowed it with a big mouthful, and the originally dim spiritual light began to recover again. Apart from this, there was nothing else. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen showed a thoughtful look. Although immortal cultivators use external resources to speed up their cultivation, they are essentially the same as the ancient key cultivators, following the path of refining essence into key, and refining key into spirit. The foundation building spiritual consciousness is released, and the golden elixir is transformed from spirit into spirit, but in the end, the essence of the soul has not changed. Without the body as a treasure raft for crossing the world, the soul of the Jiandan cultivator is like a child without clothes, which can be destroyed by wind, frost, rain and snow, not to mention the attacks of resentful souls and evil spirits who have fallen into the ghost path. This situation may only improve slightly when it reaches the nascent soul stage, and the soul can control the nascent soul to form a second treasure raft. But even so, it cannot be regarded as a qualitative change. The real qualitative change should be the realm of transformation of spirit, when the nascent soul and the soul are integrated into one to form the primordial spirit. Luo Chen didn't know if his guess was right. But he made this guess based on the records of previous classics, exchanges with fellow practitioners, and the current situation where Yan Nanshan's residual soul had no power to resist. As his thoughts wandered, he thought about how to preserve his remaining soul to the greatest extent if he were to end up like this. The answer was none. In other words, there was only one answer, which was to continue strengthening his soul. Unfortunately, Zongmiao Pill no longer has any effect on me. The soul-refining effect of the microdust Yuanshu is also minimal. Luo Chen himself had judged that after being promoted to the third level of Jinden, his current soul strength still did not exceed the level of ordinary Jinden late-stage cultivators. It was about the same as the fifth level of Jinden, or even the slightly weaker sixth level cultivators. He thought of the top fire-based technique, the Cheyenne Huang Nirvana Sutra. There was no record of any soul-refining method on it. But he felt that this kind of divine technique that was rumored to be able to reach the Mahayana stage directly should not have this defect. So, if there really is such a secret method, it should be in the Yuaning chapter or even the Huashan chapter. Pursing his lips, Luo Chen dispelled those delusions. He had no intention of returning to Kangwu Mountain, so he naturally had no chance to obtain subsequent techniques of a higher level. After thinking for a while, Luo Chen squeezed out a drop of blood and dropped it on the 10,000 souls banner. Mana surged out, and his consciousness surrounded him. Luo Chen sat cross-legged and performed the ritual. This is a very good magic weapon, especially since it is not on the 5 elements system. He can use it without any obstacles. In particular, its foundation is very good. Even though the tens of thousands of low-level souls in it were consumed in the previous battle, the core hundreds of resentful souls, the 8 souls, and the main soul of the golden elixir are still preserved. As long as you spend some effort to replenish the low-level souls in the future, this treasure will still be powerful. It can even be said that it has very good growth potential. What is on the 10,000 souls banner? 100,000 fierce souls, right? Time passed by little. When it was dawn, Luo Chen stopped his actions with a tired look. He stretched out his hand, and the black long banner inserted in the ground fell into his hand. A touch of connection, which was there and not there, went straight from the long banner to the depths of his soul. Although I can't use it directly yet, as long as I keep refining it, it won't take several months for me to use this treasure. By then, Yan Nanshan's soul inside it will be divided up completely. Luo Chen smiled with satisfaction and put the soul-refining banner into his stored ring. Then, there was another object in his hand. It was 2 weapons that looked like short spears, but were longer and narrower, with sharp tips and a pool of blue light flowing all over. Water-splitting thorn. A low-grade magic weapon. It contained the killing move of splitting water and transforming into a dragon. This was also one of the few spoils of war that Yan Nanshan left for Luo Chen in the previous battle. The power of fire magic was too violent. Under extreme confrontation, even Yan Nanshan's body could not be preserved, let alone his storage bag. The 10,000 souls banner and the water-splitting thorn were all he had. The quality is good, almost as good as the Cheyenne purple gold wheel I used to use. What a pity, I can't use it. Shaking his head regretfully, Luo Chen put away the water-dividing thorn. Now that he majored in the fire element, his magic power has indeed become more refined and domineering, but the shortcomings are also obvious. He can't use the other 4 high-quality magic weapons flexibly. Even if he forcibly sacrifices and drives it, the power it exerts in battle is only 50% to 60% of the original, and it will cause great damage to the treasure itself. There is gain and loss. Luo Chen has already made mental preparations. After all, he even gave up the Cheyenne purple gold wheel that he had spent a lot of effort on before, let alone the water-dividing thorn that he just got. Then, Luo Chen stretched out his hand and pushed, and a round gray little tripod flew out from his palm, from small to large, and landed in front of Luo Chen. Looking at this little tripod, Luo Chen fell into an unspeakable silence. This is his lifelong magic weapon that he has been pursuing hard and spent countless efforts to create. But now, among all his treasures, The Hununding is in the most embarrassing situation. He is not a master of refining, and he is not sure whether the means left by Tianyizi are still there. For this reason, after leaving Kangwu Mountain, he dared not swallow this treasure into the sea of qi to nourish and refine it day and night, and could only put it in the stored ring. It is precisely because of this that the quenching process of this thing has been stuck there. Not to mention its ugly appearance, the terrifying impurities contained in it cannot be refined, which hinders the promotion of the grade of this treasure. But even so, the power of the Hununding still makes Luo Chen admire it. Whether it is imprisoning Hanzan's soul, concentrating and capturing the blue-ringed giant-toothed sea snake, or nourishing the fiery miasma, it reflects the power of this masterpiece of Tianyizi. It can be imagined that if its impurities are really completely removed, how great its potential will be. It can even be said that after that, if it continues to integrate 1,000-year-old thunder and various mineral materials, how much will its grade grow? Top-grade magic weapon? No, this is far from the end of the Hununding. True artifact. Spiritual treasure. After a long silence, Luo Chen's mind was torn between heaven and man, and finally he clenched his fists fiercely. Whatever he does, Tianyizi is dead. Even if there is a backup plan, no one else can activate this treasure. Is it my character to be so cautious? With a thought, Luo Chen opened his mouth and sucked. Suddenly, the round little tripod shrank rapidly, and finally turned into a stream of light and flew into Luo Chen's mouth, and finally stayed in the sea of qi. The pure magic power lingering from all directions surged up, and the original true fire lingered and burned, quenching the impurities. In the end, Luo Chen still couldn't bear to part with his life magic weapon. Not to mention how much energy he spent on this treasure. Just for the alchemy project that was about to begin, he had to master this treasure. The true flame pill was not a broken Shangshu cauldron, which could support long-term and high-frequency refining. After checking the spoils, Luo Chen left the cave and strolled on the sea-viewing cliff. Looking at the endless sea and the slowly rising sun, his tired mind seemed to be relieved. Yan Nanshan was dead. After watching him display his divine power, the cultivators of the Fian Islands had no strange thoughts in the short term and could be used by him. In this way, Luo Chen finally had a temporary habitat and could continue to practice. What he had to do later was actually simple. It was nothing more than organizing manpower, collecting resources, refining elixirs, and practicing hard behind closed doors. Looking at the petrels circling on the sea, Luo Chen felt happy. If you think about it, Yan Nanshan is the first enemy I have fought a serious life and death battle with after I formed the golden elixir. He is not weak, he is at the 4th level of the golden elixir. It's a pity that he was hit by my Qingyang handprint right after he broke through, and the subsequent battle situation is completely under my control. I guess he feels very wronged. He has no hatred or resentment against him. He just took a fancy to his spiritual land and suffered this unprovoked disaster. If you think about it seriously, his methods are still very good and extremely comprehensive. He can even control 2 magic weapons at the same time. His biggest mistake is that he shouldn't force a breakthrough. On the cliff, the young man paced in small steps, summarizing the gains and losses of the previous battle. The salty sea breeze slapped him, and when it rolled up his black hair, it seemed to sweep away the impetuous aura on his body. 1 month later. The center of the 36 islands. The Tenli Pinghu was turbulent again, and the Yaoyu island emerged from the ground, and the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to spew out again. Figures wandered in between, preparing for today's grand ceremony. There was no mortal present, and at the very least they were cultivators in the key refining stage. From time to time, some people cast their eyes towards the small island in the middle of the lake, with fear on their faces. In just 1 month, the name of the demon lord Qingyang has spread among hundreds of thousands of mortal cultivators in the 36 islands. Everyone knows that the sky of the Fian Islands has changed. It is no longer the southern sky, but the blue sky. No one knows what the future will be like. But now, there are already some clues. Just to gather spirits and consolidate the veins and rebuild the 3rd level spiritual land, it has consumed a lot of financial resources from dozens of families in the 36 islands. A while ago, 49 foundation building cultivators, led by the 3 great formation masters of Fian, forcibly pulled the Yaoyu island out from the depths of the ground. The movement was no less than the movement when Luo Chen knocked the Yaoyu island down. It is conceivable that the demon lord Qingyang may ask them to do something in the future. The buzzing sound of discussion continued to sound as the crowd moved, But as time approached noon, the discussion gradually faded, and all the cultivators below the foundation building stage also retreated. Suddenly, a ball of red cloud came from afar and stopped over Yaoyu Island. Above the red cloud, a tall man dressed in a black Taoist robe, with black hair tied neatly by a jade hairpin. Although his face was young, his eyes were like a cold abyss, a vast ocean, and a bottomless depth. Seeing the newcomer, all the foundation building cultivators on the lakeside bowed and saluted. Meet the demon lord Qin Gaiang. Although there were hundreds of voices, when they merged together, they also had the momentum of a mountain roaring in a tsunami. Luo Chen's eyes looked down at the cultivators on the lakeside and slowly scanned them. Finally, he stopped on Yaoyu Island. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Not bad, I am very satisfied. And you are not missing a single person, and even have a few more people, I am even more satisfied. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Luo Chen waved his sleeves and said loudly, I won't say anything else. You will understand my style in the future. Today, I will only talk about 3 things. First, the Chang family of Black Swan Island will be my agent in Fian Islands from now on. All worldly affairs will be handled by them. When the cultivators heard this, even though they were mentally prepared, they still felt a little disappointed. The Chang family really ascended to heaven in one step, and got a strong thigh. From now on, they are second to none and above 10,000 people. The 7 foundation builders of the Cheng family in the front of the crowd all looked complacent at this moment. Suddenly, a spiritual light flew out from Luo Chen's sleeves and floated in front of the 7 cultivators of the Cheng family. Magical weapon. Unlike the proliferation of low-level magic weapons in the Jading domain, magic weapons are still very rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Except for the big sects and the old immortal cultivation families, ordinary small forces have almost no powerful magic weapons to show off. According to Luo Chen's previous observation, most of the foundation building cultivators here use high-quality and top-quality magic tools. The Chang family, which is a bit more powerful, only has an additional soul flag with growth attributes. Seeing the magic light, Cheng Dao's heart moved, and he wanted to step forward to receive the light, but unexpectedly, the light automatically fell into the hands of the woman next to him. This is my token, held by Cheng Haixin. Seeing her is like seeing me. Cheng Haixin looked at the pair of water-dividing thorns in her hand. Her expression was dazed. Especially when she saw the gloomy look that flashed across her eldest brother's face, her heart trembled. Master Demon, I. The rest of the words stopped abruptly, and under Luo Chen's deep gaze, she swallowed the words of refusal. In front of the master, there is no way to refuse. The second thing. Luo Chen looked at everyone coldly, his tone was slightly cold. I will be practicing in seclusion next. I need to refine a large amount of 3rd level elixir. The herbs needed for this elixir will be found by you. From now on, you don't have to pay tribute to me. You just need to collect herbs for me. I have given the list of herbs to the Cheng family. They will assign tasks. You just need to collect them after receiving the tasks. Everyone's expression changed slightly. No need to pay tribute to Yan Nanshan every year like before, just collect herbs? This seems to be better. The elixir resources used by giant and cultivators in a year of practice will not be too much. The combined efforts of their 36 islands should not cost much. Cheng Dao sneered at this scene. If they knew the number of herbs on the list, they would probably not be so optimistic. The number of herbs needed by King Gaiang Demon Lord, if converted into spirit stones, is still higher than the annual tribute Yan Nanshan asked for before. I don't know if these people will make trouble after he sends out the tasks and find out the gains and losses. How should King Gaiang Demon Lord calm their dissatisfaction? The next moment, Luo Chen's words rang out again. And this time, everyone's face showed a fanatical look. Luo Chen flipped his wrist, and a stone tablet floated beside him. On the stone tablet, the handwriting was like a dragon and snake, as if it was engraved with a magical skill, but it was covered by the spiritual light, and everyone could not see the true appearance. Only 4 words were reflected in everyone's mind. King Gaiang Dan Dian. I learned about the history of Fian Islands before. In the past 100 years, there has not been a golden elixir cultivator. Even in the past 800 years, only 2 golden elixir cultivators have emerged. Such a ridiculous success rate of forming a golden elixir. Is it because you are not talented enough? Or is your character too bad? I don't think so. You have gathered spiritual veins for me before, and you will run around for me in the future. You can be said to have worked hard and made great contributions. Therefore, this seat passed down this Chinese method of forming a golden elixir secret technique. Each family can exchange it with their contributions to me. And this is the third thing. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and the spiritual light bloomed on his hand. Layer after layer of obscure prohibitions were placed on the stone tablet, and the hazy spiritual light on it instantly shot straight into the sky, and finally disappeared into nothingness. The handwriting on it also completely dissipated. But everyone knew that it was not that the handwriting had dissipated, but that it was temporarily hidden under the great means of King Gang Demon Lord, a giant and cultivator. In the future, if you want to exchange it, you have to come up with enough contribution merits. And how do you get those merits? If nothing unexpected happens, it depends on how many precious medicinal materials each family can collect for King Gang Demon Lord. Luo Chen clapped his hands, and the stone tablets suddenly fell and stuck on Yao Island. After doing all this, Luo Chen smiled slightly. Everyone, the road is difficult, you and I will encourage each other. After the words fell, the figure gradually dissipated. And on Yao Island, layers of white clouds and mist suddenly appeared, completely covering it. By the lakeside, hundreds of foundation building true cultivators, you look at me, I look at you, with fanatical obsession in your eyes. King Gang Dan Dian, the secret method of medium grade Dan. From now on, Fian and his group of practitioners will have hope of achieving the golden elixir path. Chapter 534 Blood Food. Time flies. Half a year later. Yao Island, surrounded by more than 30 islands of different sizes, welcomed a ray of light. After circling in the sky for a while, the light followed the guidance of the token and landed on Yao Island. When landing, the tall figure couldn't help but glance at the stone tablet standing on the island, with a hint of desire in her eyes. But she knew that this was not something she could covet, so she restrained her desire and stepped into the depths of the white mist. As she stepped, the vast white mist around her automatically dispersed as if it had a spirit, leaving a 1-meter wide path for her. After a while, Cheng Haixin came to a gorgeous palace, with carved beams and painted buildings, flying eaves and brackets, which can be called exquisite. But upon closer inspection, this palace still has many rough places. There is no way. The time given by Luo Chen before was too tight. It was only 1 month. Even if the cultivators of Fian Islands wanted to please him, they couldn't play tricks. For this palace, most of the materials were directly taken from the ready-made materials on other islands. Fortunately, Demon Lord King Gang is generous and doesn't care about these. She muttered in her heart, holding the hem of her skirt, and stepped into the palace. As if knowing her arrival, a figure appeared in Cheng Haixin's eyes before long. Cheng Haixin handed over 2 storage bags respectfully. Master, this is the first batch of true flame pale medicinal materials collected for you by various families. According to your standards, there are a total of 78 portions. Luo Chen glanced at the other storage bag in her hand, and then took the storage bag containing the medicinal materials. His spiritual sense probed into it, and after a while of hesitation, his face showed displeasure. In half a year, you only bought 78 copies. You are not attentive enough. The woman's heart trembled, and she quickly explained, I hope you will forgive me. Most of the materials you need are fire-attributed medicinal materials, which cannot be met by the output of nearby islands. It was all thanks to my eldest brother who united various families, formed a caravan, went to Filang City, and contacted many parties to collect them all. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Is it so troublesome? Isn't our North Sea famous for its rich resources? Cheng Haixin shook his head. This is indeed true. The problem is that Fian Islands are too remote. If you want to rush to the inner domain, it will take decades to go back and forth. Even this Filang City is the closest ferry island city to Fian Islands. The terrain is too remote? Luo Chen's heart moved slightly. If so, it is not difficult to understand. Just like when he was in Daohofang, although he faced the millions of mountains with countless resources, high-level resources were still scarce, and it was far less convenient than those large domains deep in the inland. Seeing Luo Chen's expression eased a little, Cheng Haixin breathed a sigh of relief. She struck while the iron was hot and gave good news. The first few batches of medicinal materials may be slower and less, but as long as my Fian caravan has a foothold in prosperous areas such as Filang City and Mahu Island, it will be much easier to collect the true flame pale medicinal materials needed by the master later. After the channel is formed, the supply will naturally stabilize. Luo Chen has also been in business, so he naturally understands this principle. In this case, he will no longer blame the other party. He glanced at the herbs in the storage bag and asked casually, "How much is 1 lingxi for this dazzling light seed?" 15 lingxi per seed, but we don't sell them individually. We usually sell them in batches of 100. Unless the quantity is large, there will be a small amount. What about the yang flower? This is a third-level herb, very expensive. 1 flower costs more than 600 lingxi. My eldest brother spent a lot of time and effort, promising a lot of benefits, and only then did he bargain the price down to just 600. How much does the purple smoke candle cost? 120 low-grade lingxi per box. Although it's a bit expensive, it's been processed in advance. Luo Chen asked the prices of the herbs one by one, and Chang Haixin answered them one by one. Luo Chen was understanding the overall picture of the North Sea cultivation world by understanding the prices of some common herbs. Prices often represent the level of development of a place. Of course, this is not absolute. Prices are also affected by many factors, such as war, scarcity, and the degree of regulation by powerful forces. But even so, Luo Chen could get a glimpse of the overall picture. From what he saw now, the cost of the raw materials of a true flame pill was about 3,000 spirit stones. This price was not low. The cost of the starry pill, which was also a third-level elixir, was only 2,000. If Luo Chen collected the spirit stones needed to collect the raw materials of a true flame pill in the Yuding domain, he estimated that it would be about 2,003 or 4. Now the premium is as much as 6 or 700. It can be seen that the North Sea's Euxin world is either richer, or the situation is more tense, which has led to the rise in the prices of various resources, or both. When Luo Chen analyzed these things from a small perspective, Cheng Haixin also took the opportunity to express the contributions of their Cheng family. For example, Cheng Dao personally integrated the major families of the Fian Islands and established a Fian caravan just to collect medicinal materials for Luo Chen. Bargaining, asking for help, etc. Oh, and also mentioned that out of the first batch of 78 medicinal materials, his Black Swan Island Cheng family occupied 10. Luo Chen could understand the other party's thoughts. Cheng Dao did not practice in seclusion, but did all these actions, which was undoubtedly to please himself. The purpose was to exchange for the secret technique of forming the elixir on the stone tablet on Yao Island. This person had a complicated mind. He was eager to break through the realm before, but he forced himself to stabilize his mentality before the Zongfa secret technique of forming the elixir. It can be seen that he is also a smart person. By the way, he also borrowed people and forces from more than 30 families in the archipelago under the name of Luo Chen, and set up the so-called Flying Swallow Caravan. With such a caravan, I don't know how much profit will be made in the future. It can even be said that even if Luo Chen is gone in the future, as long as Cheng Dao can manage the caravan well, other families will probably recognize him. Luo Chen is not unaware of all this, but he chose to turn a blind eye. Just do it. Anyway, as long as you don't forget to pay respect to him. The more prosperous it is, the greater the benefits he can get in the future. In fact, the Fian cultivators who were originally unwilling to accept him are now so active and running around for him and collecting medicinal materials, thanks to Luo Chen's skill. King Gang Dan Dian. This medium-level dam-forming secret technique is actually a method he simplified from Weichen Yuanshu. Among them, he deleted the core of locking pearl curtain and Kingagun Mayanfa, but retained the essence of a series of dan-forming secret techniques such as Dingfenbo and Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation. He also made some slight mentions about the transformation of spiritual power. In this way, he obtained this dan-forming secret technique that is at the medium-level in the system evaluation. After understanding the cultivation environment of the Fian Islands, Luo Chen had a very clear understanding. The foundation is very solid, and there are not many people who take a radical approach. If there's this Kingang Dan Dian, the chance of Dan forming can be increased by 20%. It is precisely because of this that those cultivators will work so hard. First, establish prestige, then promise benefits. A big stick in one hand and a sweet date in the other. The group of cultivators was naturally used by Luo Chen. Master, this is a little gift from my concubine. I hope you will accept it. Another storage bag was held in front of Luo Chen. Luo Chen became interested and took the storage bag. What's inside? Cheng Hai said nervously, when we first met, I saw you eat a few more bites of local dishes. Later, I heard you ask about the spiritual meal with abundant blood, so I paid attention to it. Inside is a 200-year-old dragon tiger grouper. Although the grade is not high, the meat is tender and the blood is vigorous. It is usually the most desired blood food by those mortal warriors on various islands. I heard that if they eat this kind of blood food, even if it is just a small bite, there is a great chance that they will break through the innate realm and become a master-level warrior. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and used his magic power. In an instant, a fragrance that makes people salivate came from the hall. A big fish that is 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, like a huge door panel, is placed on a special dinner plate. There are also various seasonings, soups, and stew on it. It can be seen that it was just cooked not long ago and was put into the storage bag. Without much hesitation, Luo Chen took out a knife after a simple inspection, cut off a piece of fish meat and put it in his mouth. He didn't care about the taste. With the operation of 10,000 paths convergence, the fish meat melted and decomposed instantly, turning into strands of blood and qi into the body. The amount is not much, but the fish is very big. This dragon tiger grouper is really good. If taken for a long time, it will definitely improve Luo Chen's body refining realm. He showed satisfaction and looked at Cheng Haixin. Did you cook this fish? Cheng Haixin was about to answer yes, but then she twisted her body and said honestly, I am not very good at cooking. I asked an old senior from another island to cook this fish. But I personally picked this fish from the Cheng family's catch. If the master is satisfied, you did a good job. Prepare enough spiritual meals for me every month. Oh no, according to what you call it, blood food. Luo Chen pointed at the steaming grouper, prepare at least 10 servings of this kind of blood food for me every month. Cheng Haixin was originally very happy, after all, she was praised by the demon lord Qin Gaiang. But when she heard, 10 servings a month, her delicate face was suddenly filled with sorrow. Master, it is very difficult to catch a dragon tiger stripe of this quality. We have to go to the deep sea. But the demon hunting ship goes so far, and the danger will be greatly increased. Luo Chen said nonchalantly, it's not just the dragon tiger stripe. Other blood foods rich in qi and blood are also okay. The key is the cooking skills of making such blood foods. When you are free, bring the old senior here and I will talk to him. Of course, I will give you the credit for this. Cheng Haixin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that Luo Chen was in a good mood, she mustered up her courage and asked carefully, Master, I wonder how many contributions we have to accumulate to exchange for the Qinggang Dandian once. Luo Chen stopped eating and looked at the woman. Under Luo Chen's gaze, the woman's courage that she had finally mustered up instantly disappeared, and her swan-like snow-white neck also subconsciously lowered. It was I who overstepped. When she was disappointed and frightened, a voice came into her ears. When you have collected 6,000 copies of the True Flame Pill, your Chang family can send one person to receive the initiation of the Qinggang Pill Canon under the stone tablet. After the Chang family, it will be other families. But at that time, the contributions required will be calculated separately. Cheng Haixin looked up suddenly, full of surprise. The raw material of a True Flame Pill is 3,000 spirit stones, and 6,000 copies are about 18 million. If it is evenly distributed among more than 30 families, it is almost more than 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. In other words, Luo Chen is almost equivalent to marking the price. Of course, ordinary small families certainly can't afford so many spirit stones. But our Chang family is not a small family. Small families can't afford large demon hunting ships. In addition, Qinggang Demon Lord doesn't want spirit stones, but the medicinal materials he has. Even so, there is finally hope. Brother, there is hope for the formation of the pill. The woman was full of joy, said goodbye to Luo Chen, and went straight to Black Swan Island. Looking at the back of the woman leaving happily, Luo Chen curled his lips slightly. This is what a family cultivator is like. Supported by family resources, but also sacrificed for the family all the time. This Cheng Haixin, who was sent to his bed by his eldest brother Cheng Dao very reluctantly before, is still trying hard to produce a golden elixir for the Cheng family. Too deeply tied, not free. Luo Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. Anyway, he didn't plan to run the Fian Islands like Luo Xianzong. He ate the cooked dragon tiger grouper in big mouthfuls. The huge first-level monster disappeared into his stomach piece by piece, but his stomach didn't swell a little. This scene was as if Luo Chen was the monster with infinite space in his stomach. After the blood food entered his body, Luo Chen started to operate 10,000 Daos conversions. The withered and prosperous true fire was activated instantly, and the fish meat he had eaten before was quickly refined, turning into blood and qi into the body. Feeling the growth of his body, Luo Chen showed satisfaction. He didn't care about the ingredients of the blood food, the exquisiteness, etc. He only required that the blood food have a strong blood energy. Anyway, with the 10,000 Daos convergence, he could refine and absorb it all. Today's Dragon Tiger Stripe is an unexpected surprise. Luo Chen smiled, and then slowly walked into a side hall. The wooden shelves had been neatly arranged. Luo Chen took out many medicinal materials from the storage bag and placed them on them one by one. Next, process these raw materials, and then refine the true flame pill as soon as possible, and speed up my already super fast cultivation speed again. The man's face showed excitement while talking to himself. The spiritual veins on Yao Island are not of high grade, only the lower third grade. It is only slightly better than the artificial third-grade spiritual veins in Xianlan Fairy City. But even so, Luo Chen's cultivation speed is extremely fast. The Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra allowed him to have a cultivation speed comparable to that of a heavenly spiritual root. According to his estimation, even if it is only a third-level lower-grade spiritual vein, it will take at most 10 years to cultivate to the fourth level of the golden core. If there is a true flame pill to assist, this time can be shortened to less than 10 years. By then, the realm of the middle stage of the golden core, combined with his skills, as long as he does not provoke the Yuanying cultivator, he will be able to swim freely in the sea of demons. For now, he has to keep a low profile and develop. Luo Chen can stand the loneliness, just a few years. He opened his mouth and spit out the Hunilding, which fell into the alchemy room. The round body of the ding before has shrunk by 3 points at this moment, which is the result of Luo Chen's half-year sacrifice. If this trend continues, in the near future, Luo Chen will be able to completely refine the impurities in it and have a real top-grade magic weapon. Everything will be done slowly. Luo Chen smiled slightly and took a portion of medicinal materials familiarly. Just like in the past, he did the most basic work of processing medicinal materials. There was no impatience on his face, but he was more focused. Chapter 535 True Flame Pill Blazing Sky 7 Rings. When Luo Chen killed Yan Nanshan and subdued the cultivators of Fian Islands, it meant that he would have a long period of peaceful cultivation. In such a remote place, as long as there is no large-scale beast-tide impact or extreme natural disasters on the sea, a giant cultivator is enough to be domineering and dominate. It is roughly the same as when Pang Rengshan came to the west with a sword and suppressed Dahofang. The only difference is that the area and number of cultivators in Fian Islands are far greater than Dahofang, and the overall scale is only slightly inferior to Xianlan Fairy City. It is for this reason that Luo Chen has set his sights on this piece of land. An area that is only slightly worse than Xianlan Fairy City, and there are natural third-level lower-grade spiritual veins, which is more than enough to support a giant and early-stage cultivator, even if it is comparable to the gold-eating beast. After the Chang family sent the first batch of medicinal materials, Luo Chen immediately entered the work of refining the true flame pill. This time, he still did not use the huge number of achievement points accumulated on the attribute panel. After refining the 4th-level transformation pill, he was rated as a 4th-level alchemist on the panel. Even though he only had one 4th-level pill, his solid foundation in alchemy made him a well-deserved 4th-level alchemist. Therefore, refining 3rd-level pills was not a big deal for him. As long as he got started, everything would be easy. From arriving at the Fian Islands, killing Yan Nanshan, and waiting for the medicinal materials, a total of 7 months had passed. In these 7 months, in addition to practicing, Luo Chen basically spent his free time researching the recipe for the true flame pill. Now that the raw materials have arrived, he can start practicing directly. After the skin of the dazzling seeds is peeled, the medicinal properties are too short to be preserved, so they should be refined first. This yanhua is the main material of the true flame pill, so it should be processed with a burning crane hand. Fire ginseng is rare, so the only alternative is the iron rock ginseng with a strong dryness. However, in this way, the alchemy techniques involved will have to be changed by 3 types. When Luo Chen processed each medicinal material, he thought about what alchemy technique, timing, and temperature to use when refining the pill in the future. Even though he had not really started refining, he had unconsciously simulated it thousands of times in his mind. It took a full month to process all the medicinal materials. Luo Chen was a little dissatisfied. It was so troublesome that no one helped to process the medicinal materials. But at the moment, this was the only way. After the medicinal materials were processed, he immediately started to refine them. Once, twice, 3 times. The refining of the 3rd level elixir was much more complicated than that of the ordinary 1st and 2nd level elixir. Therefore, the refining time was also longer than the 1 or 2 hours under normal circumstances. To refine a furnace of true flame pill, Luo Chen estimated that it would take at least a whole day. This time is even longer than that of the 4th level transformation pill. There is no other reason. In order for the true flame pill to have a huge medicinal power, in addition to the raw materials, it must be simmered in the pill cauldron for 3 hours after the pill is formed. Only in this way can the true flame pill have a medicinal power far exceeding that of ordinary 3rd level cultivation pills. Luo Chen has long been mentally prepared for this situation. Alchemy is like the cultivation of immortals. The higher the realm, the longer the retreat time. The same is true for pills. The higher the grade, the longer the refining time may be. According to rumors, the 9-turn golden pill, which is said to be swallowed into the stomach, straight up to the blue sky, needs to be refined for 4,900 years to get a furnace. Of course, this is a myth and rumor, and it is definitely not credible. After all, there is no pill that can make a mortal ascend to immortality directly. Not to mention whether it has such great power, the medicinal power contained in that kind of pill alone is not something that ordinary people can bear. However, Luo Chen also clearly knew that the higher the grade of the pill, the longer it would take to refine. When refining the infant pill in Kingdom Valley, it took at least 3 days and at most 5 or 6 days. Even so, it still took a long time to refine it completely successfully. The refining time of the true flame pill only takes 1 day, which is already very good. No wonder high-level alchemists are always so high in status. Not to mention how useful the refined pills are, just the fact that they consume a lot of energy and time and delay their own cultivation is enough for all major forces to give high-level alchemists a noble status. If that's the case, I'm afraid that there will be fewer and fewer people who can finally reach the peak of the alchemy path and have enough attainments. 1 day may not seem like much, but when a little adds up to a lot, I don't know how many years it will take and how much life will be wasted. This is just a 3rd level pill. What if it is a future nascent soul? What about the god of transformation? In the vast mountain and sea world, there has only been one person known as the alchemy saint in the past 10,000 years. From this point of view, delays in this regard actually really affect the improvement of the realm of high-level alchemists. Perhaps, I have to find a way to hand over the work of handling raw materials to the people below, so as not to waste more of my time. I have to choose someone I can trust. Actually, I don't need to trust him too much. As long as I put him on Yaoi Island, I will monitor him all the time, so I don't have to worry about him turning over flowers. That way, it will be much easier. Luo Chen changed his previous idea and planned to form a group of people to help him solve those tedious raw material processing tasks. The leader is also very simple, just Cheng Haixin, who has just established her foundation. This woman has a simple mind, just like a blank piece of paper, which he can paint at will. As for those who help, this is not difficult. There are tens of thousands of cultivators and millions of mortals in Fian Islands. It is not difficult to select some pharmacists, alchemists or alchemy apprentices. Maybe some people will be reluctant. But as long as their work is linked to their contribution to Luo Chen, I think there will be no complaints. Maybe the major families will be very enthusiastic to send people. After all, the more contributions you make, the earlier you can exchange for the Qingyang Dandian on the stone tablet. Well, failed. Luo Chen muttered. He didn't expect that this furnace of Xianyan Dan would fail. It was so perfect before. When he was cleaning up the medicine residue, he looked at the red-hot Yununding and showed a thoughtful look. So that's it. There are 2 major difficulties in refining Xianyan Dan. I only paid attention to the fusion of medicinal power before, but ignored the process of simmering the pill with a small fire. It seems to be a simple ending, but it is actually a step-by-step process to concentrate the medicinal power. I understand. With I understand, Luo Chen showed a comfortable smile on his face. He is very confident that the next time he refines Xianyan Dan, there will be a 90% success rate. However, he did not continue to open the furnace to refine the pill while the iron is hot. Another day has passed, and his practice has been delayed. This is not good. At his current practice speed, every day of delay is a big loss, and Luo Chen is reluctant to do so. After all, pills are only auxiliary. Daily practice is the most critical part of the water grinding work. Don't put the cart before the horse. In addition to refining qi and meditating, Luo Chen's practice schedule is also full. Refining the body. Tempering the Hununding. Researching and developing fire defense spells. One by one, as long as he has time, Luo Chen has never stopped. And he really feels the sense of steady progress in every plan. The speed of practicing the heavenly spirit route brought by the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. In terms of body refining, after getting the blood food supplied by Cheng Haixin every month, the difficult body refining speed has finally slowly improved. Although it is little, it is much better than before. And the quenching work of the life magic weapon Hununding has become more and more effective. Especially after he began to use the Hununding to refine the true flame pill in large quantities, the burning of the withering true fire for a day, and the large amount of Dan Qi contamination, the impurities in the Hununding are getting less and less, and the connection with his mind is becoming more and more profound. This just confirms what Tawan of Kingdom Valley told him that year. The Hununding can be used to deepen the nourishment and sacrifice with the help of alchemy. For alchemists, this is definitely the most suitable life magic weapon, no one else. Luo Chen even felt that the day when he could freely drive the Hununding was not far away. Finally, there is the research and development of fire defense spells, and Luo Chen has already had some ideas. When he was in the key refining period, he had performed a series of defensive spells with prototypes, such as the Fire Shield spell and the Fire Ring spell when he was studying the Fireball spell. Now, after hundreds of years of accumulation, he has read a lot of various spell books, and it is not difficult to supplement and improve them. The only thing that restricts him is probably that Luo Chen wants to integrate the withered and flourishing true fire into it. The more he practices the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, the more Luo Chen feels that he can develop and utilize the original true fire in many places. This fire is not only limited to alchemy, refining, and body refining. It can also be used on both offense and defense. A few days later, on Yao Island, the thick white fog suddenly dissipated. Layers of flame spread out like ripples. Looking closely, they were fire snakes, connected head to tail, with snake heads and snake tails, forming a ring. At first glance, there were 3 huge fire snakes forming 3 rings. At the moment when the 3 rings were formed, a strange force lingered in the void. A top-grade flying sword came from above and drilled into the fire ring. Before it passed through the first fire ring, it turned into a pool of molten iron and flowed to the ground. Looking at this scene, on the small island, Luo Chen showed a satisfied smile. This 3-ring spell was exactly the fire defense spell he had recently researched and slightly formed. The basis was the shape change of the fireball spell, which was not difficult. He had researched flying fireflies in his early years, and now it was just a fire snake shape. Pure and domineering mana was the key to the composition. But the key to making this spell have a 3rd-level core directly after the initial research was in integrating the withered and flourishing true fire. Because of the withering and flourishing true fire, this fire snake ring can devour or eliminate the enemy's attacking mana while resisting the enemy's attack. If the enemy's weapon is of poor quality, it will even be burned directly by the fire snake ring. If that's all, it's fine. But Luo Chen felt that there was still a lot of unfinished business in his spell. Level 3? It doesn't seem to be the end. Looking at the vague entry slowly emerging in the spell column on the attribute panel, Luo Chen thought for a moment and gave it a name. Let's call it Blazing Sky 7 Rings. He was just trying to save trouble. In the world of cultivating immortals, there is already a fire defense spell called Blazing Sky 7 Rings, but the grade is only the 2nd level. In terms of defense ability, it is far inferior to Glass Sky Curtain. Luo Chen had browsed the spell's secret book of Blazing Sky 7 Rings before, but he didn't have any intention of practicing it. After all, he had already mastered Glass Sky Curtain at that time, so there was no reason to go far away. At present, his self-developed defensive spell has some shadows of 7 rings of blazing sky, so it is normal to name it this way. The only abnormality is that Luo Chen can only release 3 withering and flourishing fire snake rings now. I'm just getting started now, maybe when I improve my proficiency, I can release a few more defensive fire rings. In addition, This spell can also be integrated with some other spell principles, and the grade may be upgraded to the 4th level. When it comes to spells, Luo Chen's confidence is even higher than that of alchemy. He has always believed that he has a strong talent for spells. Except for spells with grades far higher than his realm, he has hardly used the entry-level spells of achievement points. If he can really take in all the rivers and seas, learn from the strengths and weaknesses, and create a 4th-level spell in the Jinden period, it will be a pioneering work for him. It is no less than the self-created 10,000 Daos convergence and microdust elemental art back then. However, Luo Chen is temporarily unable to do anything about the subsequent spell upgrade work. With his accumulation, he has only reached this step so far. He needs to read more books and practice more in the future. The 3rd-level defensive spell is not enough at present, but if it is cultivated to the level of great perfection and the withered and flourishing true fire is integrated into it, it will be enough. After the entry level is displayed on the panel, Luo Chen is not in a hurry. He will slowly improve his proficiency later. Fortunately, it is a defensive spell, and there is no need to find an open area to perform it with all your strength. You can practice it on Yao Island. Turned and entered the alchemy room. Ding. The Huniding fell to the ground, and the gray belly of the ding was no longer round, but slightly shrank by 3 points. Although it is still chubby, it finally has a little more majesty and solemnity. Ding means power. Solemnity is its essence, how can it be naive? After Luo Chen checked the Huniding, he began his daily alchemy. This time, he is determined to win. 7th sister, has the list been finalized? It has been finalized. The Su family has the best relationship with us, so we gave them 3 places. The other 30 or so forces only gave 15 places. But I have told them that if the first batch of people who are selected do not perform well, they will be directly screened out and replaced by alchemists from other families. Looking at the gentlewoman sorting out a list, Cheng Dao's face showed excitement, and he kept pacing in the flower hall. He kept talking to himself. You are right to do so. It does not offend the major forces too much, and at the same time it can also satisfactorily fulfill the requirements of the Demon Lord Qin Gaiang. I was still racking my brains before, wondering how I could gather the contribution points of 6,000 sets of raw materials for the true flame pill when other families were unwilling to pay a higher price. Now that I have the help to deal with the medicinal materials, perhaps the time it takes me to exchange for the Qin Gaiang pill cannon can be greatly shortened. 7th sister, when you get there, you can't just stand there and watch. You successfully established your foundation in your 30s, and your talent is self-evident. However, you put all your energy into cultivation in the early years, and you still don't have a skill. For cultivators of my generation, after reaching a higher realm, we will more or less practice a skill. I didn't expect that the Demon Lord Qin Gaiang is a powerful high-level alchemist. You can take this opportunity to learn from him. If you can get a true teaching, then my Cheng family. If you can't be a concubine, it's also good to be an apprentice. Anyway, you are serving at your knees, and the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Seeing that his eldest brother's words were getting more and more outrageous, Cheng Haixun couldn't help but face green and red. What do you mean by if I can't be a concubine, I can be a disciple? Cheng Haixun's talent is first-rate even in the Fian Islands, so why is it like this? Brother. Well, what's wrong? Cheng Dao looked up blankly. Cheng Haixun frowned, and the words came to her lips, but she swallowed them back. Forget it, why should I be angry with my own brother? Even if they really quarreled, they would still say the same things in the end, nothing new. She shook her head, stood up, and revealed a pair of slender legs. I'm going to Yao Island. I'm afraid I can't take care of the family in the future. Cheng Dao waved his hand. Don't worry, although I'm busy with the caravan, Uncle Ji is here in the family. He is old and won't go out to sea recently. Cheng Haixun hemmed and walked out of the flower hall with her long legs. After a while, a beam of light rose and flew towards Yao Island. As soon as she landed, more than a dozen voices came together. Meet the fairy Haixun. Meet Senior Cheng. Cheng Haixun looked at the group of people in front of her, including the white-haired octogenarian, the clever woman, and the young man who had not yet worn a crown. At this moment, all of them saluted her respectfully. Cheng Haixun knew that they were so respectful not because of the difference in realm, but because she represented the Demon Lord Qin Gaiang. A subtle feeling emerged in her heart. The woman pursed her lips and said softly, "Everything is ready, follow me to the island." As she spoke, she turned her wrist and a water-dividing thorn fell into her hand. After the spiritual power was injected, the water-dividing thorn drilled into the lake. The next moment, a blue dragon several feet long shook its head and tail and emerged. It was the pair of water-dividing thorns given by Luo Chen, which contained the killer move of water-dividing dragon. The woman jumped up and climbed onto the dragon's head. At her signal, the others also climbed onto the dragon's body one after another. Then, under Cheng Haixin's control, the water dragon swam across the 10-mile Ping Lake and entered the Yao Island shrouded in white mist. With a group of people, they came to the pharmacy where the medicinal materials were placed. Before she took the initiative to pay a visit to Luo Chen, she heard a short whistle of joy from the next-door alchemy room. What's going on? Just as everyone was surprised, Luo Chen, wearing a loose and casual white robe, walked over from the alchemy room next door with a smile on his face. You are here. I have seen the master. Cheng Haixin bowed, looked at Luo Chen's excited face, and asked, the master is so happy, is it because the alchemy was successful? Luo Chen grinned, haha, Haixin has a crystal clear heart. That's right, I successfully refined the third-level true flame pill today. Such a happy event should be made public. As soon as these words came out, Cheng Haixin hadn't done anything, and the group of people behind him all showed shock. Third-level pill. This rumored Qingyang demon lord is actually a third-level alchemist. Cheng Haixin herself has no relevant knowledge of the alchemy, and does not know the value of it. At this moment, she just said according to her heart, good wine should be paired with good dishes. I will order people to prepare delicious food to celebrate for the master. Haha, Haixin is thoughtful. Luo Chen smiled heartily, and then waved his sleeves. Don't rush, let me see how good these people's skills are. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a large number of medicinal materials flew out from the medicine shelf of the pharmacy one after another. These medicinal materials, as if they had spirituality, all flew in front of the 18 people. Luo Chen restrained his smile and said seriously, next, you will process the medicinal materials for me on the spot. I will tell you the corresponding achievement standards in advance. If there are those who do not meet the standards. Luo Chen did not say anything final in the subsequent words. But the others are not fools. If they really do not meet the standards, they will most likely be expelled from Yao Island and lose the opportunity to help the family earn contributions. For a while, the pharmacy was in a state of bustling activity. The 18 people were all famous figures in the Fian Islands, and the skills they learned were basically related to alchemy. At this moment, they all took out special tools and corresponding auxiliary materials from their storage bags to process the medicinal materials. Fortunately, Luo Chen gave the lowest level medicinal materials, and they were common medicinal materials, so it was not difficult to process them. Time passed slowly. Gradually, some people finished one after another. Those who finished stood aside nervously. The remaining people sped up. After half an hour, Luo Chen stood in front of the 18 medicinal materials and checked them one by one. The appearance is good, it meets the standard. It meets the standard. It's okay. The heat is not handled properly, this medicinal material is useless. You. Luo Chen glanced at the middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes and shook his head. The man's face turned pale. Master Demon, I am a first-class alchemist. I can refine medium-grade water-condensing pills. I am very powerful. Luo Chen frowned. What he wanted was a talent who could help him and handle medicinal materials. Alchemist? I was too lazy to talk to him. I winked at Cheng Haixin, and the other party immediately stepped forward to deal with this person. Luo Chen moved his feet slightly and looked down. Most of them were qualified, only 2 people failed, and these 2 people happened to have the identity of first-class alchemists. It seems that these small forces are trying to send alchemists to steal their skills. Luo Chen smiled dumbly. Most of the alchemists trained by these families started to refine pills directly, and the medicinal materials they used were also processed. Naturally, they did not have relevant talents. Failure is natural. Luo Chen's footsteps finally stopped in front of a young man with red lips and white teeth. He looked down at the medicinal material, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. This golden branch seems to have failed, but it still retains some medicinal properties. It's a strange way to process it. What's your name? The young man said with trembling teeth. My name is Su Murkson, I'm from the side branch of the Su family. I'm proficient in processing medicinal materials, and I can also refine Bigu powder and 5-grain pills. Bigu powder and 5-grain pills are both inferior elixirs, which is not surprising. However, Considering the other party's age of 15 or 60, while being proficient in processing medicinal materials, he can also refine 2 kinds of pills, which is actually quite good. Can you answer me, what method did you use to process this golden branch? Su Muxin hesitated for a moment, and still answered, I soaked it in red rock liquid, but I misjudged its quality, so it failed. Red rock liquid, a fire-attributed spiritual liquid, is generally formed by the fusion of magma in submarine volcanoes and underwater spiritual springs. Using fire to overcome cold, not only did he understand the method of the 5 elements mutual restraint, but he also boldly used it. It's a good seedling. Luo Chen looked at the boy deeply. Used a. Su Muxin, who had already given up hope, couldn't help but show extreme surprise when she heard these 3 words. Luo Chen walked back to Cheng Haixin. Most people are fine, just add 2 more. You don't have to bother me then, just let this person help check it. As he spoke, Luo Chen pointed to the octogenarian who had finished processing the medicinal materials first. Cheng Haixin nodded. Old Qi is really amazing, and he is also a well-known pharmacist in the Fian Islands. Luo Chen hummed, and walked out of the pharmacy on his own. Cheng Haixin told the group of people when to start work, and then followed Luo Chen. Looking at her leaving back, the young Su Muxin in the crowd showed envy on his face. When leaving Yao Island with everyone on a small boat, Old Qi suddenly grabbed the boy's arm. Master Qi, you are so lucky, the Lord Demon has a special eye for you. Maybe he will teach you a few alchemy techniques in the future. Su Muxin asked half doubtfully, really? Master Qi smiled kindly, how could this be false? We deal with those medicinal materials based on experience and success. But you have come up with a new idea. Although you failed, you showed your spirituality. These big shots sometimes like spiritual seedlings. But I am only at the 2nd level of Qi refining. Can I really catch the Lord Demon's eye? Su Muxin was still a little unconfident. Master Qi shook his head, don't worry too much. In his eyes, there is no difference between our foundation building and Qi refining. As long as you work hard in the future, you will have a day to come out. At the end, he added. If you don't understand something, you can ask me first. Looking at the young man's ignorant and happy look, Master Qi couldn't help but feel deeply moved. It is said that Su Muxin was not very popular in the Su family. He clearly has the talent of an alchemist, but no one supports him in alchemy, so he can only make the lowest quality Bigu powder and Wulian pills for a living. Today, let's do a good deed and make a good relationship. If this young man is really favored by the Qingyang Demon Lord in the future, then he will be able to bless the descendants of the Qi family by betting today. In the world of immortal cultivation, big people have their own way of life, and small people have their own struggles. Luo Chen didn't know what kind of life experience his one thought would bring to a young man. He only knew that he was very hot now. In the bedroom, Luo Chen's face was ruddy like a cooked lobster, and streams of hot air escaped from his head. In his body, a low-grade true flame pill was being refined and releasing its medicinal power. The medicinal power was huge, like a stream of fire hitting the 8 extraordinary meridians, the orifices, the membranes, the blood and the flesh. The sound of gurgling was like a rushing river. Stimulated, the sea of Qi even churned slightly. After a long while, Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a stream of hot air slowly came out of his mouth. It's worthy of being the true flame pill. What a powerful medicinal power, what a domineering medicinal property. In his eyes, in addition to joy and admiration, there was also a lingering fear. The reason for yesterday's poor condition was found. It turned out to be a cold. I woke up with a sore throat and runny nose today. I was wondering why I was so weak yesterday. It's easier to deal with it now that I know the cause of the disease. I will take the medicine on time and will not fall behind in the update. Thank you for your understanding and support. Chapter 536, Rapid Progress, Hanzan Awakens. Luo Chen was somewhat frightened. He had not expected that the true flame pill would be so powerful. It was not just the quantity. The power of the true flame pill was so powerful that it was very shocking. If the medicinal properties of the starry pill were like the stars in the sky, allowing the pill taker to pick them, then the true flame pill was like the sun, which was the only one, but it could illuminate anyone. If ordinary cultivation pills were like a trickle, which was slowly absorbed without hurting the essence of the golden core cultivator, then the true flame pill was like a turbulent torrent, rushing through the meridians and sea of Qi, not caring about the state of the pill taker at all. In general, This true flame pill actually has 3-point habits of breakthrough pills. It is not characterized by mild and long-lasting medicinal power, which is suitable for absorption. Instead, it is known for its violent medicinal power, which can pry open the realm of the human body. As we all know, in the world of immortal cultivation, although the realm-breaking pills contain huge medicinal power, they are also the least suitable for long-term auxiliary cultivation. After all, although most of the time, the realm of the human body is aimed at the upper realm, long-term use will also cause the original realm to be unstable, resulting in the occurrence of realm drop. Therefore, Luo Chen also understood a doubt that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. No wonder there are few cultivators in the Yan League who take the true flame pill for cultivation, but they have always kept a small amount of the true flame pill for refining. They are using this pill as a realm-breaking pill. As he thought about it, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, his foundation is solid enough. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary giant and cultivator, I'm afraid he would not dare to take the true flame pill for a long time and in large quantities to assist in cultivation. There is no other reason. Luo Chen's meridians, acupoints, and even the Sea of Qi have laid an extremely powerful foundation during the foundation building period. Once the golden elixir is condensed, this solid foundation will increase several times. In the long years of cultivation, the benefits are becoming more and more prominent. In addition, his physique comparable to that of a monster beast can also fully withstand the impact of the true flame pill. Let me look for it. Where's the medicine evil? With a thought, Luo Chen's consciousness spread all over his body, and he carefully searched for the rumored true flame pill fire evil. After a long time, Luo Chen's expression moved slightly. I found it. It's so secret, attached to the golden elixir. The cultivator's golden elixir is the most important, but also the most easily overlooked place. If Luo Chen hadn't felt that his mana was not running smoothly, he would have almost missed this strangeness. It was for this reason that Luo Chen knew why the Anmeng monks were good at fire magic, but they didn't dare to take the true flame pill for a long time. This fire medicine evil was actually attached to the golden elixir. Who dares to joke about such a thing? But it's easy to deal with it now. Under Luo Chen's experiment, he gradually got 3 ways to remove the medicine evil. One is to use mana to slowly wear it away, which is relatively slow. This is probably also the common method used by Yanmeng monks to eliminate the medicine evil after breaking through with a true flame pill. The other is the microdust yuanshu, which combines the Kingaiden Mayadan method. When this technique is used, a little bit of the medicinal evil on the golden elixir will be scraped off passively, but the effect is minimal. Sure enough, the medicinal evil is not the drug poison. The method of removing the poison is very ineffective. Luo Chen had expected this. After all, the fire medicinal evil left by the true flame pill is itself a part of its medicinal properties. Without this medicinal evil, there would be no 3 points of breaking the realm ability. Fortunately, Luo Chen still has one last method. In the quiet practice room, Luo Chen quickly pinched his hands, and in a dazzled moment, a spell took shape according to the special mana operation route. Then, he slowly and carefully tapped his lower abdomen. The next moment, a flaming knife suddenly appeared in the Sea of Qi. The knife pointed at the golden elixir and slashed it down. A faint breath was separated from it. The golden elixir was spinning, as if it didn't know what fear was. Then, the knife slashed again. More strange breaths were peeled off one by one. Then, Luo Chen held his breath until his face turned red and almost purple, and then he suddenly spit it out. Swish! A burnt hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen was both happy and surprised. He was happy that the 4th level dragon slaying technique was indeed effective in removing the drug evil, and the effect was excellent. But he was surprised that the drug evil of the true flame pill was so vicious. When it was attached to the golden pill, it was not very obvious. After spitting it out, its cruel and vicious nature was completely revealed. It is hard to imagine what a tragic situation the golden pill of the person who takes the pill will face if it is taken for a long time without removing the drug evil. Looking at the burnt hole on the ground, Luo Chen fell into silence. After a long time, he nodded gently. This kind of medicinal evil is extremely poisonous. If you are contaminated with 1 or 2 strands, you can probably use water grinding to wipe it out. But if I collect thousands of strands, or even tens of thousands, to deal with the enemy. With the help of 18 medicine apprentices, Luo Chen's time for processing medicinal materials was completely saved. In this way, his cultivation in this area has made great progress. Whether it is defensive spells or physical training. And his life-saving magic weapon Hununding, under the nourishment and sacrifice day after day, also began to gradually glow, and its power became more and more obvious, and Luo Chen's control became more and more free. Not only that, Luo Chen's two martial arts that have been stagnant for these years have also been approaching perfection as he occasionally takes time to practice in the nearby sea area. His own cultivation has progressed rapidly. With the assistance of the third-level spiritual land, he can relax his cultivation. The cultivation speed is comparable to that of a heavenly spiritual root. The more and more proficient the level of true flame pill refining techniques are, the higher the grade of true flame pill is. And his deeper understanding of the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. All these things, in just 2 or 3 years, Luo Chen felt that he was getting closer and closer to the middle stage of the Golden Collar. Of course, his progress was so obvious that the impact on the Fian Islands was also becoming more and more profound. First, it was the Chang family. In order to exchange for the Qingyang Dandian on Yaoyu Island, Cheng Dao was like crazy, collecting various medicinal materials for Luo Chen at all costs. This not only includes the raw materials needed for the true flame pill, it also includes some of the raw materials needed to refine the infant formation pill. Just like when Luo Chen first entered the foundation building, he was considering the formation of the pill. Now that he is almost in the middle stage of the formation of the pill, Luo Chen naturally has to consider the future of the formation of the infant. In his opinion, there are only 3 conditions required for the formation of the infant. One is to accumulate enough of his own, the second is the suitable 4th-level spiritual vein land, and the last is the icing on the cake, the infant formation pill. Especially since he can't go back to the East Wilderness in a short time, he simply borrows the hands of the Fian group of cultivators to help him collect the materials for the infant formation pill. At that time, he can slowly explore and refine the infant formation pill. However, this would make the major families of the Fian Islands suffer. The true flame pill alone costs a lot, not to mention the huge amount of medicinal materials needed for the infant formation pill. Those small families may have doubts, but Cheng Dao doesn't care. Without Yan Nanshan's suppression, even if he has been traveling all year round, his realm has been pushed to the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage bit by bit. The formation of the pill is just around the corner. Throughout the Fian Islands, there is no secret method of forming the pill that can be put on the table. In the past, the Fian cultivators formed the pill purely by their own accumulation and the favor of heaven. Now that there is the Qingyang pill classic, how can Cheng Dao not give it a try? Not to mention him. In the 36 islands, any family with a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator of the right age is collecting medicinal materials for Luo Chen at all costs, trying to exchange for the Qingyang pill classic as soon as possible. Under such circumstances, this small immortal cultivation world in a remote sea area has fallen into a kind of morbid madness. The foundation, wealth, and manpower of each family are constantly being consumed. All the things consumed were finally transformed into countless medicinal materials and flowed to this small island in the Tenli Ping Lake. The strength of each big family did not grow, but stagnated. If there were no external enemies for the time being, and there was Qingyang Demon Lord suppressing them, and there were no internal conflicts between them, not to mention stagnating, it was possible to decline. In such a strange situation, those small families with only 1 or 2 foundation-building cultivators were naturally trembling. However, there were also knowledgeable people who understood the truth. Since Qingyang Demon Lord dared to use the method of forming a pill to drive the group of cultivators, it showed that he was tolerant and did not mind having a golden elixir cultivator under his command. The major families were all foundation-building families. Once a family produced a golden elixir first, it could instantly stand out and suppress the rest of the families. Even the Chang family, which had the best relationship with Qingyang Demon Lord, would lose the opportunity if it was one step behind others. They were all competing. In the competition among the families, the biggest beneficiary was only Qingyang Demon Lord. Just one Qingyang Dandian has stirred up the originally peaceful Fian 36 Islands and made the people exhausted. He is really worthy of being a generation of Demon King. Luo Chen knew nothing about the madness of the outside world and the slander against him. Even if he knew, he would just ignore it. He was immersed in his own little world, feeling the growth at all times, so happy. If there were no restrictions on his lifespan, if there were no concerns about Wei Niang, Ke Yi, Wang Yuan, Duan Feng and others, Luo Chen would even want to indulge in this for the rest of his life. The feeling of being able to feel your own growth at all times is really intoxicating. Unconsciously, in a trance, 3 years passed in a flash. On this day, a beam of light flew back from overseas, and after a few flashes on the Fian Islands, it landed on the small island in the center. The clouds and mist dispersed, and a tall woman stood at the door of the palace, smiling at the people approaching step by step. "Master, you seem to be in a good mood today." Luo Chen laughed. "Of course, I have practiced a great skill to perfection, so I am naturally in a great mood." As he spoke, he walked into the hall with a dragon-like and tiger-like gait. Cheng Haixin followed behind him, with a stronger look of respect in her eyes. In the past 3 years, she basically lived and ate on Yao Island, and handled various chores for Luo Chen with all her heart and soul. Whether it was receiving medicinal materials sent by various families, or providing blood food for Luo Chen at a fixed time, or the most important work of processing medicinal materials, she was basically responsible for all of them. In the past 3 years, the fairy Haixin who only knew how to practice without worries under the protection of the family has disappeared, and only the capable, tall and majestic fairy Yaoi remains. However, Her Majesty is nothing in front of Luo Chen. In the past 3 years, she has personally watched Luo Chen's Taoism improve day by day. From time to time, the other party would gain something, and occasionally take her out to sea to experiment with spells and magic weapons, and the scene was often earth-shaking. This speed of progress simply exceeded her stereotype of the Golden Elixir Master. It was said that it would take decades or even hundreds of years for the Golden Elixir Master to practice a magic skill that he was proud of. His master made some progress in just 3 or 5 days, and made great progress in 7 or 8 months, and achieved great success in 1 or 2 years. However, he did not practice the kind of method that seemed to be quick at first glance, but a method that was steady and solid with a solid foundation. Perhaps, this is what a great demon king is like. In Cheng Hai's admiration, Luo Chen stopped and narrowed his eyes, as if he was feeling something. After a moment, he nodded with satisfaction. Muxin is not bad. He has refined a first-level medium-quality condensed water pill. Just now, he smelled a very faint pill fragrance. His spiritual consciousness spread out, and he saw a young man in a small pill room who was happily collecting pills. That was Su Muxin. Cheng Haixin smiled gently and said, "All this is thanks to the cultivation of the master. It is because Muxin has an excellent talent for alchemy that he has made such progress." Luo Chen said modestly, but he did not hide the complacency on his face. Without his cultivation, where would Su Muxin get so many low-level medicinal materials to try? Without his guidance, how could he refine a medium-grade elixir in just 3 years? With his current knowledge and ability, it is too easy to cultivate a talented seedling into an alchemist. What's more, he doesn't need to provide resources. These are 10 bottles of top-grade water condensing pills. You can give them to Su Muxin. Cheng Haixin was surprised. "Master, he has been promoted to the 6th level of key refining in 3 years, which is fast enough. Why does he need top-grade water condensing pills? Normal top-grade ones are already luxurious enough." Luo Chen shook his head. "After all, you are my registered disciple, so there should be some benefits. Besides, these water condensing pills were made by me when I was free, and there is no use for keeping them." "Oh, right." As he spoke, Luo Chen took out a few more jade bottles from the storage ring and stuffed them into Cheng Haixin's arms. "Jade pill, you have used it before. These 6 bottles of top-grade ones are enough for you to use for half a year." Hearing this, Cheng Haixin couldn't help but breathe quickly. Top-grade jade pill. Luo Chen had nothing to do before, so he refined some pills, including jade pill. At that time, Luo Chen casually rewarded Cheng Haixin, who worked like a cow and a horse for him. After the woman took it, she was promoted to the 1st level of foundation building on the same day. Later, relying on the remaining jade pills, within 3 years, combined with a 2nd-grade superior cave house allocated to her on Yao Island, her cultivation speed advanced by leaps and bounds, and she once leapt to the middle stage of foundation building. Such progress really shocked all the cultivators of Fian 36 Islands. It was for this reason that she got the nickname of Yao Fairy. She used the name of Yao Island, where Luo Chen lived, as her Taoist name to show how she was favored by Luo Chen. Cheng Haixin was not displeased with this and accepted it with pleasure. And this time, Luo Chen gave her a superior Jade pill. If she used it well, maybe this year, Cheng Haixin could be promoted to the 5th level of foundation building. She had dual spiritual roots, read Taoist scriptures at the age of 6, and laid the foundation for key training and body training. She started practicing formally at the age of 12. It took her 24 years, under the cultivation of her family, to succeed in foundation building. This was already a flying speed. If she was promoted to the 5th level of foundation building after 5 years of foundation building, it would be too incredible. For a moment, the woman's breathing was rapid, and her heavy chest could not help but tremble violently. The more they get along, the more the name of King Gang Demon Lord is unworthy of the name. How can he be a demon? He is clearly a kind elder, a senior of the immortal way. He rarely criticizes low-level cultivators, showing the style of a master who supports the younger generation. The world has too much misunderstanding about him. Luo Chen glanced at him, then took a step, and the woman followed him in a trance. In addition, your Chang family's contribution value is almost enough. You can notify your eldest brother to come to the Yaoyu Stone Tablet to receive the initiation of the King Gang Dan Dian. After saying that, Luo Chen disappeared into the depths of the palace complex. The woman froze in place as if she had been hit hard. After a long while, she bowed deeply. "Thank you, my lord." After saying that, she hurried out of the island and flew towards the Black Swan Island. On Yaoyu Island, Luo Chen looked at the departing light and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. In the past 3 or 4 years, the Chang family has suffered a great loss for the King Gang Dan Dian. The seemingly evenly distributed share of only 500,000 yuan per family was distributed to several large families who were interested in forming a pill, as many small families were unable to do so. Among them, the Chang family was the most enthusiastic. Therefore, they also paid the most. Not only did they spend millions, but they also completely stopped the training of the younger generation of the family. Over the years, the Chang family's family output has all fallen into the collection and purchase of medicinal materials. The monster hunting ship has also been launched frequently, going to the deep sea area to catch large second-level sea monsters. Even so, the actual contribution value is still a little short. Luo Chen opened a back door because Cheng Haixin has been really dedicated and helped him a lot in the past few years. However, my King Gang Dan Dian is not easy to practice. Thinking of Chang Dao's slightly impetuous and even occasionally crazy temperament, Luo Chen curled his lips. King Gang Dan Dian was derived from microdust Juan Shu. Even if it has been simplified by half, the difficulty of practice is still very high. He is not very optimistic about the current batch of cultivators in the Fian Islands being able to successfully form a pill. On the contrary, Cheng Haixin, who was influenced by him and occasionally received his guidance, had a higher chance of forming a golden elixir. I wonder if I can cultivate a cultivator with dual spiritual roots to the golden elixir stage within 100 years. Luo Chen raised his lips slightly, as if he was doing some experiment. Again, it's not his resources that are being consumed. He turned around and entered the practice room. The formation was activated, blocking the outside from prying eyes and gathering the nearby spiritual energy to the maximum extent. On the attribute panel, his first-level spiritual gathering formation has been perfected. With the support of the major families of the Fian Islands, a large second-level spiritual gathering formation was established around Yaoyu Island to collect more spiritual energy from heaven and earth. In this way, although the spiritual veins on this island are still of the 3rd level lower grade, the concentration of spiritual energy is infinitely close to the 3rd level middle grade. And this is also one of the reasons why his Taoism is improving day by day and getting closer and closer to the 4th level of the golden elixir. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, Luo Chen opened his mouth and vomited. A small tripod appeared in front of him, growing in the wind, and in an instant it became 10 feet in size. Looking at the Hununding that was becoming more and more closely connected with his mind, Luo Chen showed a satisfied look. Judging from the evaluation of the foundation building period, his current level of sacrifice and refinement of this tripod has reached 100%. It is enough to bring all the power of this treasure to the extreme. However, this is obviously not the real extreme. A good magic weapon can increase the strength of a cultivator. Especially the life magic weapon that fits the attributes of a cultivator. That kind of increase is 1, 2, or even several times. Obviously, the Hunilinding cannot achieve this kind of increase now. The problem is that when it was refined, it absorbed more than a dozen unprocessed raw materials. There are too many impurities. Continue to sacrifice and refine. Luo Chen sighed, mana gushed out, and his consciousness surrounded him. Not only that, when he opened his mouth, wisps of green flames floated out, transforming into 9 fire dragons, wrapping the small tripod in spitting green flames. This was him imitating Min Longaiu's 9-turn flame dragon formation in the past, to sacrifice his life magic weapon. The only pity is that he does not have the formation diagram of the 9-turn flame dragon formation. This method is just a form without spirit. Even so, it is much faster than the ordinary method of sacrifice and refining. I have to find time to search for the formation diagram of the 9-turn flame dragon formation. A thought flashed through his mind, and Luo Chen continued to sacrifice and refine the magic weapon. This is what he does every day. He will stop when his mana is almost consumed, and then practice his lifelong skills to replenish his mana and improve his cultivation at the same time. In this way, his rapid progress will become more and more solid. After many years of practice, Luo Chen has realized the 3 samadhis of consolidating the foundation. Time passed slowly. Just when Luo Chen's mana was insufficient and he was about to take back the withered and prosperous true fire, his mind suddenly moved. The next moment, the green flame suddenly blazed, wrapping the Hunilinding heavily. 9 fire dragon heads poked their heads and overlooked the space in the ding, staring at it covetously. Luo Chen sighed lightly. Senior, since you have awakened, why don't you meet me openly instead of spying on me in secret? A faint bitter laugh came from the cauldron. My friend, how dare I show my face when you are in such a state? Chapter 537, Hanzan surrenders, the confidence to conquer the sea of demons. The grey cauldron was a hazy aura. 9 fire dragons that exuded the aura of swallowing everything were staring at a space in the cauldron. Not only that, Luo Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was even more like a formidable enemy. He was full of magic power, and his right hand was covered with the green flames, as if he could strike a shocking blow at any time. Outside his sea of consciousness, a black chess piece was emitting a hazy black halo, tightly wrapping his sea of consciousness. Staring at the Hunilin cauldron, his eyes were shining, and the flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water rose and fell one after another, and the light and shadow flickered. The wind had not risen, but the sleeves were already rustling. Such a scene really responded to such a battle of the old voice in the cauldron. It can be imagined how terrifying it would be if Luo Chen suddenly attacked. Especially, his preset enemy, Hanzan, was in the space where his life magic weapon was imprisoned. The right time, the right place, and the right people all depended on Luo Chen. Even though Hanzan was a Yuanying's Henrin before, he had to bow his head at this moment. Hearing Hanzan's bitter smile, Luo Chen did not relax his vigilance. In other words, when dealing with any Yuanying's Henrin, one must never relax his vigilance. He responded calmly, it's not that Luo is making a fuss, but I have no choice. Please forgive me, Senior Han. There was a moment of silence in the cauldron. Then there was a helpless voice. I can understand. Yes, the current situation of the two is completely different from when they started the war. But Luo Chen did not have absolute suppression in terms of realm. In this case, no matter how careful he is, it is justified. If it were Hanzan himself, I'm afraid he would do the same. In fact, he even had a bit of praise for the other party's caution. Hanzan sighed, and his tone seemed to become calm. I am now only a remnant soul. Even if I don't mention that I am powerless, my potential is really limited. After escaping from the dead, you didn't kill me on the spot to eliminate future troubles. You have shown your true nature. So, how are you going to deal with me now? How to deal with it? This time, the silent person was replaced by Luo Chen. Luo Chen had complicated feelings about Hanzan. This is a legendary figure who has been lingering in his ears since he crossed over. The most outstanding genius in the history of Yuding domain, his cultivation speed is fast, and his combat power is outstanding, even higher than Ren Pingshin, the first giant of Jianzong. However, when he was about 200 years old, he relied on his powerful strength to make Cheng Yan of Luoyan sect take the initiative to abdicate and let him be promoted to the supreme of a sect. After that, when he was more than 300 years old, he quietly condensed his nascent soul, achieved the great cause of the cultivator, and stepped into the realm of the real person. He had no intersection. But because of a kind thought, he saved his grandson Han Zheng, and this fell into the eyes of the opponent. During that time, although they had never met, the other party also showed him many goodwill because of this matter. Whether it was the Battle of Fengxiang Valley that destroyed the Yan League, or when Chu Zibei of Lauren sect took the initiative to open the spiritual veins and magic band of Xianlan Fairy City when he was forming the elixir, the goodwill shown by the other party could be seen. After the outbreak of the War of Development, there was also a move by the other party to rescue Luo Chen personally. It was also such things that made him have a very good impression of Han Zan. Even though there was a give and take, Luo Chen asked himself that he did not owe the other party anything. Therefore, when Han Zan was dying, he did not take advantage of the fire and add insult to injury. But now? If the other party is still a high-ranking Yuanying Zhenren, Luo Chen can still communicate with the other party like a fish in water. There is no other reason, he is used to it. Luo Chen has been dealing with superiors all his life, and he is simply too familiar with it. If the other party falls and Luo Chen rises, the situation between the two will be reversed, and there will be no big problem. After all, Luo Chen's skills in controlling subordinates have been trained quite effectively over the years. But now, it was awkward. Control him? Luo Chen thought that his methods were definitely not weak in the Jinden stage. Even if a great cultivator in the late Jinden stage took action personally, he had some confidence in protecting himself. But in front of a Yuanying Zhenren, even if it was just a remnant soul, he did not dare to get carried away. If he was attacked back, it would be a laughingstock. Kill him? Luo Chen couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. Let him go? Luo Chen also felt it was a pity. He had lived in the Hununding for almost 4 years and hadn't even paid the rent. During these 4 years, he had thought more than once about how to deal with Han Zan. But no matter how many plans he had, they became pale and powerless after a Yuanying cultivator woke up. The natural suppression of the realm made it difficult for Luo Chen to speak out his plans. An unspeakable silence filled the practice room. An old voice suddenly sounded. Luo Chen, you hesitated. So it seems that you do have some of the gentlemanly style as rumored, and you don't do things that take advantage of others' misfortunes. Luo Chen raised his eyelids and said calmly, Senior Han, why do you have to flatter me? If you were a real gentleman, you would have released you openly long ago. Han Zan chuckled, a gentleman judges deeds rather than hearts. Whether you are a hypocrite or a real villain, you always look at the final result. If the result is that I am alive and free, then no matter what you did in the process, it will only be a good story of you and I supporting each other and escaping from Kangwu Mountain. What do you think, my friend? The final result. Luo Chen's eyes condensed, as if he saw through the thick gray tripod barrier and the black wooden villain in that space. Senior, you want to live, and live freely. Han Zan laughed at himself. There is a great terror between life and death, especially since I was lucky enough to survive from that ray of nirvana holy fire. I cherish my life even more. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Luo Chen felt the same way. Having struggled under Mishuhua, he wanted to live freely. For this reason, he secretly dug a hole and was ready to escape at any time. But it was precisely because of understanding that he was more cautious. A person who wanted to live freely was very scary. Seeing that Luo Chen was silent again, Han Zan didn't seem to want to continue beating around the bush, so he got straight to the point. Let's talk about the conditions. What do you want me to do in order to get out of the cauldron? The other party chose to meet naked, which saved Luo Chen's hesitation. His expression became serious, and he said frankly, what I am worried about, fellow Taoist, I believe you know it best. Are you afraid that I will harm you? Yes, Senior, your methods are mysterious and hard to guard against. Thunder Prison God Peng was deceived by you, and you faked your death to survive. I also believe that you were powerless, but you burst out with powerful strength under the holy fire of nirvana. Although it seems that you only have a remnant soul now, there are rumors in ancient times that the strongest, even if only a drop of blood is left, can also dye the sky with blood. How can you know whether a wisp of soul can burst out with real methods? You are very cautious, I can understand, but this time, you are really worrying too much? Everything should be planned beforehand, there is no such thing as overthinking. How about making a contract? Luo Chen, you have established a Luo Chen alliance before, you should have many talismans, or I also have a method of blood contract, which can take effect with only the essence and blood of you and me. Not enough, the binding force is far from enough. What do you want to do? I want the oath of the great Dao. Luo Chen said firmly. Han Zan seemed to have expected this. He asked back, will you make an equal vow? Luo Chen denied it. I won't, but your vow must include that you must not attack me for the rest of your life, or use someone else's knife to kill someone. For the rest of your life? Han Zan muttered, and finally smiled bitterly. It's too long. You know very well that the higher the realm of cultivators of our generation, the closer we are to the Great Dao. The vows of the Great Dao are easier to take effect. The word for the rest of your life is a shekel. I'm afraid that if I make this vow, I will never be able to improve in my lifetime. At this point, he paused, then sighed and said, Luo Chen, don't look at me calling you old man all the time. To be honest, I'm only about 400 years old now. Among the nascent soul cultivators, I'm also considered young and promising. I also want to reach the realm of the God of Transformation. Han Zan formed his nascent soul at the age of 300. The Yuding Civil War and the Opening War lasted for a total of 100 years. He is now about 400 years old. He is indeed very young. Luo Chen caught another message in the other party's words. Senior Han now has only a wisp of residual soul left, but he still dreams of the state of transformation. Is there a way to reshape the body and restore the soul to the great way? Han Zan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Luo Chen's sense of smell to be so sharp. However, I am the fish in the chopping board, and there is nothing to hide. Others may not be able to do it, but I am proficient in puppets and have a corresponding method. At this point, he suddenly realized something. You don't want to kill me, and you don't want to let me go. It seems that Luo Chen also has plans for me. Let me think about it. What can I have that you can miss? Before Luo Chen could refute, he said to himself, my storage belt was taken away by the demon cultivators of Kangwu Mountain a long time ago, so I can say that I have nothing. This yin-yang puppet is quite extraordinary, but it was burned under the Nirvana holy fire, so it is not worth mentioning. Thinking about it this way, what you think of is nothing more than the things in my mind. Kung Fu, secret techniques, puppet-making techniques, prescriptions, formation diagrams, or my method of reshaping the body and soul, and recultivating the Great Dao. Luo Chen, do you think my judgment is right? Luo Chen blinked. He didn't feel embarrassed or angry when someone guessed his thoughts. Negotiating conditions is like this, exposing each other's bottom line step by step. He said in a clear voice, isn't the knowledge of the senior over the past 400 years a more valuable asset than the things you said? Han Zan smiled casually. In this case, why don't we each take a step back? How do you take a step back? I can make a great oath, but the time limit is controlled within a certain period of time, such as when you condense your nascent soul and are promoted to a generation of real people. At that time, you must have a certain ability to protect yourself and will not be afraid of me. And what I can repay you is to assist you in forming your nascent soul as much as possible without violating my own principles. Of course, in this process, you have to help me collect the corresponding materials so that I can continue the Great Dao in the future. After hearing this, Luo Chen fell into long thought. It must be said that this is the most ideal state. In his life, although he has the support of good friends and the help of Taoist companions, he lacks the guidance of the so-called master. If Han Zan is willing to assist him sincerely, it will definitely be of great help. And what he has paid will not be too much. The oath of the Great Dao has a general binding force on normal low-level cultivators, but it is very strong for high-level cultivators. Especially, Han Zan's current state can be compared to a child without clothes to cover his body. If he breaks his promise, the oath will backfire and he will die on the spot. Suddenly, Luo Chen spoke loudly. Deal. When these two words came out, the heavy air seemed to relax. However, it was only a seeming. After a long while, a laugh and scolding came from the cauldron. Good boy, you are so cautious. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth. Please swear first, and I will release you immediately. Okay. Cultivator Han Zan hereby swears that I will assist fellow Taoist Luo Chen with all my heart. This oath is based on the Great Dao. If you violate it, you will be struck by 5 thunders, your inner demon will backfire, you will sink into the endless hell, and fall into reincarnation forever. Every word was as if he was signing a contract with someone. Luo Chen listened carefully to make sure there were no excessive word games or loopholes in it. Gradually, when the words Dao Wei were uttered, a vague connection was established between Luo Chen and Han Zan. For Luo Chen, the breeze was blowing on his face, and he seemed unaware. For Han Zan, It was a golden lock and a wooden yoke across his neck. At this point, the oath was fulfilled. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The light in his eyes dissipated, and the green flame in his hand withdrew. He opened his mouth and sucked, and 9 fire dragons escaped into his mouth. Finally, he raised his sleeves, and the tripod hummed, and a black light leaped out. Before he could say a polite word, the black light swayed and fell to the ground. Crack, crack. Luo Chen looked closely, and the black wood that made up the puppet had been torn into pieces like charcoal, leaving only a slightly transparent illusory little man looking at Luo Chen with a wry smile. My friend, I have to trouble you to find a place for me to stay. Luo Chen was speechless. After all this time, this is the reason why the other party had to wake up after recuperating in the cauldron for 4 years. Looking at the other party's state, Luo Chen's heart suddenly moved. He stretched out his hand and waved, and a long banner fell on his hand. Senior, please enter this banner. Han Zan saw the long banner and couldn't help but be shocked and angry. We just agreed on the conditions, and now you want to train me into a soul banner demon. Luo Chen, you are too much? No wonder he was so angry. There is also a difference between souls entering the magic banner. The difference lies in the living soul and the dead soul. The resentment of those who died unjustly condensed, and did not dissipate after death, and the soul remained in the world, which is the dead soul. This kind of existence, if refined, is a true magic treasure. It is hard to defend against in battle, and it is ever-changing and extremely practical. But the living soul is that after the cultivator has achieved a successful realm, even if the body is destroyed, it can still retain its mind, and even use the body to cultivate. If such an existence enters the magic banner where dead energy, ghost energy, resentment, and yin energy gather, even if it is a living soul, it will become a dead soul after a long time and can no longer return to the normal path of cultivation. Han Zan's current state is that of a living soul that has achieved a realm but unfortunately has a destroyed body. Luo Chen smiled at his anger. Senior, don't be angry. I have a method. You can listen to it in detail. With Han Zan half believing and half doubting, Luo Chen told Han Zan a book of exercises that he had obtained in his early years, word by word. Although Ghost God Record is a method for ghost cultivation, it combines both living souls and dead souls. Not only that, it also contains an understanding of the use of formations in the Ghost Valley to cultivate yin souls. The reason why Bai Miling was able to be promoted to the second-level Ghost General in just a few years was because she practiced Ghost God Record and had a soul-raising banner to assist. Luo Chen did not have a soul-raising banner, but he had a soul-refining banner. With Han Zan's ability in the art of spiritual cultivation, combined with the Ghost Mystery Records and a few modifications, wouldn't this banner be an excellent place to live? Cultivation, use and cultivation are all integrated. After listening to Luo Chen's retelling, Han Zan showed hesitation. It is indeed feasible, but I have to wait for my research. As he spoke, he jumped and got into the long banner. Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but raise his mouth. This 10,000 soul banner now welcomes a residual soul of the nascent soul stage. If the low-level soul is fully replenished, it can not only repeat the power of the 10,000 soul banner, but can even compete with the rumored 100,000 Li soul banner. The most important thing is, Luo Chen doesn't need to be distracted to control it. In this way, in the battle, Luo Chen has a powerful helper out of thin air. With Han Zan's ability, even if he can't exert the power of the nascent soul in his prime, he is definitely above ordinary giant and cultivators. In this way, I finally have a little confidence to roam the sea of demons. Chapter 538, The Great Perfection of the True Flame Pill, the Mara School's strongest man appears. The reason why Han Zan was forced to wake up from his recuperation state was not only because his yin-yang puppet could not hold on. Another important reason was that Luo Chen had been refining the Hununding more and more deeply over the years. From the initial impurity quenching, to gradually mastering the formation on it, and even going deep into the magic weapon. As a result, the space restriction set by King Shuang was also affected. The repeated fluctuations completely deprived Han Zan of a quiet recuperation environment. For him, it was a bad thing. But for Luo Chen, it was an absolute good thing. This meant that Luo Chen was not far from perfectly mastering the Hununding. Luo Chen also took the opportunity to ask Han Zan about the backhand left by Tian Yizi on the Hununding. In this regard, Han Zan's answer surprised Luo Chen a little. It's just a temporary measure, don't worry too much. In shock, Luo Chen thought carefully and gradually came to his senses. Tianyi's refining skills are indeed superb. But King Shuang and Yao Kun are not stupid people. If there were two obvious countermeasures left on the Hununding, they would definitely be able to see through it. Only the temporary measures that were not too obvious and had less power could be concealed. This could also explain why Tianyi robbed the Hununding in the dungeon of the Dezhen Temple in Kangwu Mountain, but was unable to use it freely in the battle with Liu Shenpen. He just left a backhand in some key places. And these backhands disappeared directly with the death of Tianyi. No wonder my rituals have become smoother and smoother in the past few years. After waking up, Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh at himself. He was bitten by a snake once and was afraid of the rope for 10 years. In his spare time, he also asked Han Zan about some of his past events in Kangwu Mountain, such as how he and Tianyi conspired to break the dungeon restrictions. Han Zan also told him everything he knew. Those demon cultivators know the fact, but not the reason. Even though the demon emperor King Lun relied on his racial talent to touch the power of the space law in the nascent soul stage, it was too crude to use it on the imprisonment of dead objects. Tianyi is a famous master of formations. In addition to puppetry, I also practiced formations, otherwise I would not be able to control the Lianga E5 elements sword formation. Relying on the means of air prohibition in the foundation of the formation, after many attempts and studies, I slowly discovered the flaws. To be honest, you are the one who benefited in the end. How did Luo Chen benefit? That was naturally his life magic weapon Hununding. After Tianyi and Han Zan had made some progress in their research on air prohibition, in order to verify their ideas, they asked King Shuang to personally help Luo Chen improve his life magic weapon. After the verification was completed, Luo Chen's magic weapon had the power to cross space and capture and suppress. Even the mustard seed space inside could store living things, which was no less than those well-made spirit beast bags. Han Zan was also quite envious of this. He said frankly that if Luo Chen nurtured and refined it carefully, this Hununding would sooner or later be promoted to the first-class real weapon in the future. Talking about real weapons, Luo Chen also asked a few more questions. What is the difference between such weapons and magic weapons? Han Zan's answer was that real weapons are real weapons, which are united with the mind of the Yuanying cultivator, and have a strong amplification effect when the domain is expanded. The so-called Yuanying domain is to absorb and control the spiritual energy of a certain attribute of the corresponding cultivator between heaven and earth. But the strength of the cultivator is limited, and in fact, they can't control much. With a real weapon, this effect can be amplified. Han Zan, has been a baby for 100 years, but he doesn't have a real weapon. Luo Chen was very surprised. Wasn't it rumored that several real weapons were found in the Bai Cave Mansion in Jilai Mountain? Those are all the relics of the great powers of the Mingyuan sect, which are not something we can touch. After the strong men of the Mingyuan sect came, they took them all back. Otherwise, if I had a real weapon, how could I be so passive when fighting against the proud Howling Wolf King? Through this incident, Luo Chen also learned a common sense. That is, although it is difficult for the demon race to transform, once it transforms, it is easy to use certain parts of the body or companion objects to refine their own unique life artifacts. This is why, at the same level, low-level demon beasts are no match for human cultivators, but after reaching a high level, there is almost no difference between the two. It can even be said that because of some special racial talents, high-level demon beasts can suppress human cultivators. Just like Ao Xiao to Han Zan, and Qin Shuang alone suppresses 3 late-stage Yuanying great cultivators. Days passed slowly under this water-like pace of life. Luo Chen was not in a hurry to ask for what he wanted from Han Zan. First, his current focus is on refining a large number of true flame pills. Second, Han Zan is also anxious to study the way of coexistence between the soul-refining banner and him, and wants to have a safe place to live. However, if Luo Chen does not take the initiative to ask, Han Zan, who is experienced in human relations, will naturally not be stingy. Once when Luo Chen was swallowing blood food, he took the initiative to give out a Black Emperor paste recipe that Luo Chen had been thinking about for many years. In his words, this is the first step of the sincere cooperation between the two. Luo Chen gave him the soul-refining banner, and he gave him the Black Emperor plaster recipe in return. With a good start, they may get along better in the next few hundred years. One day, in the alchemy room, Luo Chen stared at the gray cauldron with a focused look, and the green flames kept burning. Under his control, The liquid medicine in the cauldron kept flowing like magma. This is the 5th year in the North Sea. For the 3rd level elixir of True Flame Pill, he has been refining it for several years, and his proficiency has become higher and higher, and he has reached the master level long ago. Not only is the success rate of the pill controlled at more than 50%, but it has long been not limited to one furnace and one portion of raw materials. Now, under normal circumstances, he can refine 10 portions of raw materials in one furnace. If he lets go, it is not impossible to refine 100 portions of raw materials in one furnace. However, for the latter, it requires a more focused state and a longer time, and it is difficult to get away when encountering something. These problems are not problems at all. As long as I reach the great perfection of the True Flame Pill, they will be solved. And the day of great perfection is today. Luo Chen's expression was still focused, but his method of controlling the original true fire was a little more delicate. Speaking of which, Luo Chen had never thought of such a feat of using 100 parts of raw materials in one furnace before. Ordinary alchemy tools were not enough to support this refining method. Only the Hununding. After repeated explorations, Luo Chen gradually touched the limit of this treasure. Even in his opinion, this seemed not to be the limit of the Hununding. In Hanzan's words, an alchemy treasure like yours is enough to be placed in the top big sects as the treasure of the sect. What is the treasure of the alchemy sect? That is, if it is not moved, it will be fine. Once it is activated, it will be the power of the whole sect to refine the pill. Under the blazing fire, countless exotic flowers and herbs, hundreds of medicinal materials are put into it. Only in this way can it be called the treasure of the alchemy sect. Luo Chen also has a plan. After he has mastered the True Flame Pill to perfection, he will do his best to refine 100 pills at once. It is also a good opportunity to see if he has the magnanimity of a master of alchemy. Just as he was concentrating, he suddenly frowned. His hands kept moving, and he turned his head slightly. A voice was transmitted through the isolation formation of the alchemy room to a side hall covered by black fog on Yao Island. Senior Han, there are guests visiting. Please entertain them for me. In the side hall, the black fog was shaking. Hundreds of powerful ghost generals and even a ghost king could be vaguely seen, all kneeling in front of a 3-inch illusory little man. Han Zan quietly spread his consciousness and also found the visitor. He first praised Luo Chen for his caution, and then said, I can barely control this soul-refining flag, but the person who comes is at the 6th level of the golden pill, which is quite strong. I am afraid that I can't stop him with only this 3rd-level ghost king. In the distance, Luo Chen's voice came slowly. It's okay, just stop him for a while, and I can free my hands for a while. Well, you just need to know the reason. Han Zan smiled slightly and made a spiritual spell in his hand. Hundreds of 2nd-level ghost generals in the hall rushed out together. And he himself slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, the 3rd-level ghost king crawling on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, extremely agile. It was the puppet technique of Luo Chen sect. The ghost king's face showed a slightly humanoid look. Let me see how the North Sea monks fight. With a murmur, the 3rd-level ghost king disappeared in the side hall under the black fog. In the vast Fian Islands, a war broke out without asking the reason. Time went back to a quarter of an hour ago. On the vast ocean, a man came on the waves and stopped suddenly when passing a small island. Come out, young man. As soon as the words fell, a panicked voice came from the island. Master, you have arrived, and I didn't come to greet you. I deserve it. A sturdy black-faced man flew out of the island and landed on the sea with a little nervousness. Wu Qi looked at the black-faced man and nodded slightly. The great perfection of the foundation building period. He glanced at the reef on the island again. A black scale dragon in the early stage of the 3rd stage. You must be Kun Jiao, the leader of the Fian Jiaolong gang. Kun Jiao's heart trembled. His spirit beast hidden under the reef was actually seen through at a glance. He nodded quickly. It's me, master, you have good eyesight. Wu Qi shook his head and chuckled. What eyesight can I say? It was you who took the initiative to contact my Malao clan and led me here. If I didn't know your origins, wouldn't it show that my Malao clan's intelligence capabilities were not good enough? Hearing the 3 words Mola clan, Kun Jiao's face showed a deep fear. This is one of the most powerful forces in the northern territory of the Demon Sea people. There are countless people who have established their foundations, many people who have reached the golden core stage, and even the elusive Yuanying's Henrun. Not only that, Under the trend of the Canghai Zhangdao League sweeping across the North Sea and becoming a new holy land, the Luo school is one of the few powerful forces that dare to compete with it. I don't know if it is right or wrong to track the strong men of this faction. Yan Nanchan from Luo Island can run, and he actually ran to this corner. Wu Qi looked at the distance, the archipelago that looked like a sea swallow. Is he still hiding there? Kun Jiao said awkwardly, Yan Nanchan, he's dead. Huh? Wu Qi frowned. He didn't expect this to be the case. It was rare for him to accept a Luo school mission, but he didn't expect that the target of the mission would be dead before he could make a move. This was really unexpected. He looked at Kun Jiao for a while, then looked at the trembling black scale dragon under the reef of the small island next to him, and then showed disdain. With your strength and that of the third-level black scale dragon, I'm afraid you can't kill Yan Nanchan. Tell me, how did he die? Kun Jiao became excited and immediately told the story of the battle between Yan Nanchan and Luo Chen, King Gang Demon Lord. While muttering to himself, Wu Qi's face showed a half-belief and half-doubt. Before the destruction of the Yuan demon sect, there were indeed some useless foundation-building disciples who liked to artificially create King Gang demon fire. However, this kind of demon fire has great flaws. Few Yuan demon sect disciples use it as their main means and cultivate to the Jinden stage. Now, there is a Jinden cultivator who is good at using King Gang demon fire on the Fian Islands. If you say that he is a Yuan demon sect strong man, he really doesn't believe it. The high-level cultivators of the Yuan demon sect are not so short-sighted. Could it be that he is a fake? While he was puzzled, Kun Jiao calmed down and told him what had happened in the Fian Islands in the past few years. It's not surprising that he occupied the third-level spiritual vein on Yao Island. He took out the middle-level dam-forming secret technique. It has some background. Even my Wu family only has a lower-level dam-forming secret technique. He is so generous, which is a bit like the true inheritance of a major sect. He didn't care about anything and enslaved the major families to collect medicinal materials for him. In just 4 or 5 years, he exhausted the people of Fian Islands. Haha, this is really a bit like the style of a powerful demon sect. Wait, a third-level alchemist. In the early stage of the Golden Collar, Wu Qi pursed his lips, his eyes kept turning, and a desire to try was stirring in his heart. Kun Jiao quickly confirmed the 2 pieces of news. It is indeed the early stage of the Golden Collar, and the pharmacists and alchemists sent by the major families have also confirmed that the Demon Lord King Gang can indeed refine third-level pills. Moreover, some low-level pills are also easy to make, and the quality is extremely high. After saying that, he looked at Wu Qi nervously. He really wanted the other party to take action and kill the King Gang Demon Lord. If he killed the other party, Wu Qi would definitely look down on the small place of Fian Islands. In that case, he could return to Fian and rely on the state of great perfection of foundation building and a black scale dragon in the early stage of the Third Order to occupy the Fian Islands and become the master of Fian. As the leader of a gang, he has been wandering around in a mess for these years. After finally waiting for Yan Nanchan to die, he has to be afraid of the new Demon Lord. Kun Jiao has had enough. Wu Qi of the Luo school knew his thoughts very well. Being used by a cultivator of a lower realm, he would definitely not like it under normal circumstances. He might even kill the other party to set an example. But an alchemist in the early stage of the golden elixir. No, the other party can obviously refine a variety of elixirs, and his attainments are extremely high. He can already be called a master-level existence. If such an existence is controlled in his hands, then his Wu family will surely rise. And he, Wu Qi, can also occupy a place in the Demon Luo stream and become the first-class existence under the real person. This vote, done. Glancing at Kun Jiao who was looking at him, Wu Qi said coldly, come with me. When the time comes, I will take action against King Gang Demon Lord. You help me to suppress the others and don't let those ants disturb me. Kun Jiao was stunned. Is he going to take action? But when he thought that after the matter was accomplished, he could monopolize the Fian Islands, he threw away his slight hesitation. Listen to the master's orders. Come on. Wu Qi's expression became solemn, and he rolled up his sleeves. A huge wave rushed up from the blue sea, carrying his body and rolling forward. Wherever he passed, the waves were surging and the water splashed. From a distance, it seemed as if a tsunami that could swallow everything was forming and pressing towards the Fian Islands. Chapter 539 Fellow Taoist, let's talk it over nicely. It has only been 5 years since the Fian Islands changed. The high-level officials on the island lamented that the people were exhausted, but for the real grassroots people, it was not the case at all. Because of Luo Chen's terrible demand for medicinal materials, the monks of the major families tried their best to contribute money and effort to help raise funds, but the number of monks was limited. Therefore, many work tasks were handed over to mortals. For mortals, this is an opportunity. It is an opportunity to enter the eyes of the immortals and change their own destiny. Therefore, the bottom ecology seems to be in full swing and enthusiastic. The number of mortal warriors at the key docks far exceeds that of 5 years ago. That's why, when the tsunami that stretched for hundreds of miles along the coastline hit, many busy mortal warriors discovered it. How can a tsunami form in such good weather? It's just a small tsunami hundreds of miles wide, don't worry. Tsunamis hundreds of miles wide are indeed nothing compared to those violent tsunamis that can easily reach thousands of miles or even tens of thousands of miles. The mortal warriors on the dock were not too panicked. They packed up their goods and ran back nimbly. But after a few steps, an accident occurred. Help! Help! The cries for help rang out one after another, causing the mortal warriors running in front to subconsciously turn their heads. It was not until then that they realized that the tsunami was not big, but the speed was extremely fast. It was as if there was a giant beast stirring up the sea and hitting the waves. Giant beast? Could it be a sea monster causing trouble? Go and report to the monk. No need to report, look at the sky. In the sky, at some point, more than a dozen figures had appeared, scattered and flying around the Fian Islands. They all looked solemn, and there was even a hint of fear in their eyes. Master Jinden. He is definitely a water expert. There are only a few Jinden cultivators who can manipulate the ocean for their own use and easily raise mountains of water in the sea. As far as I know, there are only a few Jinden cultivators. And with such a scene, could it be that the Wu family ancestor of the Mo Luo school has come in person? Whether it is or not, Brother Chang, come up with a decision now. The spiritual consciousness finally converged on a young man. Cheng Dao, who had already reached the great perfection of foundation building, looked doubtful and even a little angry. He finally reached the great perfection of foundation building and exhausted his family's hundreds of years of heritage, and then exchanged for the secret art of forming the elixir from the Qingyang Demon Lord. Recently, he has been stepping up his practice of the Qingyang Dan Cannon, but encountered such a thing, which is really a sudden disaster. If I could wait quietly for him to practice the Qingyang Dan Cannon and form the elixir smoothly, how great it would be. But now, it is no longer the time to be lucky. Such a fierce force, it is definitely not a friendly guest. The visitor is not friendly. Activate this Hanhei formation. The order was given and passed down quickly. On the 36 islands of Fian, beams of light began to light up. Faintly, a top-level formation was about to take shape. Seeing this scene, Cheng Dao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the formation was formed, even if a giant cultivator came in person, he could gather the power of the 36 islands to resist it. Someone next to him whispered, "What should we do with those mortals at the dock?" Cheng Dao frowned and looked down. "I don't have time to take care of them, let them fend for themselves." In the eyes of immortal cultivators, mortals are just tools. No, sometimes they are not even tools, but just a consumable. Perhaps only those mortal warriors who have reached the innate master level can make them look at them more, but that's all. Just as they were talking, a rumble suddenly sounded. So fast. Cheng Dao turned his head in surprise. As far as the eye can see, a small island in the front has been swept into the tsunami. The hastily erupted light column was instantly destroyed in it. He swallowed his saliva and suddenly realized something. The method of connecting islands and forming a formation passed down by the Kanghei Zhengdao League is to deal with large-scale sea monsters that are slow to move. Therefore, there is a long preparation time to extract the spiritual veins and earth energy. And now the enemy to be faced is a powerful human. In particular, the opponent's speed and fierce attack are impossible to give them so much time. Despair has already emerged. Suddenly, Cheng Dao turned around and shouted shrilly, "Please help the Demon King." The hoarse voice spread throughout the world and rushed straight to the Yaoai Islands. Under the clear sky, an indifferent voice came slowly. "Allow you." Before the words fell, a huge black fog rose from the Yaoai Island. Ghosts and wolves howled inside, as if it were a ghost den. The next moment, hundreds of black shadows emitting powerful auras, wearing armor and holding swords, spears, and halberds, rushed out of the black fog. This scene was exactly the day of 100 ghosts, covering the clouds and the sun. Hundreds of ghost generals formed a mysterious formation, leaped over several islands, and rushed straight to the vast ocean tsunami that had destroyed 4 islands, rushing up fearlessly. Under the clear sky, the huge water mountain collided with the black fog ghosts in an instant. There was a rumbling explosion. Yaoyu Island, in the alchemy room. Luo Chen was doing 2 things at once. While controlling the final refining work of the true flame pill, he looked at a water mirror condensed in front of him. When he saw the waves in that tsunami that rose and fell one after another, reaching a height of 100 feet, his face changed slightly. 100-foot water mountain was no less than the height of those large tsunamis in nature. Can human power be comparable to the power of nature? He knew very well that the giant cultivator was very powerful enough to cut off a river with a sword and break a mountain with a punch. But in the final analysis, these are pure destructive power. Destruction is always easier than construction. But it is absolutely impossible to achieve the rumored carrying of mountains and chasing the sea, chasing the stars and the moon. When the war started, although Luo Chen carried out a plan to carry mountains, he also formed 10 golden elixirs in one breath, plus many low-level cultivators, and the power of a red flame dragon boat, which barely succeeded. If you really want to carry mountains and chase the sea without pressure, you have to be a Yuanying Zhenren to do it easily. Obviously, if there is a Yuanying Zhenren to deal with him, Luo Chen, there is no need to use such means at all. The person who comes is very strong. Even if he is in the Jinden stage, he is definitely a powerful person with powerful means. While muttering to himself, Luo Chen's attention fell on the side hall of Yaoyu Island again. Hanzan, how much do you have left now? At this moment, Luo Chen is not unable to move freely. At most, he will give up this furnace of elixirs. The reason why he didn't do it himself was to try what Hanzan could do. A remnant soul of the nascent soul master, without a physical body, a nascent soul, or a life-saving magic weapon, just a remnant soul in a broken soul refining banner that had lost tens of thousands of souls. As he was expecting, Hanzan made his move. Hundreds of ghosts marched daily, covering the sun with clouds. With just this one move, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. These hundreds of ghost generals in the foundation building period, obviously formed a formation under Hanzan's control. Its exquisiteness was even better than the 10,000 ghosts formation that Yan Nanshan had used before. Even if Luo Chen took action himself, it would take a lot of effort. But if that's all, maybe it can stop that tsunami, but it can't stop the enemies hidden inside. Luo Chen muttered. Just as he said. That tsunami rushing towards Yaoyu Island slowed down under the impact of the 100 ghosts. Being blocked, the waves in that tsunami continued to pile up and rise layer by layer. But in just a few breaths, a water mountain was formed. On the water mountain, white waves surged, and a figure stepped on the lotus and dragged the waves out. At the same time, on Yaoyu Island, a low roar came. Immediately, a black shadow suddenly shot out. On the water mountain, Ghost King Wu Qi looked at the black shadow rushing out, with a strange look in his eyes, and uttered a sentence, "Come on." Then, he turned his wrist and a small flag fell into his hand. Holding the flagpole, he waved forward. In an instant, 3 dragons separated from that tsunami and rushed towards the Ghost King. 3 dragons and 1 ghost collided with each other in an instant. The Ghost King roared ferociously, and his 2 palms as big as a palm fan reached out and grabbed the neck of a water dragon directly. The other 2 wanted to attack, but chains suddenly emerged from the Ghost King's body and bound him. Break. With a low roar. Boom. In an instant, the 3 dragons suddenly turned into water splashes all over the sky, bursting in all directions. The powerful water column actually blasted a small island inhabited by mortals below into pits and holes, revealing countless huge pits. Seeing this, Wu Qi's eyes became more strange. But it was obvious that his methods were more than that. The small flag in his hand kept waving. The sea behind him roared, and more seawater gathered towards him. The water mountain under his feet still maintained its original height, but more and more water dragons flew out. 1, 2, 3. In just a few breaths, 7 more dragons shook their heads and tails and flew out. My life-saving magic weapon, the Sea King flag, is also a leader even among the middle-grade magic weapons. And it has been refined by me for hundreds of years, and it can be controlled as if it is in my heart, and its power is like the sea. If I were in the sea, I could fight against a great monk in the late Jiandan period. Even if I land now, I am still invincible with the sea behind me. Let me see what this mysterious monk who easily wiped out Yan Nanshan can do, and whether he is the remnant of the Yuanmo sect. Wu Qi was very careful. He was so careful that he used his life-saving magic weapon, the Sea King flag, as soon as he made a move, and even brought the power of the vast ocean tsunami. To be honest, he was already surprised that the 100 Ghosts formation could block his tsunami in the first place. And this third-level Ghost King full of battle wisdom surprised him even more. Even if the 7 dragons came out together, they couldn't do anything to him in a short period of time. After several fights, although the momentum of the third-level Ghost King was getting weaker and weaker, it also made Wu Qi vaguely certain of one thing in his heart. This Qingyang Demon Lord is most likely the remnant of the Yuan Demon sect, and he is very likely a strong man of the soul-refining lineage. Ordinary Yuan Demon sect disciples can't control the resentful souls and evil ghosts so freely. They can drive an ordinary one-hand banner to this extent. Although he said so. But Wu Qi was obviously not satisfied with the result of the battle. He was blocked outside the Fian Islands with only a soul banner. If this got out, how could he, Wu Qi, survive in the North Sea immortal cultivation world? With a thrust of his right hand, the small flag was inserted into the waves. He kept pinching his hands together, and his mighty magic power kept gushing out. The 1,000 dragons eating dragon technique. The next moment, the tsunami he brought with him streaked with spiritual light. Blue dragons, slightly smaller than before, flew out and roared towards the third-level Ghost King. The number and momentum were so great that at first glance, it seemed endless. Even though chains emerged from the third-level Ghost King, they became soft and powerless as more and more water dragons gnawed at them. Not only that, after breaking through the black fog defense, the water dragons bit the Ghost King's huge body. Roar! Roar! The furious roars continued to sound. Anyone could hear the anger and panic in it. In Yaoyu Island, Luo Chen frowned slightly. Senior. In the side hall, Han Zhan smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry, this is all I can do for now. It's not that I don't try my best, it's just that a good cook can't cook without rice. Without the assistance of the 10,000 souls, this 10,000 souls banner is really not worthy of its name. Without the supplement of the 10,000 souls Ghost Key, the Ghost King, although extremely powerful when he appeared, will only shine for a while." He was telling the truth. This 10,000 souls banner was overused when Yan Nanshan fought against Luo Chen before. First it was consumed by the fiery miasma, and then it was bombarded by the landslide in the 9 suns. The low-level souls that served as the basic structure were completely consumed. Han Zhan was able to push it to such an extent that he stopped the enemy of the 6th level of the Golden Core at the periphery of the Fian Islands, which was his best effort. But, is this Han Zhan's full strength now? Luo Chen was a little dissatisfied, but also very satisfied. "Okay, senior, go and have a rest. I will take care of the rest." Han Zhan was stunned for a moment. "Have you finished refining the elixir?" Luo Chen smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and 10 streams of light flew out of the cauldron. Every elixir was as red as agate, and the fragrance of the elixir was like a delicacy. The best grade true flame pill, perfected. In the side hall, Han Zhan saw this and was shocked. Luo Chen put away the best grade true flame pill, then removed the formation restriction and floated into the air from Yaoyu Island. A pair of spiritual eyes, thousands of miles away, watched the scene of the 1,000 dragons eating ghosts from afar. It's not easy to get a 10,000 souls banner. Even if it's incomplete, it can't be wasted like this. He murmured to himself and jumped. The raging magic power began to burn. The whole person turned into a meteor and flew towards the periphery of Fian Islands. Wherever he passed, there was a raging fire. And a wisp of green flame had been lingering on his palm without knowing when. 1,000 miles away, it was reached in an instant. When Wu Qi suddenly looked up, Luo Chen had already raised his right palm. "Dao are extraordinary, take my next move." Before he finished speaking, he pressed down with his right palm. Buzz! When the right palm pressed down, the green flames blazed, and the magic power surged. In the void, a huge handprint with a length and width of hundreds of feet suddenly appeared, and the fingerprints on it were clearly visible. The lingering green flame seemed to be able to burn everything. It was Luo Chen's proud move, the Qingyang Great Handprint. Wu Qi's face changed drastically. Before he could speak, the small flag in front of him grew in the wind, A drop of dark blue light flew out, and he suddenly raised his hands to the sky. The next moment, a raging wave turned into a huge wall, rising from the sea behind him. The dark blue light merged into it, and the huge wall looked even thicker. The green big palm didn't care and pressed down with one palm. When the two touched, there was only a loud explosion between heaven and earth. Boom! The terrifying power turned into a gust of wind, sweeping across the wilderness, crushing the vegetation on the islands and forcing the monks to bend their heads. The intense high-temperature water vapor dripped onto the ground like magma, and those who were touched screamed miserably. The two parties at the center of the battle were also in a very bad mood at this moment. Under the terrifying recoil force, Luo Chen could not help but retreat hundreds of steps, staggering in the air. Wu Qi himself was forced to retreat back into the sea under the backwash of the waves. Is this a 6th-level Jinden cultivator? Sure enough, both are in the middle stage of Jinden, but there is a world of difference between the 4th and 6th levels. When Luo Chen stood firm, a flash of excitement appeared in his eyes. Swish! The Zuanhou sword fell into his right hand, with the tip of the sword pointing diagonally. He pinched his left hand to form a seal, and sparks appeared one by one. After just a few breaths, the sparks expanded, and 9 rounds of scorching suns were suspended behind him. It was at this moment. In the sea, a figure sank and floated, stepping on the lotus and dragging the waves to emerge. Seeing Luo Chen in such a state, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Now, let's talk nicely. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 Blood Nightmare Demon Luo, 12 Ranks Master. My name is Wu Qi, nice to meet you, Taoist friend. I am King Gang, temporarily serving as the Master of Fian. The 10-mile Pinghu Lake was filled with white mist. On Yaoyu Island, two Taoists sat opposite each other. Staring at Luo Chen, Wu Qi's eyes showed a look of emotion. The methods of this demon lord King Gang were really extraordinary. However, after just a few moves, the other party showed his absolute ability in soul refining and magic. Combined with the rumors about the other party, he couldn't help but ask, Dao King Gang, are you really the true disciple of the Yuanmo sect who survived? Luo Chen's face was calm, and he asked back, the Yuanmo sect has been dispersed, what's the difference between being or not being? Wu Qi's expression froze. This is the truth, but if you can act in the name of the Yuanmo sect, then walking in this world of cultivation that was once controlled by the Yuanmo sect will undoubtedly. Suddenly, he woke up. If you really do this, there will be advantages and disadvantages. Under the control of the Yuanmo sect for thousands of years, although it has the name of a holy land, it does not learn from other holy lands on the continent to control the North Sea. In addition, the arrogant style of the disciples and followers has provoked countless strong men. Even now, no one is beating the drowning dog. But in secret, countless people are killing the remnants of the Yuanmo sect. No one dares to provoke those Yuanmo sect masters in the nascent soul stage. But it is much easier to attack King Gang Demon Lord. Judging from the other party's character of living in seclusion in a remote place like the Fian Islands, he is a person who dislikes trouble and naturally cannot cause more trouble for those conveniences. He thought he had figured it out and had already given Luo Chen the title of the true disciple of the Yuanmo sect. This is the effect Luo Chen wanted. Not only did he find the source of his origin, but he also tried his best not to take the corresponding risks. Some things are best not to be said explicitly. But some things still need to be made clear. He looked at the black-robed Taoist with a high bun and said in a cold voice, fellow Taoist Wu is from the Malo clan. Wu Qi smiled and said, yes, I am from the Malo clan of the 12, under the command of the Blood Nightmare Malo, and I live on Wushan Island. I am the contemporary supreme elder of the Wu family. In one sentence, his name, address, origin and backers were all revealed. Luo Chen tasted the information. The 12 Malo clan refers to the fact that there are 12 Yuanying true immortals in the Malo clan, collectively known as the 12 clan masters. It is rumored that there are also top cultivators in the late Yuanying stage. But the name of this force comes from a cultivator in the early Yuanying stage, who happens to be the Blood Nightmare Malo. This person is a legitimate descendant of the Yuanmo sect. Within the demon sect, He is also a leader of the Blood God lineage, and was even promoted to an elder of the demon sect. When the Yuanmo sect was destroyed, he worked for the sect outside and escaped by luck. As a survivor, he was always thinking about reviving the sect. After getting the support of a group of Yuanying's Hunren, he established a force of Molualiu in the name of his Taoist name, trying to recover the territory of Yuanmo sect. At present, Molualiu is also one of the top forces that are mainly against Kanghei's Hengdao League. Obviously, Wu Qi said that he was under the command of Zhu and Moluo, which was both a show of sincerity and a hint to Luo Chen. I have a big backer. Luo Chen naturally understood what the other party meant, but his expression remained calm. Dao Yao came here, I think it's for Yan Nanshan. Wu Qi nodded. Indeed, when Molualia was first established, there were other forces that wanted to fish in troubled waters. The Yan family of Liuan Island was ignorant and was driven by others, thus offending our Molualiu. Yan Nanshan, this thief, is quite powerful, but he is bold and careful, and has injured many people in my sect. Killing him is a task designated by the sect. Then that's right. Luo Chen said coldly, with a hint of displeasure on his face. Wu Qi was stunned. What's right? Luo Chen looked at him coldly. I have never disrespected your sect, and I killed your enemy Yan Nanshan for you. You should thank me. However, why did you come to my house and start a war? I need an explanation. This attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, but also had a hint of strength. It seemed that he didn't care about the blood nightmare demon Luo behind Wu Qi. Wu Qi's face changed slightly. Could it be that this Qingyang demon lord was in a high position before the fall of the Yuan demon sect? Even the blood nightmare demon Luo didn't care? After careful observation, when he saw the other party's extremely young face, he had a faint sense of certainty. So young, he has an extraordinary realm of the third level of the golden core. Even within the demon sect, he is a figure like a child of destiny. Maybe the other party is really not afraid of the blood nightmare demon Luo? Many thoughts flowed, and Wu Qi finally looked solemn and clasped his hands towards Luo Chen. I'm sorry, Wu was also bewitched by the villain. I will give you an explanation for this matter. After saying this, in front of Luo Chen, he released a telepathic message without any concealment. Then, he and Luo Chen drank the spiritual tea quietly. Luo Chen did not urge him, he wanted to know what the explanation was. After a while, a beam of light flew in from outside the island, hovering above the 10-mile Pinghu Lake, and hesitated to enter. The Yaoyu Island, which was shrouded in white mist, seemed to sense the arrival of the newcomers and took the initiative to make way for a path. The light hesitated for a moment, and then flew in. According to the guidance, Kun Jiao, the leader of the Jiaolong gang, arrived at the Qingyang Hall and easily. As soon as he entered, he felt two burning eyes falling on him. The spiritual pressure that was not restrained at all was like a mountain pressing down. His face turned pale. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and gritted his teeth and said, Kun Jiao, I meet the two masters. Just as he was about to raise his head, he heard a sound of talking and laughing. Dao Yao, this is what I want to tell you. The voice seemed to be beside my ear. When I heard it again, I was at a loss. Kun Jiao only saw a headless corpse kneeling on the white jade floor tiles. A good head rolled 4 or 5 times in the hall. Luo Chen looked at Wu Qi with a smile. Is that it? Wu Qi said frankly, it was him who bewitched me with flattering words. Killing him is a reasonable thing. Of course, Dao Yao may still be dissatisfied. Then how about this? As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. The 2 bags on Kun Jiao's waist flew over. One is a storage bag, and the other is a spirit beast bag. Both bags fell in front of Luo Chen. Wu Qi pointed at the 2 bags and said, as the leader of a gang, Kun Jiao should have some savings. In addition, there is a 3rd-order early black scale dragon in this spirit beast bag. Even if it is not as good as us giant and cultivators, it is enough to deal with most of the juniors in the foundation building period. I see that there are only 4 or 5 2nd-order blue-ringed giant-toothed sea snakes as guards in your cultivation place, which is really shabby. Using this black-scaled dragon to guard the house and the gate can also embellish the appearance. The words were well-reasoned and neither humble nor arrogant. Not only did he give a step to kill people, but he also gave benefits. At this point, if Luo Chen still pursued him, he would be a bit ungrateful. Luo Chen is not a person with low emotional intelligence. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. So Dao Yao was deceived by a villain. In this way, you and I have let go of all the grudges. Haha, Yes, yes. Wu Qi laughed twice, as if he didn't care about the previous things at all. Luo Chen had some enlightenment in his heart. Perhaps, this is also one of the customs of the North Sea immortal cultivation world. In the East Wilderness, you first tell your origins, state your respective positions, and then decide how to act. But in the North Sea, no matter right or wrong, you have to fight first. If you have the strength that I admit, then there will be a follow-up of sitting opposite each other, chatting and laughing, and telling each other about your origins. Obviously, my previous performance has won the recognition of the other party. After all, Luo Chen does not absolutely think that he is much stronger than Wu Qi. At that time, he also felt the pressure of that brief move, otherwise he would not have taken out the Zhuanghe sword and prepared for a full-scale battle. And Wu Qi, after retreating to the sea, although he was submissive in his words, his momentum was 3 points stronger than on land. Otherwise, Luo Chen would not have invited him to Yao Island. When Luo Chen deeply understood these principles, Wu Qi was also constantly looking around, sniffing from time to time. In the end, his slightly shocked eyes stayed on Luo Chen. Facing this strange look, Luo Chen frowned. Yan Nanshan is dead, and you have explained to me. There is nothing else to do. Taoist friend, do you have anything else to say? This is to drive him away. Wu Qi waved his hands quickly. Something. He finally couldn't help but asked, Taoist Kengang, you are a third-level alchemist, right? Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth, without answering or denying. Wu Qi struck while the iron was hot. According to my observation, Taoist friend is probably a master among third-level alchemists. Oh, how do you say that? Luo Chen asked back. Wu Qi sniffed his nose and said with a bit of nostalgia, in the Moluo school, there is a master who has practiced alchemy and has reached the third level. Once, he refined a third-level top-grade elixir, and enjoy, he rewarded it to the people below. Although I didn't get it, I was lucky enough to observe it from others. The fragrance of that top-grade elixir is like orchid and musk, as if. But even so, it's not even 1/10 or 2 of the remaining elixir fragrance on you, fellow Taoist. At this point, he became excited. Fellow Taoist, could it be that you can refine a top-grade third-level elixir? Luo Chen's mind moved, and he carefully sniffed the smell on his body. Sure enough. Before the battle, the top-grade true flame pill he refined still had a little elixir fragrance on his body. If it were in the past, he would habitually use the cleansing technique to remove it. But after coming to the North Sea, in order to preserve the murderous and demon-killing aura on his body and deter the villains. Therefore, the frequency of using the cleansing technique was reduced. Because he had lived in the orchid room for a long time and didn't smell the fragrance, he accidentally ignored the fragrance of the elixir. But he didn't expect that Wu Qi's observation was so sharp that he saw some of his true and false. In this case, he didn't need to hide it. I succeeded by chance once, so I don't deserve the master's praise. Wu Qi shook his head hurriedly. No. Although Kun Jiao deceived me in some things, he also mentioned many times that you, Taoist Kengang, have achieved great accomplishments in the way of alchemy. At that time, I just thought he was a country cultivator with little knowledge and mistook mediocrity for holiness. Now it seems that he is indeed a country cultivator with little knowledge. He only knew that you were a third-level alchemist, but he didn't know that third-level alchemists also have different levels. With a master-level alchemy like you, you can be a distinguished guest in my Moluo school. Even the 12 masters would be honored and make friends with you. Luo Chen twitched his mouth. Was he exaggerating so much? But on second thought, being able to refine a third-grade top-grade elixir is a first-rate figure even in the East Wasteland. Qing Danzi and Meng Changshao, at the peak, can only refine a third-grade top-grade elixir, and the success rate is not guaranteed. Although they can also refine 1 or 2 fourth-grade elixirs, they are also as simple as the transformation pill. Even so, Qing Danzi and Meng Changshao are also well known in the East Wasteland Xiuxin world, and are no less than ordinary Yuanying Zhenren. After thinking this through, he felt more calm. Seeing his calm expression, Wu Qi took a deep breath. Sure enough. No wonder this Kengang demon lord didn't care at all when he mentioned his backer, the blood nightmare demon Luo. A person who can refine a third-grade top-grade elixir is definitely in existence that any Yuanying level major force will compete to invite. Although the blood nightmare demon Luo has a great background, the Kengang demon lord is also not small. The other party also has this superb alchemy technique, which is not inferior to the other party's Yuanying realm at all. It was clear at a glance who was superior and who was inferior. The other party really didn't need to bow his head. Swallowing his saliva, he suppressed all the greed before coming here, and said seriously, "Dao Yao, are you interested in joining my Mo Luo school?" "No interest." Without hesitation, Luo Chen refused immediately, not giving him any face. If an ordinary person was so rude, Wu Qi would definitely be furious. But the one in front of him was a master alchemist. It's natural for him to be arrogant because of his talent. He didn't care and continued to invite him warmly. He counted how huge the power of the Mo Luo school was. The 12 masters of the school were all powerful and had countless resources in various places under their jurisdiction. There were also hundreds of giant cultivators, tens of thousands of foundation-building cultivators, and key refining people scattered like clouds and rain. Once you join the Mo Luo school, you will be the chief alchemist, and your status will be honored beyond measure. Seeing that Luo Chen was slightly moved, he struck while the iron was hot and said, "Master King Gang, it is a fact that you killed Yan Nanshan. Although Yan Nanshan is not very important, he has at least joined the Kanghe Zhengdao League in name. That is a Holy Land level force with a powerful god-transforming power. Aren't you worried that they will cause trouble for you? If it doesn't work to promise benefits, then show them the harm." Unexpectedly, Luo Chen sneered. "With my ability, the difference between me and Yan Nanshan is like the bright moon and firefly. The cultivators of the Kanghe League are not fools. As long as I show my attainments in alchemy, won't they still treat me as a distinguished guest? And as you said, that is a force with a powerful god-transforming power. Isn't it better than the Mo Luo school?" Wu Qi was dumbfounded. Unwilling to accept it, he thought about it carefully again. After a while, he said uncertainly, "Everyone knows that the Kanghe League, although a righteous force, is extremely loose. The great man surnamedly lives in seclusion and never manages things. It is the same as if he does not exist. Most of the forces that oppose the Kanghe League are either like our Mo Luo Liu, with a background of the Yuan Mo sect, or have the participation of overseas forces. In my opinion, this Kanghe Righteous League will not last long. Why should Dao Yao join a force that will sooner or later become yesterday's flowers?" Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and had a better understanding of the general trend of the North Sea cultivation world. No wonder these forces without the great power of Huishan dared to oppose the Kanghe Righteous League. The remnants of the Yuan Mo are the orthodoxy of the North Sea. The overseas forces must be the Huishan holy lands of the other 4 continents. In this way, it can also explain that the great man surnamed Li who established the Kanghe Righteous League lives in seclusion and does not care about worldly affairs, leaving all the trivial matters of the League to the Yuanying Zhenren below. He probably doesn't want to offend the Huishan holy lands in the inland too much. But if that's the case, then I'm even less suitable to join the Mo Luo school. Such a big powers confrontation is most likely to hurt innocent people." Seeing that Luo Chen was unmoved, Wu Qi was filled with a strong sense of frustration. The opponent's strength was not worse than his, and he had an outstanding attainment in the way of alchemy. If he had no desires, then he would be strong without desires. Wait? Wu Qi thought carefully, and when he said that the Mo Luo school had vast resources and a large number of people, the other party seemed to be slightly moved. All master-level alchemists often have many followers to command at will. It not only shows the nobility of master-level alchemists, but also proves that such existences need people to run around for him. Although this King Gang demon lord appeared to have no desires, if he was really a free and easy person, how could he brazenly take action and kill Yan Nanshan, who had no grudges against him? What he was after was not the manpower and resources in the Fian Islands. After thinking this through, he relaxed all over. A smile filled his face again. "Fellow Taoist King Gang, you can enjoy many benefits by joining my Mo Luo school, so I don't need to say more. But the 12 masters are all Yuanying Zhenren, and they can still share some of their experience in forming a Yuanying. Aren't you tempted? Of course, maybe you are afraid of trouble. But no matter how much trouble there is, it will not fall on an alchemist, so you don't have to worry about this. Let's do this." Wu Qi did not act like a woman and chattered endlessly. He took out a blood-red diamond-shaped token from his storage bag. This is the Blood Nightmare token, which is a token given by the Blood Nightmare Demon Lord to those who have made great contributions to him. If you are interested in joining my Mo Luo school, you can take this item and go to Feiling City to find me in 10 years. 10 years. Luo Chen was puzzled. Wu Qi nodded, I'm not sure. Anyway, it will be about 10 years. During that time, I will definitely go from Wushan Island to Feiling City. Of course, if you are interested, you can also go directly to my Wushan Island. While speaking, he gave Luo Chen another map. At this moment, he no longer had any nostalgia. After exchanging a few polite words with Luo Chen, he left. Standing on Yaoyu Island, looking at the figure leaving with a ray of light, Luo Chen held the blood-colored token in his hand, with a bit of hesitation in his eyes. An old voice came from behind. "Are you moved?" Luo Chen said without turning his head. "Yes, a little, but I am more afraid of trouble. In the matter of cultivation, trouble is inevitable. It is impossible to always go smoothly." Luo Chen shook his head, lowered his head and carefully looked at the token in his hand, and then put it into the ring. "Let's talk about it later. With my current ability and your current state, I can't bear those troubles." At this point, Han Zan, who was hiding in the soul refining banner behind him, laughed awkwardly. "In fact, you have replenished the souls in the 10,000 souls banner for me, and I am still quite capable." There was no response to this. Luo Chen had returned to the cave and took out a bottle of top-grade True Flame Pill. Chapter 541, 9-foot giant cauldron, 100 pills refined together. In the quiet practice room, only the long breathing sounds after a long interval proved that there was someone inside. When another wave of drug evil was completely spit out, the redness on Luo Chen's face slowly dissipated. Although the redness has dissipated a lot, his face still looks red after taking the True Flame Pill for many years and swallowing and spitting out the drug evil. If he had a stronger body, he would probably be called a red-faced man when he went out. It doesn't matter. There are thousands of different ways to practice, and each one relies on his own means to reach the final road of immortality. It is precisely because the immortals practice different skills and methods, so there are often strange phenomena, such as red face, purple face, or sickly waxy yellow skin color. It is not uncommon for some people who have gone wrong in the practice to have white hair overnight or dry hair. Luo Chen doesn't care much about the color of his face, but he can also show the domineering power of this top-grade True Flame Pill through the changes in his facial skin color. 1 pill is enough to make 10 pills of the lower grade. Luo Chen muttered to himself, his eyes full of surprise. For ordinary pills, the medicinal power often shows a trend of doubling according to their respective grades. 1, 2, 4, and 8 correspond to the 4 levels of lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and top grade. This is what Luo Chen figured out by himself. Other alchemists? Sorry, among 10,000 alchemists, it is not certain that someone can refine a top-grade pill, so naturally there is no way to figure out this rule. That is why Luo Chen was so surprised. Because the medicinal power of the True Flame Pill is special, it slightly breaks this rule. The increase in its medicinal power is in the level of 1, 2, 5, and 10. In other words, after the grade of the True Flame Pill reaches the upper grade, it undergoes a qualitative change, reaching the maximum limit at the top grade level. This change is far greater than the Starry Pill that I have been taking for many years. This is just the difference in change. If the real medicinal power is compared, the medicinal power of a lower grade True Flame Pill is 50% more than that of the Starry Pill. The details are quite complicated, and only Luo Chen, the user, can understand them. After some calculations, his surprise gradually faded, and only a trace of regret remained. The cost-effectiveness is actually quite high, but unless I suck the bones and marrow out of the Feian Islands, they can't support my practice. If the most perfect way is to take the best True Flame Pill every day to practice, the practice speed can be maximized. 1 top-grade pill is equivalent to 10 lower-grade True Flame Pills and 15 lower-grade Star Pills. As long as the financial resources can support it and there is no drug resistance, the time required for Luo Chen to practice to the perfection of the Golden Pill, even if it is only a third-level lower-grade spiritual vein, can be controlled within 200 years, or even only 100 years. The problem lies in this financial resources. Obviously, the Feian Islands cannot support his daily consumption. Just the previous situation has made the major families sigh and complain. If he takes the best True Flame Pill every day to practice, the entire Feian 36 islands will be sucked clean by him. Sooner or later, there will be a rebellion. Therefore, after some judgment, Luo Chen could only control the grade of the pills he took daily to the upper grade level. In this way, 10 portions of raw materials, with a 50% success rate, can produce 5 portions of true flame pills, that is, 50 upper-grade pills, enough for him to use for nearly 2 months. This is relatively cheaper than 10 portions, only 1 top-grade true flame pill, that is, 10 pills. The medicinal power that can be absorbed will also be more without considering the time. Both are cost-effective, one for the speed of cultivation, and the other for financial resources. After comprehensive consideration, Luo Chen chose the solution that best suits the current situation. Feeling that the golden elixir in his body was slowly absorbing the remaining elixir power, Luo Chen took the opportunity to think of the conversation with Wu Qi yesterday. Demon Luo School. Blood Nightmare Demon Luo. 12 Stream Masters. Kanghe Righteous Alliance. Finally, his thoughts stopped at the note of 10 years mentioned by the other party. According to the current situation, in 10 years, he should be able to steadily step into the 4th level of the Golden Pill, which is the realm of the middle stage of the Golden Pill. By then, his strength will also undergo a qualitative change. By then, if he faces Wu Qi again, he will have a 70% to 80% chance of winning. But that was just Wu Qi. And he was a Wu Qi who had not yet used all his skills. The North Sea Immortal cultivation realm is full of demons and monsters. The cultivators here are capable of fighting, especially those in the eastern wilderness. Perhaps only the few new cultivators near the Million Wilderness Mountains have fighting abilities that are not inferior to those of the same level. After fighting with local cultivators of the same level twice, Luo Chen has slightly felt the tyranny of the cultivators in the Demon Sea. He also revised his estimate of his own strength. When he was at the 3rd level of the Golden Core, he could fight against the middle stage of the Golden Core, but he would definitely not be able to defeat the great cultivators in the late stage of the Golden Core, but he could run. This barely met the previous enough to protect himself. But it was just barely, he had to run. If he wanted to resist, he had to wait until the middle stage of the Golden Core. This made Luo Chen a little dissatisfied. He practiced many magic spells and used all his magic weapons to practice them day and night. He also practiced a technique known as the ancestor of fire magic, but in the end, he could only achieve this. It was a bit of a blow to his confidence. If his thoughts were known to outsiders, they would probably scold him. In the early and middle stages of the Jinden stage, you want to fight against the late great monks. What do you think of other people's hundreds of years of hard practice? Not enough. Far from enough. With the current cultivation speed guaranteed, I must strengthen my fighting ability again. The hope of immortality is not enough, but the truth is to survive in 100 battles. After many years of cultivation, Luo Chen's goal is not just immortality. The so-called immortality is just a change in lifespan. When the realm is raised, it will naturally add endless lifespan. But this generation of monks will also have the risk of falling. Therefore, under the endless lifespan, having endless fighting power is real immortality. In particular, Luo Chen has evaluated several times that he is likely to cultivate to the great perfection of the Jinden stage within 200 years. In this case, the resources related to the formation of the infant must be prepared as early as possible, so as not to be in a hurry and run around. He didn't want to learn from Fu Jiaxin, who went out to find resources for the formation of the pill only after the foundation building period was completed. Therefore, 10 years later, whether he joins the Moro school or not, he must go to the Fian Islands to make friends with more Jinden monks in the North Sea's Yuxin world. From them, trade more resources related to the formation of the infant. Especially the 3 main materials of the infant pill, the divine iris, the purple monkey flower, and the 5-element lotus. Maybe there will be risks in expanding personal connections, but as Han Zun said, how can the path of cultivation always be smooth sailing? Risks are inevitable. My current means, except for the sacrifice of my own life magic weapon, are basically no longer able to improve. If I want to increase my combat effectiveness, I have to rely on other aspects. Luo Chen evaluated his current state. In the end, he decided to refine his body. With the supplement of a large amount of high-quality blood food, his physique has reached ancient 3rd stage 40 out of 100, a solid 3rd stage mid-level. 5 years have passed, and he has improved 10 levels, which is even better than the J-tripod domain in decades. But even so, Luo Chen still feels that it is too slow. After all, the physical refining realm has been ahead of the key refining realm from the beginning, and now it is about to be caught up by the key refining realm. Especially the later the physical refining progresses, the more difficult the transformation of the physique becomes, and the speed may even slow down. Therefore, Luo Chen has long been looking for external auxiliary resources better than blood food and spiritual food. With Hanzan's awakening, this problem has been solved. Black Emperor Cream. How to refine the Black Emperor Cream. Luo Chen has already had a plan for these years. Fian Islands is not good, the conditions are not good, and he must go out and go to another place. But before going out, some things still need to be prepared in advance. If nothing else, the true flame pill must be prepared in advance for me to use. When he thought of refining the true flame pill, Luo Chen showed a faint smile on his face. Now, his true flame pill proficiency has reached the great perfection, just in time to try the so-called 100 pills refining. After the battle between the Wu family patriarch and the Qinggang demon lord, the Fian Islands fell into a strange silence. Those complaints in the past are no longer seen. If it is said that the Qinggang demon lord killed Yan Nanshan, it showed that he was even more capable than the previous Fian lord, but this was also within the estimation of Cheng Dao and others. After all, how dare you take on porcelain work without a diamond drill? The strength shown by Luo Chen at that time was only the level of a normal giant cultivator. But after Luo Chen acted brazenly and repelled the famous Wu family patriarch Wu Qi, everything was different. That was a big shot at the 6th level of Jinden. The late cultivators did not come out, and they were also a sideways existence in the North Sea Zeuxin world. Such an existence must talk nicely to the Qinggang demon lord. This batch of cultivators in the foundation building period usually offer some medicinal materials. Why do they have so many complaints? In this silent atmosphere, all the major families tacitly increased their tribute to Luo Chen. All kinds of materials for the true flame pill were collected as much as possible and handed over to the fairy Yaoi Cheng Hixen. Luo Chen was very satisfied with this. Isn't this a case of a sleepy person meeting a pillow? He was just about to prepare for several large-scale alchemy, and the medicinal materials stored before could only support 3 times. His own plan was at least 5 times, preferably 7 or 8 times. In this way, he could gather the number of true flame pills needed for 10 years. Now that the people below were so dedicated, it just complemented his plan and saved him from talking too much. Time passed little by little. 3 months had passed since the war. During these 3 months, each family took action and repaired the losses caused by the war as much as possible. But even so, there were still 4 islands that sank permanently into the sea. There were no high-grade spiritual veins on those 4 islands, only the first-grade lower level, and most of them were usually inhabited by mortals. This was why the major families did not want to dig them out after the war. In this way, the 36 islands of Fian became 32 islands. The 4 missing islands were exactly the flanks of the flying swallow on the map. If you look down from the sky, the wings of Fian have become asymmetrical. At the moment, no one cares about this. Everyone cares about only one thing. That is the demon lord refining the elixir. On this day, the white mist on the Tenli Ping Lake dissipated. The scorching sun hanging high in the sky, emitting endless golden light, splashing on the lake, reflecting like golden waves. Thousands of people have gathered on the shores surrounding the lake. Most of them are key refining cultivators. They gathered in front of the foundation establishment cultivators, looking at the small island in the middle of the lake, and whispering, "Is the demon lord really going to make pills in public? Yes, I heard that the scene might be huge. Tisk tisk, how big can it be? Will it be bigger than the alchemy conferences held by the rumored alchemy sects? It's hard to say. Anyway, I know that the demon lord Qinggang has not made any pills in the past few months. He has been recuperating and waiting for his subordinates to prepare various raw materials for him in advance. What are you mumbling about? Being able to watch a 3rd-level alchemist personally make pills may be the only thing you can talk about in your life. Why don't you watch it? The senior is right. It's me who is reckless. Yes, if we can learn 1 or 2 tricks by chance and pass them on to future generations, it can also be regarded as a family heirloom. In this discussion like a wave. On the quiet island, one after another, under the orderly command of a tall female cultivator, like flowing water, people walked out to each other. Each stood in a position and took out various medicinal materials from the storage bag. If you look closely, the medicinal materials taken out by each person are of the same type, without any deviation. There were 18 people in total, standing far apart, but if you look closely, it is obvious that they formed a big circle. In the middle, there was an open space. Everyone looked at each other, Could it be that the open space in the middle was where the alchemy was made? But there was no special treatment. There were no fireproof bricks, fire-increasing formations, and other auxiliary equipment in the ordinary alchemy room. How would the demon lord Qingyang make the alchemy? Just as everyone was in doubt, there was an uproar. At some point, a man in a wide white Taoist robe had already stood in the center of the circular square. He just stood there quietly, his tall back was like a mountain, making people hold their breath and look up. It was the demon lord Qingyang. Suddenly, the demon lord waved his sleeves, and a small tripod flew out. The small tripod was light gray in color, as if it was not on the 5 elements, but it seemed to contain all things in the world, yin and yang, and the 5 elements. Once it flew out, it grew in the wind. 3 inches, 7 inches, 1 foot, 1 zang, 3 zang. By the lake, some low-level cultivators couldn't help but speak. Is this a fucking alchemy cauldron? In the end, under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, it turned into a 9 zang high giant cauldron that looked like a tall building, standing on Yao Island. With 3 legs and 2 ears, a round body, and a rich alchemy fragrance lingering around it, it was indeed an alchemy cauldron, but it was indeed much larger in size. Luo Chen looked at this scene with satisfaction, and then opened his mouth and spit out. A wisp of green flame slowly spit out. With a blessing of mana, it also grew in the wind and turned into a raging fire, completely enveloping the Hunan cauldron. Not only that, he jumped up and flew into the sky, overlooking the bottom. With his sleeves waving, the medicinal materials prepared nearby fell into the Hunan cauldron like flowing light. 1, 2, until 100 portions of raw materials were gathered in the cauldron. Luo Chen stopped. At this moment, his expression became more solemn. The test is coming. If the simultaneous refining of the 100 pills can succeed, he can save a lot of time wasted on refining pills in the future. He can refine many pills at one time and use the saved time for other things. In the Qingyang Hall of Yao Island, a black banner leaned against the door. On the black banner, a pair of eyes condensed with ghostly energy stared at the figure above the giant cauldron. Such a grand scene has only occurred once every 10 years in the Yao sect. Even the Kingdom Valley, a major alchemy sect, can hardly see it. Such a scene, such a demeanor, is not inferior to those 4th-level alchemists in the Yuanying upper sect. Luo Chen, haha. The cultivators here only know your name Qingyang Demon Lord, but don't know the Taoist name of Dan Chenzi. It's a pity. Chapter 542, Set Off. Zuan Sea. On Yao Island. The young man in the moon-white Taoist robe, his hand gestures flying like a swallow, his magic power surging like a tide. Under his wholehearted control, the medicinal materials poured into the giant cauldron were as numerous as the stars and flowers. With such a huge workload, he was the only one controlling it without any assistance. You can imagine how difficult it was. It is said that when the big alchemy sects carry out such large-scale alchemy, they often have to prepare for a long time. And when refining, there will be various formations, many low-level alchemists, and even other talents with specialized skills to assist. For example, when Kingdom Valley refined the infant-forming pill, it prepared 5 third-level alchemists, 30 experienced second-level alchemists, and a Kingdom joint refining formation. Finally, under the auspices of King Danzi, the 4th-level alchemist, the infant-forming pill was refined. Luo Chen now wants to carry out such a pioneering work alone, which is simply a fantasy in the eyes of the world. Only Luo Chen himself knows that he has the corresponding basic conditions. Whether it was the perfection of all basic alchemy techniques or the perfection of the refining method of the true flame pill, it was enough to support him to this step. In particular, the alchemy treasure of the Hununding was his lifelong magic weapon that he had cultivated for many years, and he could control it at will. He could capture any changes in it at the first time. For all these reasons, he took this step. He had to enlarge the alchemy cauldron. Any large-scale alchemy would not be satisfied by those small cauldrons of 1 or 2 feet. But in this way, many things would not be easy to cover up. Of course, there was no need to cover it up. Here, he was the king. He didn't care if someone spied on his moves. In terms of teaching, Luo Chen has always been generous. Whether it was when Daofeng was insignificant or when Xianlan Fairy City was rising, he was not stingy with what he had learned, except for the most core parts, and was willing to share the methods. Anyway, others would have their own understanding after learning, and then innovate. When he came back from high school, He relied on the proficiency function of the attribute panel to cultivate it to the peak. He was the biggest beneficiary of this in and out. The refining work on the island was carried out in an orderly manner under Luo Chen's control. The increasingly hot temperature gradually radiated, forcing the pharmacists on standby around to move away. Under this high temperature, the space seemed to become distorted. Thousands of monks looked at the man in the sky who was wielding and moving smoothly, and the meaning in their eyes changed a lot. It was no longer the simple fear as before. Instead, there was a little more respect. People with great skills, no matter how insidious and cunning they were, no matter how domineering they acted, others would respect them more for their skills. However, some sharp-eyed people also discovered Luo Chen's fluctuating expression in the distorted air. Some were happy and excited, some frowned and puzzled, sometimes hesitated and stagnated, and sometimes rushed forward. Later, every time he made a decision, it seemed particularly solemn. If it weren't for someone who felt that he was dazzled, he would even doubt whether King Yang Demon Lord was sweating on his face. There are people discussing these details. But no matter what, as time went by, Luo Chen's progress in alchemy was always advancing slowly at an unquestionable speed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The monks by the lake came and went, left and returned, and dispersed and gathered. Except for some who were really interested in alchemy, the rest of them naturally couldn't stay and watch. But such a long time of alchemy, the consumption of mana and the burden on the soul, everyone can imagine it. It is precisely because of this that the monks of Fian Islands have a stronger respect for Luo Chen. Until this moment, they finally felt the power of Luo Chen in person without experiencing a battle. It was a gentle display of background. Naked, but magnificent. Finally, half a month later, as a long roar came from the Tenli Ping Lake, countless golden waves exploded, and everyone's eyes were focused on the same place. In the air, a young man in a white robe and a red face, holding a green-skinned gourd in one hand and picking in the air with the other, shouted, "The 100 pills are ready, right now. Go." The next moment, streams of light flew out of the Hununding like meteors. Each of them was as red as agate, shining against each other, and it was like a meteorite rolling back into the sky, flying towards the young man. The man pointed his fingers frequently, like an immortal picking stars and moons, and put the meteors into the green-skinned gourd. 1, 2, 3. At first glance, it seemed countless. But the perception of immortals is so sharp that the foundation-building people quickly counted the number without Luo Chen covering it up. There are a total of 427 pills. Such a number shocked the whole audience. And the grade of each pill is kept at the top level. The rich fragrance of the pill permeates the sky and the earth. Even the spiritual plants on the island had some changes under the strong fragrance of the elixir. Some water plants became listless and wilted. Some fire plants stretched out their branches and leaves, as if they were swallowing the fragrance. Smelling the fragrance of the elixir, the foundation-building true cultivators by the lake looked at each other in disbelief. More than 400 third-grade high-quality elixirs. Not to mention their effects, if calculated according to the normal market price in the North Sea's Euxin world. Just a bottle of third-grade low-quality elixir costs at least 3,000 spiritual stones, and the middle-grade ones cost double that. For the high-quality ones, sorry, there is no market for them. This kind of elixir usually only appears in large auctions, high-level black markets, and even in barter transactions between high-level cultivators. If you really want to give a price, one bottle must cost at least 10,000 or 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones. If calculated in this way, the King Yang Demon Lord spent 100 parts of the elixir in the past half-month, and the cost was 300,000 spiritual stones. In the end, more than 400 pills were made, all of which were top-grade and could be sold for around 500,000 to 800,000 yuan. After deducting the cost, in other words, in half a month, the Demon Lord King Yang made about 200,000 to 500,000 yuan. No. He had no cost at all, and those medicinal materials were all sent by each household for free. In other words, he made pure profit. After calculating the account, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their eyes full of greed. However, when Luo Chen's gentle eyes swept over, everyone seemed to be drenched by ice rain, and their greed disappeared. What a joke, that's the Demon Lord King Yang. Who dares to take advantage of him? But even so, they finally saw the huge profits of pills. They saw the ability of alchemists to grab wealth. There's nothing to say. After returning, they must try their best to cultivate their own alchemists. Even if they can't reach the level of the demon lord King Gang, what if they can have half of it? Wouldn't they still make a lot of money? The crowd stood on the shore, reluctant to leave. On Yaoyu Island, the 9 Zhang giant tripod had shrunk, and the figure of demon lord King Gang had long disappeared. Wisps of white mist came out from the island, gradually filling the 10-mile flat lake, covering the small island in the middle of the lake. King Gang Hall. Luo Chen walked to the front of the hall with slightly frivolous steps. Before entering, a laugh came from a soul flag leaning next to him. Luo Chen, you are sweating profusely, right? This was not without reason. Because he had to concentrate on refining the elixir, Luo Chen's long-trained key-nourishing skills were naturally impossible to maintain with all his heart and soul. That's why he lost his composure in the eyes of many cultivators. Luo Chen rolled his eyes and said confidently, "Fortunately, everything is within my calculations." Han Zun smiled and didn't expose him. Luo Chen paused, and his eyes seemed to see through the soul flag, and saw the remnant soul of Han Zun hidden in it. He hesitated for a moment, but finally did not speak, and stepped in. Because of that hesitation, Han Zun also fell silent. Only when Luo Chen entered the hall, he whispered, "Congratulations." Luo Chen hummed, saying that he was going to have a good rest and not to let others disturb him. Han Zun naturally remembered it. This rest lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After waking up, Luo Chen rubbed his head, still feeling groggy and swollen. This is the sequelae of refining 100 pills at the same time. To process so many medicinal materials at one time and control so many medicinal liquids to merge into pills at the same time is a great challenge for the soul of any alchemist. Even if Luo Chen believes that his current soul foundation is not inferior to any mid-stage giant and cultivator. But even a mid-stage giant and cultivator would find it difficult to complete this challenge. Luo Chen's success, rich and terrifying experience in alchemy, played a great role. In the bedroom, Luo Chen's face was a bit of pity. It would be great if the Zongmiao Pill could still work. Unfortunately, there is no if. After forming the pill, he did not take any pills related to increasing the foundation of his soul. There is no other way to increase the soul except the tempering of time, the improvement of realm, and the slight improvement of microdust yuanshu. This is why Luo Chen hesitated when he looked at Han Zun. Luo sect is good at puppetry and proficient in the method of refining the soul. As far as he knows, the 3 skills and 2 techniques of Luo sect were obtained by the founder of the sect from a secret realm. If they are practiced for a long time, the soul can become stronger day by day. It is also because of this that the monks of Luo sect can control a large number of puppets with higher realms than themselves and achieve the pioneering feat of cross-level challenges. If he can learn the 3 skills and 2 techniques from Han Zun, he will definitely be able to make up for his shortcomings in this regard. But it is obvious. How can the inheritance of a sect be easily allowed? After hesitating, he did not speak. Lest the other party refuse, both sides will be embarrassed. After regretting, Luo Chen adjusted his mood and took out the green gourd from the storage ring to calculate. 427 top-grade true flame pills. This number is far from what he imagined. According to the success rate of each stage of proficiency, after he reached the great perfection, he could achieve a 50% success rate in refining top-grade elixirs. With the assistance of his own life magic weapon, the success rate will definitely increase. Not to mention 600 or 700, it should be kept above 500. But the final result was about 400. After a brief silence, Luo Chen came to a conclusion. It should be because he was not familiar with the first time to refine 100 elixirs at the same time. After all, it was inevitable to be in a hurry to deal with so many medicinal materials at the same time, and it was understandable that he was sweating profusely. He would do it a few more times later and he would be familiar with it. He put away the green-skinned gourd. Luo Chen opened his mouth and spit out the hununding again, and observed it carefully. Finally, he nodded with satisfaction. It is worthy of being one of the 3 major elixir cauldrons in Kingdom Valley, and its quality can be nurtured through daily elixir refining. When 100 elixir are refined at the same time, a large amount of elixir energy is integrated into the cauldron, and the power of fire is unmatched. Some mineral materials that have not been refined in the past have also begun to be completely integrated into the cauldron. Half a month's effort is even better than half a year's effort. If possible, if we keep doing this, in at most 10 years, the hununding may be able to be nurtured to the extreme, remove all impurities, and achieve the limit of a top-grade magic weapon. There is no such thing as a top-grade magic weapon. Otherwise, with the foundation of my magic weapon, it is born to be a top grade 1. If all impurities are removed, it can be a top grade 1. Enjoy. Luo Chen put away the Hununding. Continue to refine the elixir? Of course it is impossible. His soul can't hold on, and his magic power also needs time to recover. Let's rest for half a month first. Of course, this half month can't be wasted. Before setting off, many things need to be prepared in advance, not just the storage of elixirs for cultivation. After washing up, Luo Chen first ate a full meal with Chang Haixin's service, and then read books about the customs of the North Sea while his body digested the huge blood food. Reading is a good habit he has maintained over the years. Even when he came to the strange land of the North Sea, he did not fall behind if conditions allowed. Many things need practice to experience them personally. But there are also many things that can be understood in advance by reading books written by predecessors. When you really encounter it, you can also deal with it calmly. The so-called broad knowledge and rich experience are never limited to traveling thousands of miles. Reading thousands of books is also a shortcut. After browsing a book chronicle of Feiling City, Luo Chen went to the side hall again. "Senior, I'm here to learn the formation again." In the ghostly side hall, a 3-inch little man flew out. Han Zan looked at Luo Chen in surprise. "Have you mastered those first-level formations?" Luo Chen smiled and waved his hand. All kinds of basic materials suddenly floated out of the stored ring. As he placed them according to a specific trajectory and injected mana, rays of light suddenly appeared on the ground. First-level fire-gathering formation. It's not very complicated. But it's really surprising that it can be arranged like Luo Chen, without any fireworks, and flowing like clouds and water. After being surprised, Han Zan took a deep look at Luo Chen, and then waved his hand. "Come in. Although I'm not a top formation master, I can basically master formations from level 1 to level 3, and I also know a little bit about some formations of level 4. You have a solid foundation, and you are at the Jinden stage. It shouldn't be difficult to learn the basic formations of each level." Han Zan, Luoyan Sect's Grandmaster. In addition to the Yuanying stage, he majored in puppetry and minored in formation. The combination of the two gave rise to the Liangai 5-element sword formation that made the proud Howling Wolf King quite embarrassed. Luo Chen's formation foundation originated from Min Longgao, and he was later taught by Fujia Sheng for a while. Now that he has Han Zan as a companion, he can't let go of the formations mastered by the other party. The 3 skills and 2 techniques of the Luoyan sect are the inheritance of the sect, and he can't get them. But Han Zan will not be stingy with these common formations. If he can master them one by one, whether it is practice or battle, it will play a huge role for Luo Chen. For an ordinary person, being able to push one to the extreme is already a genius. If you were to study other skills as a minor, even a genius like Han Zan could only be evaluated as somewhat proficient. But Luo Chen was different. He had the proficiency panel in hand. At present, when the alchemy technique had reached a point where there was no further progress, he was very confident that he could study the formation to a profound level. Moreover, he had discovered it a long time ago. The formation was all about copying. The so-called copying was to repeat over and over again, which was exactly what the proficiency panel meant. Luo Chen was looking forward to it. Maybe one day, he would become a master of formation. Half a month later. The white mist dissipated again in the 10 miles of Pinhu. The 9 Zhang giant tripod stood on the island in the middle of the lake again. This time, there were fewer monks who came to watch. But there were many young key refining monks in the crowd. Obviously, this was an opportunity for the monks from various families to watch Luo Chen's alchemy to try to cultivate their own alchemists. Luo Chen didn't drive them away. Just before refining the elixir, he told Chang Haixin and Su Myurksen, his registered disciple in recent years, to observe carefully. Then, it was the same process as before. But this time, Luo Chen was relatively calm, and he did not have the embarrassment of sweating on his face as he did the first time. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. The so-called refining of 100 elixirs at the same time is not a big deal at the level of great perfection. In this way, half a month later, it was the familiar scene of collecting elixirs again. Even if everyone had seen it once, they were still surprised the second time, and many people even showed admiration. Half a month to refine the elixir, and half a month to rest. Time passed little by little, and after 6 months, The stock of medicinal materials collected by Fian Islands for Luo Chen was finally consumed. And Luo Chen's reserve of true flame pills also reached an unprecedented 3,500. As for why so many? The reason is that after the third time, he controlled the success rate to more than 50%. Even the fourth time, 550 pills were made. The fifth time, 590 pills. The sixth time, 630 pills were made. Combined with the previous inventory, a total of 3,500 pills. It is only natural that the subsequent results are so gratifying. Luo Chen is familiar with the process of large-scale alchemy and has grasped the essence of it. With the auxiliary effect of the Hununding to improve the quality of the pills and the number of pills, he naturally has such rich results. So far, the reserve of pills has been successfully completed. Then the next step is to go out and find that special place to refine the Black Emperor paste to assist in body refining and cultivation. This day, on the Fian Wharf, 7 monks respectfully bid farewell. Cheng Dao, who is seeing the vicissitudes of life, carefully instructs his old man Cheng Ji, and occasionally glances at Luo Chen with a bit of joy. Luo Chen is leaving, and before leaving, he lends Yao Island to him for him to sprint to the Golden Pill stage. This is something he has longed for. King Gang Dan Duan, after several years of practice, is close to the small success. If there is a third-level spiritual vein to assist, combined with his state of great perfection in the foundation-building period, the Golden Pill stage is just around the corner. Cheng Haixin stood beside Luo Chen with some worry. Do we have to go to the Zuanian Sea? Luo Chen glanced at her, and the woman lowered her head and stopped persuading him. In her ears, there was only Luo Chen's faint instructions. Although Su Muxin's alchemy skills have reached a certain level, his foundation is still not very solid. The recipe I gave him is quite complicated. You should provide him with all the medicinal materials offered by various families, so that he can practice more. In addition, your Chang family plans to marry a woman to Su Muxin to carry out the marriage. I have no objection to this. But before building the foundation, you must not break his Yuanang. Finally, you must also hurry up to collect the medicinal materials for the star pill that I asked you to collect. Cheng Haixin nodded, remembering all these things one by one. She whispered again, do you want to continue to inquire about the 3 kinds of medicinal materials? Yes, continue to inquire, and be sure to inform me if there is any situation. If you can take it, take it. If you can't, wait for me to come back. I remember it. At this moment, there was no more nostalgia. Luo Chen glanced at the Cheng family cultivator, the young man Su Muxin who stayed at the dock, and the Fian group of cultivators who were looking in the distance, and smiled slightly. He jumped onto the Chang family's monster hunting ship. Cheng Ji, the experienced navigation master of the Chang family, shouted, set sail. The big ship slowly started, and under the water, 5 blue-ringed sea snakes with huge teeth circled and followed. There was also a pitch-black and thick black dragon, which rolled over, splashing countless waves and rushed to the front of the monster hunting ship. Chapter 543, Absolute Explosion, Capturing the Third-Level Monster. Black Emperor Cream. A non-grade elixir. It sounds surprising, but it's not surprising. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are many rare elixirs that belong to the non-grade level. Of course, it doesn't mean that the Black Emperor Cream is not good, but that its grade is not fixed. The grade of the medicine does not depend on the recipe itself, but on the main material. In other words, the better the main material, the higher the grade of the refined Black Emperor Cream. According to the recipe that Hanzan took out, the first-grade main material can be used to refine the second-grade Black Emperor Cream, and the second-grade main material can be used to refine the third-grade Black Emperor Cream. As for the fourth-grade Black Emperor Cream, at least the third-grade main material is required to be successfully refined. As for the main material of the Black Emperor Cream, what is it? This is very flexible. The scales, shells, and thick skin of the remains, all the hard parts of the monster's appearance can be used as medicine. It is precisely because of its solidity that the Luo sect puppets were created, which are far better than the puppets of other sects in the Eastern Wilderness immortal cultivation world. However, the success and failure of the Black Emperor Cream are all due to the Black Emperor Cream. The 4th-level Black Emperor Cream is too hard to find. After all, it needs the scales and shells of the 3rd-level monster as the main material to be refined. Therefore, The Black Emperor cream commonly used by Luo sect is only the second to third level quality refined from the main materials of the first level and second level monsters. Even the third level ones are very rare. When Luo Chen was injured on the Xiangun battlefield, the bottle of Black Emperor cream that Han Zong rewarded was only the third level quality. As a good start of cooperation, Han Zong gave Luo Chen the recipe of the Black Emperor cream. After getting it, Luo Chen started to study it directly. This recipe is not complicated. After all, it is a non-grade elixir. After studying it several times, he used the ready-made materials on the Fian Islands to refine it several times. There were failures and successes. Among them, there were many insights. He found that this ointment is best refined with live shells, so that the medicinal properties can be maximized. Although there are many marine monsters in the waters near the Fian Islands, they are not known for their strong shells and scales. If you want to refine them alive, there is no condition. Therefore, after asking Cheng Haixin and others, he circled a few target areas. One is the Zhuanyan Sea, where crab monsters are rampant and have strong shells. One is the Xiangxia Sea, where there are countless shrimp monsters, and even wild beasts have appeared. Another one is the famous Shenlong Sea, where it is said that there were a large number of turtle monsters that inherited the bloodline of the ancient black turtle in the early years. Luo Chen quickly made a choice among these target areas. The Shenlong Sea is too far away, and the Xiangxia Sea is too dangerous. Relatively speaking, the Zhuanyan Sea is close and relatively safe, which is the best choice. After preparing everything, he set off without hesitation. In order to prevent getting lost, he also specially called Cheng Ji, the most experienced navigation master of the Cheng family, to drive the monster hunting ship and send him off. At this moment on the monster hunting ship, Luo Chen held a short pill recipe copied by Han Zong and read it over and over again to ensure that after arriving at the destination, he could kill the monster, collect materials, refine the pill and temper the body in one go. Don't get stuck at the most basic level. The corresponding auxiliary materials of the Black Emperor cream are also filled in his storage ring. When the time comes, he only needs to take the materials and refine them. While he was studying, a voice came into his ears. Luo Chen's mind moved, and he took out a blood-colored token from the storage ring. Is there a problem with this? Across from him, Han Zong's voice came out from the one-hand banner. There is nothing wrong with the token, but any token of a Yuanying's Henrin has more or less some tracking methods. If you don't want someone to come to your door directly, it's best to deal with it. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Storage rings can't isolate that kind of connection. Han Zong smiled slightly. If it's a special storage ring, it may work, but yours. Luo Chen looked down at the black ring on his finger. The thunder accumulation ring was obtained from the ruins of the Great Bai Yi. Its material itself is not very special. It is just a storage prop for Lei Ying. Because of the evolution of time, it has barely been promoted to the magic weapon level. To say that it has any special effect of concealing aura and shielding induction is really an exaggeration. After a moment of silence, he asked directly, "How do we do it?" "Give me the token." Luo Chen handed over the Blood Nightmare token without hesitation. Wisps of black air flew out of the soul flag and entangled the Blood Nightmare token for several weeks in a special trajectory. Gradually, the blood color disappeared. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Is it that simple? Han Zong smiled slightly. With my attainments in the soul, ordinary nascent soul cultivators will definitely not be able to track the mark of this token. Of course, if you feel uneasy, you can take some protective measures. Oh, senior, teach me. Luo Chen humbly asked for advice. It's very simple. Aren't you very good at the hidden formation? Just use your spiritual consciousness to engrave the formation and attach it to this ring. If you feel it's not appropriate, then engrave a few more layers of formation. Han Zong paused, and said with a slightly surprised tone, I have never seen a person who can practice the ordinary formation of the hidden formation to your level. If you perform it yourself, and with my methods superimposed, I believe that the owner of the Blood Nightmare Order, Blood Nightmare Demon Luo, will definitely not be able to find you if he comes to look for you personally. Having said this, Luo Chen had no objection. It's just engraving the formation with spiritual consciousness. He has opened many storage bags over the years, and he has long been familiar with this process. Compared with the spiritual consciousness of the foundation building period, the spiritual consciousness transformed from the golden elixir period is more powerful. In just a few breaths, Luo Chen engraved 5 layers of the hidden formation on his own storage ring. At this moment, concentrating on looking at it, even he himself felt that he had subconsciously ignored this storage ring. This is not bad. Most giant and cultivators are still using storage bags. If you can be low-key, you should try to be low-key. Luo Chen smiled in his heart and put the blood nightmare order given to him by Wu Qi into the storage bag. After doing all this, he walked to the deck. Looking at the sea and sky, the boundless blue sea, his mood could not help but become broad and calm. His spiritual sense moved slightly. Come back. After sending out the voice transmission, after a while, undercurrents surged under the sea surface. Immediately. Roar. In the sun, a black-scaled giant python rose from the sea surface, splashing countless water. There was a short sharp horn on the top of the giant python's head. It was the third-level black-scale dragon of Kunjiao of the Jiaolong gang. After Luo Chen succeeded, he spent a lot of effort to completely enslave it with a book of 10,000 beasts. For this reason, the black-scale dragon was seriously injured. Some time ago, looking at the 5 blue-ringed giant-fanged sea snakes, they were all salivating and tried to swallow them to supplement their nutrition. Now back in the sea, the black-scale dragon is like a fish in water, feeling very comfortable. It is leading the way and keeping alert, while catching fish, shrimps and crabs to restore its vitality. According to the instructions on the sea chart, it will take at least a month to reach the Zhuanayan Sea at the speed of the monster hunting ship. This month should allow it to recover to its peak state. Luo Chen estimated the time and calculated the progress of the black-scale dragon's recovery. The black-scale dragon in its complete state has the strength of the early 3rd stage. It has little chance of winning against the human race's golden elixir, but it still has an overwhelming advantage against low-level monsters. Having such a monster to help will undoubtedly play a big role in the next action. The legacy left by Kunjiao is not only this monster. There is also a small fortune in his storage bag. There are more than 200,000 spirit stones alone. Among the foundation building cultivators, he is also a wealthy person. The other materials are not of many types, but the value is also very high. The reason is that the other materials are basically auxiliary resources for preparing for the formation of the elixir. Luo Chen couldn't use it, but it would be good to trade it or give it to the people below. Master, what do you want? The black-scale dragon asked in a rough voice while lying on the deck. Luo Chen shook his head and threw out a handful of soul-feeding pills. Continue to patrol nearby. If you encounter a powerful monster, remember to warn. The black-scale dragon opened its mouth and sucked, and a handful of soul-feeding pills fell into its mouth. He swallowed twice with satisfaction, and then returned to the sea respectfully. When he went down, the blue-ringed giant-toothed sea snakes nearby trembled and deliberately stayed away from him. Among the monster races, the realms are clear and the levels are strict, even more so than those of the human race. 1 month later. A scarred monster hunting ship docked outside a sea area full of reefs. Luo Chen looked into the distance, with a bit of vigilance in his eyes. The old man beside him said cautiously, in the Zhuanayan Sea, crab monsters are everywhere, and there are countless species of monster crabs, especially the 5 royal monster crabs. They are the king crab, the blue emperor crab, the red rock crab, the magic spider crab, the 9-clawed poisonous king crab. In addition to the monster crab species, there are also many other monster species that reproduce and thrive here. And those who can still live in an environment where monster crabs gather in groups are definitely not weak. Ring-headed turtles, sea king squids, hidden dust sand, and so on. Master, you must pay attention to safety and don't be careless. The speaker was Cheng Ji, the old man in the foundation building period who saved the Chang family's monster hunting ship when Luo Chen first arrived in the North Sea. This person is an experienced navigator, and is also proficient in many skills such as steering and appraising treasures. He is a rare top talent in the Cheng family. If Luo Chen didn't need it, he wouldn't have driven so far to personally send Luo Chen here. At this moment, even though Cheng Ji said a lot of information that Luo Chen had learned from books, he still listened to the other party's explanation patiently. Not to mention, he really learned some unknown new information from the other party. For example, it is recorded in ancient books that there were 7 royal monster crabs in the Zhuanayan Sea before. Now, there are only 5 royal monster crabs left. This point allows Luo Chen to make more adequate preparations. After listening carefully to the old man's instructions, Luo Chen retracted his hesitant eyes. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Cheng. Cheng Ji waved his hand hurriedly. I don't deserve your courtesy, And I'm sorry for the junior. Luo Chen smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Suddenly, 5 huge figures appeared on the sea, with white bodies, blue rings, and huge fangs. They were the 5 blue-ringed giant-toothed sea snakes comparable to the foundation building period. The journey back is long and the storms are unpredictable. These 5 monsters will be your guards. Cheng Ji hesitated for a moment, but finally did not refuse. He knew very well how dangerous it was for a foundation-building cultivator to rush back from such a long distance. If there were 5 second-level sea snakes guarding him, his chances of survival would undoubtedly be much greater with his rich experience. Thank you for your gift, Master. Well, you can go back. Luo Chen waved his hand, and after Cheng Ji drove the monster hunting boat away, he looked at the unfamiliar sea in front of him with confidence. The Zhuanayan Sea has a complex terrain, with many reefs and thousands of islands. There are many monster crabs and lush aquatic plants. Ordinary cultivators are not allowed to enter lightly. Even giant and stage cultivators had better not stay too long. Obviously, Luo Chen came all the way here, not just to do a job and leave. With a thought, a 30-foot-long black-scaled dragon swam over. Luo Chen frowned, shrink down. The black-scaled dragon looked at Luo Chen with grievance, and then had to shrink down to a size of 2 feet, which was already its limit. Monsters are respected for their size and beautiful for their length. If he shrunk so small and did not actively emit the 3rd-level aura, there might be blind shrimp soldiers and crab generals rushing up to eat him while swimming. You, lead the way in front. If you encounter an enemy, do not act without authorization. All actions follow my instructions. The black-scaled dragon hissed and quietly dived into the water. Luo Chen pinched a spiritual formula, and strands of black lines appeared all over his body, and then disappeared under the skin. It was the hidden formation engraved on his body that was fully activated. Not only that, he closed his eyes and opened them, and the spiritual light bloomed. A pair of spiritual eyes looked at the area within a radius of 1,000 miles. Let's go. Luo Chen jumped up and turned into a misty spiritual light, floating in the sky. While flying, he looked around. As early as when the spirit eye technique was perfected, it had the effect of spying on the ground and searching for spiritual veins. When it was fully operated, it could even detect the flow of life and death. Now that the spirit eye was opened again, Luo Chen was looking for a suitable place to stay. After flying for about half an instant of time, Luo Chen paused and sent a voice transmission. He instructed the black-scaled dragon to swim to a large island in the distance. He could clearly see that there were surging spiritual fluctuations on the island. Without the restriction of the formation, it was almost at the level of the 3rd grade upper grade, which was definitely a natural feng shui treasure land. However, when the black-scaled dragon was about to swim ashore, Luo Chen hurriedly stopped its action. Quickly retreat. He himself did not hesitate and changed direction and left. This abnormality was because there were several powerful auras emanating from the island just now. In terms of realm, it was still above Luo Chen himself. Even waves of disgusting fishy smells were emitted one after another. Luo Chen didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he left the area thousands of miles away. My luck was a bit bad. I almost broke into the nest of the 9-clawed poisonous king crab when I first arrived. Crabs usually have 8 claws, but the 9-clawed poisonous king crab is an ancient species. It is said to be the offspring of a poisonous dragon and a blue emperor crab. It is extremely poisonous and even Yuanying cultivators don't want to get involved with it. Luo Chen didn't want to run into it. This thing is not within his hunting target range. Change another one. Time passed slowly. The stars moved, the sun and the moon passed. After half a month, a man and a dragon finally landed on a seemingly ordinary island. As soon as he got on the island, Luo Chen didn't say a word and directly inserted the one-hand banner into the ground. Senior, please support me. Han Zan said jokingly in the banner, it's just a Xiangsun Daogu in the early stage of the 3rd level. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Luo Chen looked solemn and didn't feel that he was making a fuss at all. Xiangsun Daogu is a famous feathered monster in the North Sea. It has a violent temperament, likes to fight, and is extremely fast. It must be very capable to have a small island in the Zhuanayan Sea where monster crabs are rampant. No matter how careful you are, it is not too much. Moreover, Luo Chen did not want to make a big noise. He entered the village quietly without shooting. He would stay in this place for several years. Hey Lin, go and seduce that Daogu, don't let it run away. The black-scaled dragon looked at Luo Chen aggrievedly. Did the master know that the natural enemy of the black-scaled dragon was the Bigu? But under the enslavement of the Book of All Beasts, it had to go out and do the seduction. In fact, it didn't need to seduce. When it showed its huge body and climbed up the shrub-lined island in a winding and undulating manner, a sharp bird cry sounded. Then, a blue-colored majestic bird with wings spread out to a size of more than 10 feet flew up from the bushes and then swooped down. A pair of sharp claws spread out like steel. The black-scaled dragon was like facing a great enemy, coiled into a circle, with scales all over its body standing upside down, and its tongue hissing wildly. Not only that, the single horn on its head emitted a strong black light, trying to scare off the enemy. The fighting gulls didn't bite, and flew around the black-scaled dragon happily. From time to time, its wings flapped, shooting out wind blades. Judging from its posture, it wanted to consume the black-scaled dragon and then achieve success in one fell swoop. Just as the two were attacking and defending, and were still testing each other, the black-scaled dragon suddenly revealed a flaw. The huge body like a hell suddenly dispersed. Seeing this, Xiangxuan Daodao showed a human-like joy on his face. The wings suddenly spread out, and a huge cyclone suddenly appeared on the island, sucking the black-scaled dragon into it. Not only that, it leaped down and grabbed the thick body of the black-scaled dragon with its claws. The black-scaled dragon turned its head and bit it. Xiangxuan Daodao opened its mouth and pecked it. A dragon and a gull were immediately bleeding on the beach. At this moment, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the air. Xiangxuan Daodao turned back suddenly and saw a sword light breaking through the air. With his eyes glaring, he didn't care about the giant dragon under him, and his wings suddenly closed. Buzz! A vortex of wind suddenly appeared in the void, and it abruptly deviated from the attack direction of the big sword. Before it could breathe a sigh of relief, a blast exploded in the surrounding void. In an instant, a figure seemed to appear out of thin air and came to its head. Reach out and grab. Xiangxuan Daodao tried to resist, but the tail of the black-scaled dragon under it rolled back and tightly entangled its body, preventing her from getting away. The monster was anxious. Two huge wings burst out with clusters of wind blades and rushed towards the big hand that grabbed it. The master of the big hand ignored this, and his thick right hand, like a divine rock crossing the sea of clouds, grabbed down fiercely and directly grabbed the neck of Xiangxuan Daodao. Submit, or die. The cold words reached Daodao's ears. It trembled all over, and then it was furious. Just when it was about to resist, its eyes met the man's eyes, and its will was weakened. When night fell, Luo Chen sat cross-legged on Xiangxuan Island. The sleeve of his right hand was ragged and bloody. It was injured by the wind blade that Xiangxuan Daodao fully activated when he used the great perfection of the cloud-seeking claw. This beast deserves its name of being aggressive. In such a desperate situation, it also has the strength to fight back. It even hurt Luo Chen's unparalleled strong physique. But such a risky attack also has rich rewards. In the sky, a blue divine bird was circling. From time to time, it looked down at the man on the island, with a contradictory emotion of resentment and helplessness in its eyes. It finally surrendered to Luo Chen and was branded with a soul seal, with its soul under Luo Chen's control. Unless it was promoted to the 4th level in a short period of time, it would not be able to resist Luo Chen's orders. Is a 3rd level early Daodao worth all the trouble? Han Zan asked in the soul banner. Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes, with a faint look of fatigue. After enslaving 2 3rd level monsters, the black-scaled dragon and the Sky Zhuandao gull, at the same time, he felt a burden. It was a burden on the soul. I don't know if it was because the soul foundation was not enough, or the enslavement technique of the 10,000 beasts was too low. Rubbing his eyebrows, he said seriously, if this bird disappears, it will easily attract the investigation of some monsters in the Zuanian Sea, and that would alert the enemy. Moreover, with such a demon beast cooperating with a black-scaled dragon, I will have eyes and ears in the sea and in the air. After that, whether I fight or retreat, I will have enough room for maneuver. After listening to this explanation, Han Zan was a little silent. He knew very well that this was not planned by Luo Chen. It must be a hasty decision after he found out about the small 3rd-order spirit vein on Xiangxuan Island and saw the Xiangxuan Daodao. But no matter how hasty this decision was, it was undoubtedly perfect. As it happened, he really managed to capture a flying 3rd-order demon beast alive. Recalling the offensive that broke out at that time, whether it was the short-range burst acceleration or the unstoppable claw that broke through the air, I understand why you are so persistent in refining the Black Emperor paste. You really intend to go further and further in the path of body refining. Luo Chen smiled casually without explaining anything. When his realm was low, he was limited by resources and lifespan, so he didn't dare to practice too much. But now he is already in the golden core stage, and the current practice speed can completely reach the golden core stage within the lifespan. The extra time, of course, can't be wasted. The body refining can be picked up. The most important thing is that after many years of practice, his 10,000 Deos convergence is about to be perfected. With the help of the Black Emperor paste, he will definitely be able to improve his physical realm in a short time. In this way, he will master the ultimate killer move beyond the golden core stage again under conventional means. Luo Chen is not a fool and will not do useless work. He stood up from the ground and patted the gravel on his butt. Luo Chen looked around and finally his eyes fell on the depths of the ground. Let's build a temporary cave first. Chapter 544, Black Emperor Cream Body Tempering, Level 3 Overlord Crab. Xiangsuan Island is the name Luo Chen gave to this nameless island, which originated from Xiangsuan. This little thing is not worth mentioning. What deserves Luo Chen's attention is the spiritual vein deep in the island. Although it is small, its quality is quite good, barely entering the 3rd level. It is no wonder that Xiangsuan would settle down in this Zuanian Sea, regardless of the danger. Deep underground, the Zuanho sword burst out sword energy and kept cutting. After half a day of hard work, an underground cave that was 2 feet high and several feet long and wide was formed. Looking at this simple and rough cave, Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. However, if you want to live here for a long time, this alone is not enough. The light on the fingertips flowed, and small flags flew out of the storage ring and shot to every corner of the cave. Finally, Luo Chen turned his wrist, and a compass appeared in his hand. Looking left and right, Luo Chen finally came to the middle of the cave. The earth's key flows, and this is the center. The gathering spirit formation should be set up here. With a slight smile, the compass slowly penetrated deep into the ground. At this moment, everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Luo Chen played more than a dozen medium-grade spirit stones and embedded them into the bottom of those small flags. He pinched several spirit spells with his hands and shouted, "Rise!" In an instant, layers of spiritual light bloomed in the cave, colorful and gorgeous. As Luo Chen played the last spirit spell, those gorgeous spiritual lights slowly disappeared under the control of the formation. On Xiangsuan Island, wisps of white mist quietly appeared. Because it was early in the morning, the sea mist and water vapor were everywhere, so this white mist was not very eye-catching. When the sun rises, these white mists will gradually fade, leaving only 1 or 2 strands. Han Zan in the 10,000 Souls banner watched this scene silently, and felt shocked again. Are there really geniuses in this world? Let's not talk about alchemy. These formations seem basic, but each one in Luo Chen's hands can always show a different kind of power. No wonder he was so shocked. The spirit gathering formation is also a universal formation that is not divided into grades. The specific grade has always been derived from the materials used to set up the formation. The better the material, the more spiritual stones are willing to be spent, and the more spiritual energy can be gathered. In his opinion, Luo Chen's casually arranged spirit gathering formation is even more ingenious and exquisite than himself. Not only can it gather more spiritual energy internally, but it can also change with a local environment externally without showing any abnormality. In Han Zan's opinion, with Luo Chen's talent in the art of formation, as long as he is willing to spend time, he estimates that there will be nothing to teach him in 10 years at most. In the soul flag, Han Zan's residual soul used the 3-inch little man convinced by the ghost energy to shake his head helplessly. It's a pity for such a great talent to be a casual cultivator. If he were in a sect, whether it was alchemy or formation, he would have great hope of becoming a master of the generation, and could help a sect grow and prosper. Luo Chen didn't know the psychological activities of his companions. He slightly felt the concentration of spiritual energy in the cave, which was still the lower grade of the 3rd level, but it was only 1 step away from the middle grade of the 3rd level. If he was willing to exchange the middle grade spiritual stones for the upper grade spiritual stones, he could break this boundary. But obviously, there was no need. He himself didn't have many middle grade spiritual stones. Before he set out, he counted his current assets. There were 35 upper grade spiritual stones, 2,000 middle grade spiritual stones, and very few lower grade spiritual stones. Altogether, It was only about 500,000 yuan. It can be said that this was the poorest period for Luo Chen. There was no way. When he opened up the war before, he spent a lot of his savings to cultivate the Snow Wolf Ping spiritual land he had conquered. After coming to the North Sea, he basically only spent money and didn't get anything in. This spiritual stone, one less piece is used. I wonder if the spiritual land of our Luo Chen sect can be preserved after the Battle of Xiangun. Luo Chen sighed, and those familiar figures appeared in his mind. He shook his head and took out things from the storage ring one by one. Wooden racks, medicinal materials, stone mortars, small mills, guillotines. Finally, the Hununding fell to the ground with a clang. At the place where the Hununding landed, he added a few more fireproof bricks below, and arranged a simple fire pit according to the methods taught to him by Fei Ming. In this way, this cave finally has some life. Coming to a large stone bed that was specially left, Luo Chen took out a quilt and a thin blanket. Rest for a night first, and start the formal plan of hunting monsters and collecting materials tomorrow. After traveling for a month, searching for a place for half a month, and fighting with a third-level monster bird, his mind has been tense. Rest well first. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. This truth Luo Chen still understands. Horizontal ellipsis. Is this the famous green emperor crab? On a deserted island, Luo Chen stood on the shore, watching the huge crab that was knocked unconscious by the black scale dragon and dragged up step by step in the shallow sea. It was 2 feet long, and its whole body was green, as if covered with moss. It was obviously huge, but for some reason, it gave people a sense of delicate beauty. In the Wanhan banner, Han Zan replied, "There are many species of demon crabs in the world, but only the green emperor crab family is famous for its gentleness. Although with our human aesthetics, I don't know where it is beautiful." Luo Chen smiled slightly. "I don't know whether it is beautiful or not, but a demon crab of this size is a treasure, and it can't be wasted." Han Zan was stunned when he heard this, and then he smiled. "Indeed, it really can't be wasted." Luo Chen took out the Hunun cauldron, patted the body of the cauldron, and suddenly several fiery red chains emerged, tied up the green emperor crab and pulled it into the space in the cauldron. After putting away the Hununding, he looked at the black-scaled dragon lying in the sea with his eyes wide open, and gave an order: continue to capture nearby demon crabs, preferably second-level ones, and first-level ones are also acceptable. In terms of species, except for the 9-clawed poisonous king crab, all others are fine. If you encounter a third-level king crab, avoid it if you can. If there is danger, ask for help from Xiangxun. When he said this, he pointed to the top of his head. A majestic blue bird was circling around the deserted island. The black-scaled dragon glanced at the Xiangxun fighting gull and curled its lips. It would not ask for help from its natural enemy. The previous battle on the island pecked it hard. After giving all these orders, Luo Chen hurriedly left the deserted island and quietly returned to Xiangxun Island. After entering the cave, the Hununding landed, and a spiritual light spewed out. In an instant, a large green crab came into view. The collection and release had awakened it. At this moment, it was looking blankly at the man and the banner in front of it. "You go first, or me." "You go first. The Black Emperor cream needs to be refined alive. I'll take the remaining souls later." "Okay, help cover it up a little, don't let the sound get out." This second-level green emperor crab didn't understand what the human was saying. It only knew that something bad might happen. Sure enough, the human walked towards it with a stone mortar. In the other hand, there was a huge brush. The brush stirred in the stone mortar, and was covered with white liquid. Then, under the control of magic power, it began to apply it along the shell of the big crab. It looked like painting a wall. After a while, the green crab shell was covered with white paint. At this time, the green emperor crab felt a tingling. That feeling was like the pain from the soul. Its 8 crab claws kept shaking on the ground, and kept scratching its back. Once, twice. In the end, in extreme madness, it actually took off its shell. Seeing this, Luo Chen nodded calmly. The flesh and blood fell off, but the spirit remained. The overlord removed his armor, but still had some power. The key points of refining the Black Emperor cream appeared in his mind one by one. Luo Chen raised his hand, and the huge shell floated into the Hunun cauldron. Glancing at the armless giant crab howling in pain on the ground, Luo Chen casually said, "The rest is up to you, senior." Han Zan did not respond. But black air flew out from the soul flag, wrapping the Green Emperor crab. Gradually, a wisp of complete demon beast soul was pulled out, and in its unwilling huddle, it merged into the soul refining flag. In this way, this soul refining flag had another second-level demon soul. Given time, it may be possible to reproduce the majesty of the 10,000 souls banner, or even reach a higher level. After doing all this, Hanzan focused his attention on Luo Chen, who was refining the elixir. Unknowingly, Luo Chen had already done most of the action. A strange smell filled the cave. When he smelled it, Hanzan couldn't help but sigh. You are worthy of being a master of alchemy. It was no problem to refine the third-level Black Emperor paste for the first time, and it was done in one go. The second-level main material was refined into the third-level Black Emperor paste. As expected, when Luo Chen took out a large jar and began to guide the liquid medicine in the Hununding to flow out, the sticky slurry-like dough was undoubtedly the Black Emperor paste that Hanzan was most familiar with. Judging from its quality, it was about the lower third level. It was also one of the best finished pills of Mu Yunyan, the chief alchemist of Luo sect. After collecting the Black Emperor paste completely, Luo Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. He quietly glanced at the attribute panel in his mind. Black Emperor paste entry 12/100, entry level proficiency, can succeed in the first time. This is indeed a good start. Next, you can try this ointment that you have refined yourself to see how much help it can play in his body tempering. However, before that, there was still a small matter to deal with. He looked back at the Green Emperor crab on the ground. No armor, no soul. The flesh and blood body that should have been full of life was now just a walking corpse. The demon pill can't be wasted. A demon pill the size of a longan was taken out. As for the flesh and blood, Luo Chen sighed. Without the shell and soul, even if the flesh and blood were refined with a withering true fire, it would not absorb much vitality. But it must not be wasted. So, it can only be eaten. His eyes finally fell on the 8 huge crab claws, especially the 2 thickest giant claws. For a moment, Luo Chen really didn't know how to deal with this thing. No matter what, put it away first. Even if you sell it later, it is a high-quality refining material, and there are many people who spend a lot of money to buy it. In just half a day, this Green Emperor crab was dismantled and skinned, and its blood and marrow were sucked out, and it was used to the extreme. Even the remaining internal organs, intestines, stomach and gills can be handed over to the Black Scale Dragon and the Xiangsun Dao later. The former is not afraid of toxins, but prefers flesh and blood. The latter especially likes to eat crab hearts, and often catches monster crabs, discards their essence, and only eats the crab hearts. If the king of the Green Emperor crab clan knew about Luo Chen's treatment, he would be furious and want to tear Luo Chen apart. But it is obvious that Luo Chen doesn't care. He only cares about how much the Black Emperor paste can increase the effect of body refining. In the cave that isolates the inside and outside, Luo Chen took off all his clothes. He used his magic power to apply the black, still hot plaster to all corners of his body, even the private parts that he usually doesn't pay much attention to, so as not to leave any loopholes in his body. Then, he started to operate the 10,000 paths convergence that was close to the great perfection. The fire in his body was blazing, and the plaster outside his body was moist. A burnt smell drifted out. After a few hours, Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the rough skin on his body, he frowned at first. Then he took out the Zuanhou sword and cut his arm lightly. There were traces of blood. But when it touched the body, there was indeed a slight sound of metal clashing. My current physique is not able to resist magic weapons, but it is obviously evolving in this direction. And I am currently only in the middle stage of the third stage of the ancient times, so there is a lot of room for improvement. The Black Emperor paste has a good medicinal effect. I took the right step. After reaching this conclusion, Luo Chen first cast a cleansing spell on himself, and then put on his coat. When he walked out of the separated cave, Hanzan looked over. How is the effect? Luo Chen smiled slightly. If you want to see the results, there is a long way to go, so don't rush. Hanzan understood. In other words, it really worked. This also confirmed his guess. The Black Emperor paste was originally the top-level body tempering elixir. In other words, the requirements for the use of cultivators are too high. Without the conditions of a strong physique and the will to endure severe pain, the Black Emperor paste cannot be used to temper the body. Normally, his Luo sect cultivators also mostly use it on puppets that have no sense of pain. Even so, other miscellaneous materials must be added to ensure rigidity and toughness. Thinking of this, Han Zan hesitated for a moment, but still reminded, Luo Chen, too hard will break easily. Luo Chen hummed. He naturally knew the medicinal properties of the Black Emperor paste. Taking the shells of monsters as medicine, he trained a body of a horizontal training tyrant, which was the most tough and uncast. But the disadvantage is that it is not flexible enough. Puppets are naturally easy to deal with, just add some materials to supplement toughness. But on cultivators? Luo Chen thought about it and just smiled. The huge vitality that he refined and absorbed with his wither true fire strengthened the recovery ability of the body. In a sense, this can also be regarded as adding toughness. Let's take it step by step. The days of seclusion on Xiangsun Island continued without any waves. Day by day, the variety of monster crabs that the black-scaled dragon sent to Luo Chen became more and more complete. He also saw the 5 royal monster crabs in the so-called Zuanayan Sea. The king crab has the strongest combat power, and its claws have terrifying power and are indestructible. The blue emperor crab is extremely beautiful. When it appears, it is often accompanied and chased by other monster crabs. The red rock crab is rare. It has always appeared in the deep sea volcanic gullies. Occasionally, it comes ashore in groups to bask in the sun. The black-scaled dragon dare not provoke it at all. The magic spider crab is the most terrifying. It looks like a crab, but it has eyes all over its body and can spit silk. At first glance, it is no different from a spider. Once the black-scaled dragon encountered a 3rd-level magic spider crab and almost didn't come back. It was only when the Xiangsun Dao flew down from the sky and caught it that it barely saved its life. However, the magic spider crab also has advantages. Its meat is delicious. Luo Chen ate a 1st-level one and couldn't forget it. He repeatedly reminded the black-scaled dragon not to let go of the low-level magic spider crab if he encountered it. The black-scaled dragon, very wronged. This day, Luo Chen was practicing in the cave when he suddenly heard a sharp whistle from outside. What's wrong? Han Zan, who stayed outside, responded. It's Xiangsun. Judging from its tone, Heilin is in big trouble. Luo Chen frowned, then put on his clothes and walked out of the cave calmly. He jumped up into the sky. Xiangsun Dao held him up with its elegant back, set a direction, and flew over. It was only 1,000 miles away, but with the speed of Xiangsun Dao, it would arrive in an instant. From a distance, Luo Chen saw the specific situation. In the deep sea, the black-scaled dragon showed its huge body of 30 feet, stirring up waves. But at this moment, it looked extremely embarrassed. Because a giant demon crab, waving its giant claws, was chasing it madly. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Level 3 Overlord Crab. Chapter 545 Devouring Demon Art, advancing to the middle stage. The black-scaled Jiao originated from a kind of monster beast, black-scaled python that lived in the Boundless Strait. This kind of monster beast has a huge body, but its strength is not outstanding. If it was strong, it would not be captured and subdued by Kun Jiao of the Jiaolong gang. The reason why it evolved into the Jiaolong clan later was that it was cultivated by Kun Jiao with a secret method, thus giving birth to that dragon horn. However, even so, its combat effectiveness has not been qualitatively improved. When it encounters monster beasts of the same level, the odds of winning and losing are only 50-50. Now it has encountered the king crab, which is famous for its combat effectiveness, and it is even more defeated. Black clouds are shrouded, and the wind is howling. Luo Chen hides on the back of Xiangsun Dao and carefully watches the battle below. His originally happy eyes gradually become solemn as his consciousness gradually spreads to other places. This battle. Under his huge consciousness, there are countless monster crabs hidden in the deep sea, in the hundreds of miles of sea area. Even in some places farther away, there are some dark shadows rising and falling in the waves. At this moment, how could he not understand that the black-scaled dragon was ambushed? I overlooked it. How can it not attract attention if the black-scaled dragon is allowed to hunt in one place for a long time? Especially a large group of monsters that live together. In this case, it is difficult for me to intervene easily. The fight between monsters is still within their bottom line. But once outsiders intervene, the nature is completely different. Especially now that the North Sea has been destroyed after the Yuan demon sect. Even if the monsters who have occupied the North Pole Yamo Heaven have not launched a large-scale attack, it still indicates that the monsters are now powerful. Let this third-level king crab go for now. While muttering, Luo Chen rationally gave up the move. And below, the severely injured black-scaled dragon was already in panic. Looking at his scales, which were disintegrating inch by inch under the pair of indestructible giant claws, the feeling of fear gradually spread throughout his body. Especially from all directions, there are countless malicious eyes staring at it. At this moment, there is really no way to go up to the sky, and no way to go down to the sea. Wait, go up to the sky? With a glance, under the cover of black clouds, there is indeed a graceful figure circling constantly. It no longer cares about its dignity and screams, "Xiangxuan, save me!" At the same time, Xiangxuan Daogu turned into a hurricane and swooped down from the sky. Two pairs of huge wings kept flapping. A gust of wind, from small to large, instantly turned into a tornado. Wherever the tornado passed, a terrifying vortex in the sea suddenly formed. The place covered by this vortex was the battlefield where the black-scaled dragon and the king crab fought. Under the blessing of external forces, both were forced to stop fighting. Opportunity. Xiangxuan Daogu dived, grabbed the huge body of the black-scaled dragon with his claws, and a charming and arrogant voice came out of his mouth. "Don't resist." Then, he jumped up and flew into the sky following the trend of the tornado vortex. After flapping his wings a few times, his figure gradually disappeared into the sky. After they left, boom! With a roar, the huge monster, which was filled with the golden color, raised two cold golden giant claws and blatantly defeated the tornado vortex. The king crab walked out of it, looking violently in the direction where the Xiangxuan Dao flew away. It kept roaring angrily. After the tornado vortex was defeated, the powerful monster crabs hidden in all directions gradually surrounded it. "Master Jinseo, why did you let that miscellaneous dragon run away?" As the human race says, letting a tiger go back to the mountains will bring endless troubles. There were rumors before that this black-scaled dragon had helpers and escaped from the siege of the King D Crab clan many times. Now it seems that it is true. If he ran away this time, it would be difficult to set up an encirclement next time. Facing the voices of doubt, Jinseo's tyrannical eyes swept across. Wherever he passed, there was silence. He snorted coldly, "After my attack, the miscellaneous dragon will be seriously injured if not dead, and will not be able to move in a short time. Besides, he should have been scared out of his wits." Then, he looked at the distant sea, where stood an island with the largest land area in the Zuanayan Sea. The most urgent task is to kill Zuanayan Island. The Zuanayan Turtle King died 300 years ago and went to the ancestral land of the Sunken Sea. Before leaving, he left the remains for the ring-headed turtle clan. As long as I get that remains, not only can I make the strongest battle armor, but I may even be promoted to the 4th level. By then, my overlord clan will be the true overlord of the Zuanayan Sea. Jinjia and his men have been besieging Zuanayan Island for several years. This time I go out of seclusion, I will definitely break through this turtle island in one fell swoop. As he spoke, the claws he waved in front of him became more and more cold and sharp. The world only knows that the monster crabs are rampant in the Zuanayan Sea. Little did they know that the real master of this sea was a ring-headed turtle with the blood of a black turtle. Even the name of the sea area came from the real name of the ring-headed turtle countless years ago. Xiangxuan Island. In the cave. Looking at the black-scaled dragon curled up in a ball, covered with the wounds, Luo Chen's mouth twitched. He was far away before, so he didn't realize that his own spiritual beast was so seriously injured. If it were a human cultivator with those hideous and terrifying wounds, he would have died thousands of times. Only the black-scaled dragon, whose original body was a black-scaled giant python, although it had little combat power, was able to survive because of its huge size and strong vitality. However, from here, it can also be seen from the side that the real realm of the king crab may be above the superficial 3rd stage middle stage. Could it be a great demon king in the late 3rd stage? While muttering, Luo Chen used medical skills to treat the poor black-scaled dragon. For such a horrible external injury, ordinary cultivators really have no way to deal with it, and can only rely on nursing. Fortunately, when Luo Chen was at a low level, he also practiced a lot of medical skills, and all of them were cultivated to the level of great perfection. At this moment, he was using his full strength, and the medical skills were pouring out like rain. Healing the internal organs and bones, removing rot and stopping bleeding. Healing and regenerating flesh. With the help of some medicines he brought with him, the black-scaled dragon slowly got out of danger. However, Because its body was too large, it took Luo Chen a full 10 days to treat it. After all, Luo Chen was not as free to use the 5 elements medical skills as he was in the past. He could only use a little bit before the transformation of mana. 10 days later. Looking at the pitiful black scale dragon, Luo Chen's heart softened for a rare time. Since you have worked so hard in the past year, here, these things are a reward for you. As he spoke, crystal clear pills fell in front of the black scale dragon. Seeing those things, the black scale dragon's eyes lit up. Demon pills. They were all second-level demon pills. Normally, he could only eat a little bit of scraps, mostly internal organs. Unexpectedly, after a serious injury, the master would actually reward him with precious demon pills. It is difficult for ordinary demons to digest the demon pills of other species of demon beasts, but his black-scaled giant python clan is different. Such a huge body and extremely vigorous vitality are all derived from the unique digestive ability. Not to mention the demon pills, even rocks and giant trees can be digested when they have nothing to eat. The previous master was too stingy. The second-level demon beasts he hunted were all swallowed up by Kunjiao, leaving him no benefits. The new master only treated him as a slave. I thought I would live such a miserable life in this life. Unexpectedly, this master has a generous side. Thank you for the reward, master. The black scale dragon said flatteringly. With such a batch of demon pills, my foundation will not fall. I will definitely take good care of my injuries and hunt more demon crabs for the master. Luo Chen shook his head. The black scale dragon could not help him in the short term. Fortunately, there were enough demon crabs that were hunted before, and many of them have not been refined into black emperor paste, so there is no rush. Moreover, there is Xiangxun Dao to serve. With the ability of Xiangxun Dao to come and go freely, it is still easy to catch some low-level demon crabs. When preparing to send the black scale dragon out to recuperate, Luo Chen's mind suddenly moved. Foundation? Suddenly, a jade bottle appeared in his hand, and the liquid inside was swaying. This, you try it. The black-scaled dragon was puzzled, and took the jade bottle half believing and half doubting, and opened it slightly. The pulp inside was gurgling, like the brilliance of stars. What is this? Emperor flowing juice. Giving the emperor flowing juice to the black-scaled dragon was an act of Luo Chen's sudden interest. Emperor flowing juice is the most suitable spiritual medicine for the demon race to build a foundation. Otherwise, it would not be accepted by Yaoquan. He refined a lot of emperor flowing juice in Kangwu Mountain, and even brushed his proficiency to the great perfection. Although most of it was given to Yaoquan, he also kept a part for himself. And the grade is extremely high, all of them are top grade. He wanted to try what would be the effect of the black scale dragon, who had poor qualifications, was fat and big, and could only eat and drink, after taking this top-grade emperor's juice. Of course, this was a casual trick. It would be best if it worked, but it would not be a big loss for him if it didn't. Luo Chen's mind was still on his own cultivation. A large amount of third-grade black emperor cream was put into the black jar one by one after he refined it. Even if he consumed it every day, the inventory was increasing. Xiangxun Dao no longer had the leisure time before, and was forced to take over the work of the black scale dragon and be responsible for capturing the second-grade demon crab for Luo Chen. But it was obvious that after learning the lesson from the black scale dragon, Luo Chen had to be more careful. Therefore, every time Xiangxun Dao went out hunting, he would tell the other party to be extra careful. Even if he met an enemy, he should not bring it back home. For this reason, he also asked Tanzan to make a small means that could be triggered instantly, so that Xiangxun could always carry it with him. Time flies, and the sun flies. Unconsciously, 5 years have passed since Luo Chen came to Zuanayan Sea. In the past few years, with the cooperation of Black Scale Flood Dragon and Xiangxun Dao, he has continuously collected many fresh demon crabs. If calculated by the number, there are more than 1,000. In the process, the two demons encountered countless dangers. The siege of the King Crab clan was just one of them. Once, Black Scale Flood Dragon tried to capture a second-level Red Rock Crab for Luo Chen, but accidentally angered the Red Rock Crab clan that came out to bask in the sun. The Black Scale Flood Dragon that escaped by chance was red all over, as if it was steamed. Luo Chen took a lot of effort to cure it. Xiangxun Dao was not safe either. She knew that Luo Chen liked the tender meat of the magic spider crab the most, so in addition to hunting, She would try her best to pay attention to the traces of the magic spider crab for Luo Chen. However, this kind of demon beast is extremely strange. The spider silk spit out is extremely tough. Even if the free-moving Xiangsun Dao is stained with it, it is difficult to break free. If the black scale dragon had not desperately dragged the third-level demon spider crab to repay its life-saving grace, and waited for Luo Chen to rescue it, I am afraid that Xiangsun would also fall under the sharp claws of the demon crab. The reason for this is that there have been frequent dangers in the past few years, which is also foreseeable. How could the several major demon crab royal families remain indifferent to such a large-scale capture of second-level demon crabs? In particular, Luo Chen only wants to be alive. This gives the third-level powerhouses among the royal demon crabs enough time to react. As long as the prey persists long enough, it can be dragged to the rescue of the powerhouses of the clan. Therefore, the two demon beasts under Luo Chen's seat are in frequent danger. But even so, they still go forward one after another, never tired of it, and try their best to hunt more demon beasts for Luo Chen. The reason is the Emperor's flowing juice. In 4 years, after taking the Emperor's flowing juice several times, the black scale dragon has changed. Not only has the realm been improved, but he has even inexplicably comprehended a magic. Once this technique is performed, a huge suction force will be generated in the area of 100 miles. Even Luo Chen, if he is within a range of 10 miles, will find it extremely difficult to resist the terrifying suction force. Under this terrifying suction force, nothing can be swallowed. As long as it is swallowed into the body of the black scale dragon, it will be refined by the highly toxic acid in the body and become a part of his realm. Han Zong gave an explanation for this technique. Blood inheritance. The blood of the ancestors of the black scale dragon is unknown, and the black-scaled giant python is a relatively ordinary monster race. After countless years of reproduction, it has mixed with countless different bloods. It is precisely because of the impure blood that this kind of monster is difficult to awaken the so-called monster blood inheritance. The Kung Jiao used a secret method to transform the black-scaled giant python into a third-level dragon, which also stimulated one of the weak dragon bloods. But it was too weak, so it could not produce a qualitative change. But with Luo Chen's large supply of top-grade emperor fluid, the black scale dragon dug out another inheritance in the blood. Obviously, if the devouring magic is used well, the future of the black scale dragon will be limitless. Because of this change, the black scale dragon began to work hard for Luo Chen from the bottom of his heart, and no longer complained. Although the arrogant Xiangsun Dao did not express anything verbally, he worked much harder and hoped that Luo Chen would reward him with more top-grade emperor flowing juice. But it was a pity. After the inventory was used up, Luo Chen was basically powerless. The main material of the emperor flowing juice was easy to say, just take the blood, flesh and bones of a complete second-level monster. But those unimportant auxiliary materials became a limitation. He did not have enough auxiliary materials in his storage ring, and after refining 2 furnaces of top-grade emperor flowing juice, it was already used up. Moreover, his current focus is not to cultivate 2 spirit beasts. After sending away the black scale dragon that was looking at him eagerly again, Luo Chen activated the formation to isolate the inside and outside. He took one of the few top-grade true flame pills and started to practice the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. A powerful aura gradually emerged after the spiritual energy was continuously absorbed into his body. If it were not suppressed by the formation, it would have covered the area of hundreds of miles. Outside the formation, Han Zong, who was mobilizing thousands of second-level demon souls and 2 second-level ghost kings in the 10,000 souls formation, subconsciously looked over here. A sign of promotion. Although this trip is for body refining, after accumulating day by day, the key refining realm has finally been pushed to the 4th level of the golden core. This Luo Chen, his character is so resolute, which is rare in my life of cultivation. Just as Han Zong was sighing, his mind suddenly moved. He stretched out his hand and waved, and a dull little ghost flew in front of him. "Hey, my sound transmission ghost is gone. Is there any trouble over at Xiangsun?" He looked at Luo Chen, and finally left a sound transmission node, and still flew away from Xiangsun Island on the 10,000 souls banner. Obviously, after spending the past few years together, Luo Chen didn't say it, but he still had some feelings for the 2 spirit beasts, especially since the 2 beasts also took on the important task of hunting for Luo Chen. If possible, he still had to protect them. A group of black clouds flew southward. Chapter 546, Phi and 7 Cultivators, Hanzan takes action. 7th Elder, are you really going to let that thief bird go? In the deep sea, 3 demon crabs looked up at the sky, as if they were looking through the endless seawater and seeing the scene outside. These 3 demons were extremely ugly. They had compound eyes all over their bodies, and strands of white marks were wrapped around their shells. The claws crawling on the ground were covered with sharp and ferocious hairs. It was the standard appearance of a demon spider crab. The 3 demons in the sea were not big, but the powerful aura they exuded was really terrifying. They were clearly the 3rd-level demon kings. And they deliberately reduced their size for a reason. This incident was deliberately targeting Xiangsun. In the past 5 years, the demon crabs of various races that were rampant in the Zuanian Sea have repeatedly lost 2nd-level demon crabs. Later, it was found out that there was an alien evil dragon that preyed on demon crabs for a living. For this reason, the King D Crab clan made several attempts, and even the King Crab clan, led by the great elder Jin Seo, tried to kill the evil dragon. It was that time that exposed that the evil dragon was not isolated and helpless. It strangely joined forces with Xiangsun Dao to form an offensive and defensive alliance. You know, Xiangsun Dao is the natural enemy of the black scale dragon. Since then, it has become more and more difficult to kill the black scale dragon, and the opponent has obviously become more cunning. At the same time, their actions have become more and more rampant. Not only the black scale dragon, but even the Xiangsun Dao has joined in the unscrupulous hunting of demon crabs. The 2 are elusive and rampant in the Zuanian Sea. 1 dragon and 1 gull are everywhere on land, sea and air, which really makes the crabs defenseless. Such unscrupulous atrocities, if in previous years, would have been strangled by the 5 royal families. But what is strange is that the strongest King Crab clan no longer cares about the black scale dragon after the only shot. The Green Emperor Crab clan, which suffered the greatest loss, inexplicably closed its clan territory and reduced the range of activities of its clan members. The other 3 clans, the Red Rock Crab, lived in the volcanic gullies on the seabed and rarely moved in the shallow sea. The 9-clawed Poison King Crab ignored this at all, because the Black Scale Flood Dragon and his men had never made any move against the Poison King Crab from beginning to end. Instead, the notorious Demon Spider Crab clan was targeted by the evil Flood Dragon Thief Bird. Not only the 2nd-level clan members, but even the 1st-level ones were not spared. Such atrocities are clear in the eyes of heaven, and no one can tolerate them. Therefore, the 3 demon kings of the Demon Spider Crab clan joined forces to set up an ambush and wanted to kill the evil Flood Dragon Thief Bird. However, things are unpredictable, and plans are always slower than changes. After seducing the Xiangsun Dao at the cost of a clan member, an accident occurred. Before they had time to take action, suddenly, a group of human cultivators came to this sea area. The moment this group of human cultivators saw the Xiangsun Dao, they attacked it. The Demon Spider Crab, who was the leader, looked confused and uncertain. Looking at the battle on the sea, he blinked and said, "This Dao can't get away." The 2 demons beside him didn't understand what he meant. It's just a cultivator in the early stage of Jinden. Maybe he can fight for a while, but it's beyond his ability to kill the Xiangsun Dao. The 7th Elder shook his head. "No, your realm is weak and you can't perceive the real situation. They don't want to kill this Dao, but to capture him alive." Capture alive. As soon as these words came out, the 2 companions looked at each other. A cultivator in the early stage of Jinden also wanted to capture the powerful and super fast Xiangsun Dao alive. Isn't it wishful thinking? Seeing this, the 7th Elder explained softly, "That big ship is covered by a powerful formation, and there are even stronger beings inside. The other party is not taking action now, obviously they have it all planned out. Not to mention the Dao, even if the 3 of us take action, I'm afraid we won't get any benefit." The other 2 monsters were dumbfounded. Although the 2 of them are not very good, the 7th Elder is a genuine 3rd-order intermediate state. With the 3 of them joining forces, with the talents of the Magic Spider Crab clan, even the human cultivators who are known for their many means and wisdom, as long as they are not on the late Jinden stage, are enough to fight. Could it be that? The 2 monsters looked at each other and had a vague guess. The Magic Spider Crab clan is known for its keen perception. The 7th Elder had a strange encounter in his early years, and his perception ability is even stronger. It is very likely that the 7th Elder sensed an existence on the big ship that made him afraid. What about us now? The seventh elder was also a little hesitant. After a moment's silence, he said, let's wait and see. If the Xiangxun Dao really runs away, we won't be in a hurry to chase him. If he is captured, his fate will not be good either. He will be killed for material or become a mount for the immortal cultivators. In this way, we can kill the low-level members of my demon spider crab clan by borrowing a knife. Moreover, once the Dao is gone, the other evil dragon will have no one to take care of it, and it will be easy for us to kill him. The words were told in an orderly manner. Those who didn't know would even think that he was a human cultivator known for his wisdom. After listening to the other two monsters, they accepted the seventh elder's plan with all their hearts. Apart from other things, in their demon spider crab clan, the seventh elder is known for his wisdom and usually provides many strategies for the development of the clan. This time, if the human immortal cultivators hadn't intervened, they could have killed the Xiangxun Dao steadily. Listen to him, it's right. On the sea. A huge ship, which can be called a giant, lies across the sea. On it, the sails are half hung, and the figures are dim. Even though there is a formation to cover it, there are still several figures, revealing an amazing aura, which makes people afraid. Among the crowd, there are 6 people. And among the 6 people, there is a man and a woman in the middle. Under the stars, the young female cultivator's beautiful face looks at the battle scene of a man and a bird in the sky, and a look of worry is faintly revealed. Brother, can the 6th brother really capture this Xiangxun Dao? The man in gorgeous clothes standing aside chuckled, although the 6th brother has good talent, he has practiced for too short a time after all. It is already the limit for him to entangle this beast. If he wants to capture it alive, Everyone knows what he has not said. After hearing this, the young female cultivator said worriedly, in this case, why not let the 6th senior brother stop, so as not to hurt himself? The man in gorgeous clothes looked at his younger sister lovingly. She was just too kind. 6th senior brother is willing to use the battle to hone his newly cultivated skills, so I will naturally give him this opportunity. Besides, at this point, he rubbed the female cultivator's head. After you formed the core, I was busy working for my father and didn't send you a gift yet. This Xiangxun Dao is of good quality, and its bloodline must be very pure. It is a good thing for my younger sister to use it as a core gift, whether it is a ceremonial guard or a spiritual beast to protect the way. The young female cultivator was stunned. Did the elder brother actually want to capture the monster alive as a gift for her? For a moment, her heart was warm. The 4 core cultivators next to them also smiled and spoke. Junior sister Xiao Lian, don't worry about junior brother 6. Nothing will go wrong with us here. Yes, and if you don't believe junior brother 6, or us, you should believe senior brother. In such a vast sea of demons, everyone knows that our senior brother Gu Xiaoshang is extremely talented and is one of the most promising prodigies to advance to the nascent soul stage. Not to mention a Xiangxun Dao in the early stage of the 3rd order, even if a great demon king in the late stage of the 3rd order is in front of him, senior brother can capture it alive. Senior brother, will you take action? After a round of flattering words, Gu Xiaolian's worries were indeed soothed. Gu Xiaolian couldn't help but look at her eldest brother. Brother, are you going to take action? In recent years, Gu Xiaoshang's Taoism has improved. After he was promoted to the 7th level of the Golden Core at the age of 200, he rarely took action. Thinking of the series of battles he had won after the Dan formation and the turmoil of the century when the Yuanmo sect was destroyed, everyone was very curious. After he was promoted to the late stage of the Golden Core, would his methods become more powerful? Facing the admiring gazes of a group of people, Gu Xiaoshang's mouth corners slightly raised. He was wearing a purple robe, and his sleeves fluttered. He slowly raised his hand. The power of this Xiangxun Dao has been proven. The purpose of this trip is to collect a large number of ring-headed tortoise shells for my father. For this, all of us, the 7 cultivators of Fian, are dispatched. We can't stay here for too long. In this case, let's close the net. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 hands suddenly clenched. At the same time, between heaven and earth, a series of silk threads suddenly emerged. The range is so wide that it covers hundreds of miles in the sky and on the ground. Even when the magic power is derived, there is still a sense of unsatisfaction. Seeing those silk threads, hundreds of cultivators on the huge demon hunting ship with the Fianjian emblem all cheered. It is the Xianxian thread. One of the famous magic weapons of Fianzi, the ancestor of Fianjian, in his early years, The grade is high enough. After he was promoted to the Yuanying Avenue, he gave this treasure to his own son Gu Shaosheng. Gu Shaosheng did not let this treasure lose its prestige. Along the way, this magic weapon shone brilliantly in many battles. Gu Xiaolian looked at this scene, and her eyes could not help but reveal admiration. No wonder Big Brother was not in a hurry before. It turns out that he had already used the Sky Silk Cloud line to lay a net of heaven and earth. This battle concept is indeed consistent with what my father occasionally taught us, to plan everything first. I have also formed a pill now, and I can't rely on my father and Big Brother for everything in the future. This time when hunting the ring-headed turtle, I must hone my fighting skills and make a name for myself. When she swore secretly in her heart, Gu Shaosheng surged with great magic power, and controlled the boundless Sky Silk Cloud line with both hands to close. When passing by a middle-aged man, a gap was revealed, allowing him to stay outside the silk. Only the big bird in the middle, which was more than 10 feet wide, was wrapped. Cry. The sharp bird cry resounded through the sky, and sharp wind blades burst out from the big bird, trying to cut the big net silk thread. But wherever it passed, the silk cloud thread was unmatched. Seeing this, the wings of the Xiangsun Dao trembled wildly, and wind vortices were generated under its wings, and finally turned into a tornado that moved to the sky. Gu Shaosheng snorted coldly, a turtle in a jar, resisting stubbornly. Immediately, the Xianxi cloud line burst out with layers of spiritual light, and actually cut the tornado to pieces. The encirclement was unstoppable. Boom! On the huge deck, a majestic blue bird, covered with blood, crawled on it dejectedly. Cheers rang out instantly. The voices shouting that the eldest brother was mighty were endless. Gu Xiaolian was also full of admiration. It was when looking at the miserable Xiangsun Dao that he showed a look of pity. Brother, now that we have captured her, why don't we relax a bit? Her beautiful feathers have all been cut off. Gu Shaosheng shook his head and smiled. My little sister is too kind-hearted. It will be hard for her to walk in the world of immortal cultivation like this. He said so, but he had already put away the Xianxian line. The Xiangsun Dao on the deck wanted to struggle, but a talisman was attached to its forehead, and it was unable to mobilize its demonic power at all. After doing all this, Gu Shaosheng casually said, if you want to subdue this demon as a mount, you can only use it as a thug if you force it. If you want it to communicate with you, you have to tame it yourself. Little sister, I will give this demon-suppressing talisman to you for safekeeping. Gu Xiaolian excitedly took another yellow talisman, which was exactly the same as the one on the forehead of Xiangsun Dao. At this moment, Gu Shaosheng's face changed instantly, and he suddenly slapped a black cloud in the sky. Who is hiding your head and tail, sneaking around? Get down. There was no response from the sky amidst the shouts. There was only ghost energy swirling in the air, and black clouds pressing down on the sea. Thousands of ghost generals surged out. Two giants with illusory bodies of 100 feet in length stepped out of the black cloud and stepped on the palm that Gu Shaosheng had hit. When the two came into contact, there was a rumbling sound of shock. 10,000 souls banner. It's the remnant of the Yuan demon sect. My fellow disciples, be careful of sneak attacks. Gu Shaosheng recognized the means of the newcomers in just a moment, and gave warnings one after another. But the black cloud's means were too fast, and at the beginning of the outbreak, it enveloped the demon hunting ship. Under the black fog, there were many ghost shadows. The 7 golden elixir monks of Fianjian took action one after another, beheading the second-level ghost generals. Gu Shaosheng even displayed his divine power, and continuously defeated the 2 ghost king-level main souls in the 10,000 souls banner. Above the 9 heavens, Han Zan watched this scene with a look of approval in his eyes. As expected of a great giant and stage cultivator who has made a name for himself in the demon sea, he does have some skills. If it's a life and death fight, with my current skills, it might be a 50-50 chance. But unfortunately, my goal is not to kill. He murmured and issued an order. The next moment, in the deep sea, a huge shadow suddenly swam over. It opened its mouth towards the huge ship above. A terrifying devouring force exploded. This move came so suddenly that it was hard to guard against. Large pieces of the deck were swept into the sea, and there was even a tendency to drag the ship into the deep sea. But its target was obviously not the big ship. It was the demon bird on the deck. Boom! The demon bird fell into the sea and was swept into the sea bottom by the shadow. Just as it escaped, The majestic black fog covering the Fianjian demon hunting ship also dissipated. Under the clear sky, the sea was blue and boundless, as if nothing had happened. Gu Xiaosheng landed on the big ship, his face gloomy, his spiritual awareness spreading in all directions. How dare you? This time, it was really a waste of time. Xiangsun Island. A dragon and a gull landed in a panic. A soul flag flew into the depths of the island. Before the black scale dragon had time to ridicule Xiangsun, a ghostly figure appeared in front of them. He looked up, white clothes fluttering, his expression indifferent. The terrifying momentum was fluctuating, as if it had not yet been completely stabilized. It was his master, Luo Chen. Master, I. Before they finished speaking, Luo Chen raised his hand to interrupt them. Facing the shallow sea with reefs in front of him, Luo Chen spoke coldly. 3 Taoist friends, it is not the way to be a guest to come here uninvited. Splash. The sea water parted, and 3 figures came into view. Compound eyes, spider silk, crab claws, white stripes. It's the devil spider crab. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, Sealing the Sea, The Power of a Tripod. Crash. White waves rolled, mud and sand were all down. In the shallow sea, 3 figures slowly emerged. With their appearance, the originally hidden aura began to rise continuously, and the size of the 3 began to expand continuously. With such a situation, if they disagreed, they would start a killing spree. The black-scaled dragon lying on the beach saw this scene, and his mood could not stop sinking. Damn, I didn't notice that someone was following me when I came back. Deep-sea diving is extremely concealed, so the black-scaled dragon is not to blame for this. Especially the magic spider crab clan has a keen sense and is also a first-class expert in concealing its aura. Xiangsun now looked depressed and uttered a crisp human voice. Dahui, my magic power is suppressed, you go to help the master fight. She could see clearly that all the comers were 3rd-level demon kings, especially the thin magic spider crab at the head, whose momentum was even stronger, and it looked like a 3rd-level mid-stage. If the 3 of them joined forces, the master would probably suffer a great loss. If the black-scaled dragon could hold back 1 or 2 enemies for his master, perhaps the situation could be reversed. However, faced with her request, the black-scaled dragon could not help but complain bitterly. I would like to. But in order to save you, I have very little demonic power left, how can I fight? He was telling the truth. It was not so easy to break the protective formation of the giant demon hunting ship and forcibly rescue Xiangsun under the eyes of the 7 golden elixir monks. The black-scale dragon relied purely on the previously awakened devouring demon art. But the demon art was awakened only a year or 2 ago, and he was not very proficient in it. Usually, he only showed his power to small fish and shrimp. Such a large-scale stimulation was a devastating drain on his demonic power. Being able to bring Xiangsun back had completely exhausted the demonic power stored in his demon elixir. Seeing the 3 devil spider crabs ready to attack, the black-scaled dragon gritted his teeth and said, well, I will fight them in close combat and try to entangle one enemy to create opportunities for the master. Anyway, I have thick skin and flesh. As long as I don't die, the master will definitely save me. Maybe, he will reward me with 2 more bottles of Emperor's flowing juice. After making up his mind, he swam his huge body towards Luo Chen. However, after swimming for only a few steps, he stopped. Go back, I will take care of this place. Luo Chen, with his back to the black-scale dragon, waved his hand, his sleeves fluttering lightly, calmly. The black-scale dragon was stunned, spitting out his snake tongue and wanted to say something, but his mind subconsciously recalled a battle at Fian Islands a few years ago. That amazing palm. Why should he worry about his master who can fight against Wu Qi, the 6th level of Jiandan? With the expectation and belief in Luo Chen, it slowly retreated to Xiangsun Dao and tried to unlock the seal of the demon-suppressing talisman for her. The coast. The 7th elder of the demon spider crab clan looked at the man opposite in doubt. So, this evil dragon skew as is your spiritual beast. Luo Chen said calmly, so what if it's my spiritual beast? The 7th elder's 2 huge eyes turned. That makes sense. The Xiangxun Daogu and the Black Scale Dragon are natural enemies, but they can join forces. It turns out that you are the mastermind behind the scenes. At this point, he looked hateful. In other words, my sons actually died in your hands. Demon Spider Crab. Luo Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and his sleeves fluttered. To be honest, I have practiced for hundreds of years and have eaten a lot of delicious food. Only the crab paste in your demon spider crab skull is a delicacy in the world. As soon as these words came out, the seventh elder was furious. Demon head. Luo Chen's face turned cold. Monster. I have a breakthrough in my realm, and I just want to try the taste of the third level demon spider crab. Today you come uninvited, just to congratulate me. As he spoke, he stomped his foot and rushed towards the three monsters. At some point, a black and red sword appeared in his hand. It was so fast that it came to the seventh elder with a loud bang. A sword suddenly shot out. Whoosh! Facing this fierce sword, the seventh elder put away his anger and pulled back. Boom! A large wave of spray exploded, and endless water drops fell. The seventh elder looked at the long sword that sank into the sea, and the string in his heart couldn't help but relax a little. Don't worry, this beast has only the fourth level of the Golden Core realm, but it is just a temporary breakthrough. The realm is not stable yet, and the control of mana is not satisfactory. The quality of his magic flying sword is even worse. Let's go together and take him down quickly. As he spoke, the three monsters rushed towards Luo Chen from three directions. Bow. Luo Chen landed lightly on the water, looking at his wrist, frowning slightly. It's so troublesome to break through in the battle of key refining. The methods that were previously skillful will become relatively unfamiliar because of the new realm, more powerful mana and consciousness. To exaggerate a little, it is like a child suddenly swinging a big knife to chop people, and he is not sure about his true strength. It is easy to backfire on himself instead of hurting the enemy. This is why most cultivators will spend a period of time in seclusion after breaking through the realm to consolidate the new realm. The purpose is not only to consolidate, but also to familiarize themselves with the fighting methods in the new realm. Obviously, the enemy did not give him this opportunity this time. The two eyeballs turned left and right, and the consciousness spread around. Looking at the enemies coming from three directions, Luo Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, but in the eyes of the enemy, it looked like a hideous devil smile. Do you think I only have this trick? While muttering to himself, a pair of red wings suddenly spread behind him. It's just right, I'll use you to test my late third stage ancient physique, how strong it is. He smiled fiercely and his wings trembled. The next moment, Luo Chen suddenly flew into the sky. Seeing this, the enemies did not hesitate and opened their mouths to spit out silk. The thick silk threads, as big as white rainbows, all shot towards him. Luo Chen turned and moved in the air. His body was as agile as a swimming dragon, and he dodged 3 attacks in a split second. Then, he turned into a stunning bird and rushed directly to the weakest of the three monsters. Seeing that Luo Chen not only did not fight at a distance, but wanted to fight in close combat, the demon spider crab could not help but laugh. You are really looking for death by fighting with my monster clan. While laughing wildly, 2 giant claws covered with hideous fur blasted towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen's eyes were full of aura, allowing him to ensure the accuracy of his physical attack at super high speed. Seeing the hideous giant claws, he was not afraid, and took a step into the air, and there was another explosion between the sea and the sky. In an instant, the whole person suddenly rushed forward dozens of feet, and then hit a palm. With a palm blast, the muscles in his arm burst out and grew several times larger. The 5 fingers were firm and slightly bent, like claws grabbing down. This palm was not the Qingyang Great Handprint, but the Cloud-Exploring Divine Claw. Originally, when Luo Chen was in human form, the power of the Cloud-Exploring Divine Claw was only 30% or 40% of that of the Xiangpeng True Body. Unless it was necessary, he would not use this move in human form. But with the great perfection of the confluence of 10,000 paths and his physical body reaching the late 3rd stage of the ancient world, he mastered the art of partial transformation of the flesh. At this moment, when he swung out a claw, there was almost no difference from the transformation of the Xiangpeng True Body. And how powerful would the Cloud-Exploring Divine Claw be when it was perfected? Soon, everyone saw it. Snap! Snap! A sudden claw grabbed the 2 giant claws on the head, and then pulled them violently. Under the horrified eyes of the many compound eyes of the demon spider crab, the 2 strongest giant claws were actually torn off, revealing the delicious white tender meat. The largest crab claw also has the most tender crab meat. At this moment, the afterimage left by the explosive air step slowly dissipated. Ah, it hurts so much? Amid the screams of intense pain, the three demons focused their eyes again on the man in white robes, unable to conceal their shock and anger. Luo Chen held the two huge crab claws and licked his lips. This meat is extremely delicious. It's just this scream that makes it unsuitable for drinking. Then I'll kill you first and make a delicious crab feast. As he spoke, he burst into extreme speed again. This time, the seventh elder responded quickly, shouting in a stern voice, "This demon's physique is even stronger than our demon clan. Don't confront it head-on and use the 1,000 spiders and 10,000 demons hand." The other two demons got the hint and immediately understood what he meant. In an instant, the hair on the crab legs under him began to grow continuously, turning into strands of white spikes, and they opened their mouths and spit out large clumps of spider silk from their mouths. Luo Chen flashed into the air and landed in front of another demon beast, swinging a claw. Whoosh! 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 A bunch of spider silk wrapped around his arm. At the same time, two giant claws swung at him with great rigidity. First, use the spider silk to overcome the hardness with softness, and then use the giant claws to break through everything. Luo Chen sneered and opened his mouth to spit. Swish! A wisp of green flame floated out. In just a moment, it was entangled with endless white spider silk. The blue and white colors intertwined, and there was no doubt that the fourth level withered and flourishing true fire won. The big spider silk turned into ashes and fell to the ground. His palm loosened and gained freedom. Luo Chen's two giant claws grasped the two giant claws at the same time. A man and a demon began to wrestle. "Give it to me, open it!" Luo Chen shouted in a low voice, and with infinite strength, he actually forcibly broke the two giant claws apart. He himself got the opportunity and approached, facing the third-level demon crab. That's it. If they get close to each other, it won't be as simple as breaking the feet and claws. Luo Chen suddenly blasted out with a palm, with great strength, splitting the mountain and cracking the rocks. Boom! Exclamation mark. Blood suddenly appeared, and a third-level demon spider crab was blown up by him on the spot. Even the protective light shield could not stop it. Blood and flesh were scattered all over the sky. Luo Chen saw the demon spider crab, whose claws he had broken before retreating from the corner of his eye. Want to run? He snorted coldly and flicked his fingers. Three black lights flew out suddenly. It was the three soul-breaking nails. The demon spider crab's expression changed drastically, and it suddenly dived under the sea. But the next moment, a scream came out. Ah! Bang! The water surface exploded, and a huge sword light pierced the chest of the demon spider crab, jumped out of the water, and rushed to the sky. This was clearly the Zhuanghe sword that Luo Chen had shot into the seawater before. He had not taken it back before, but was just trying to retract it. Under his multitasking control, it delivered a fatal blow. At this moment, in a short time, the two monsters died and one was seriously injured. Luo Chen turned around and looked at the skinny demon spider crab that had been standing still. It was in the middle stage of the third stage. It's your turn. The demon spider crab's face flashed with human compassion, probably because it didn't expect that its two companions would suffer such a heavy blow. He said hoarsely, "Yes, it's my turn. You fought 1 against 3, and you defeated them one by one at the first moment of the battle. You are really unparalleled in fighting talent." Luo Chen frowned slightly. This demon beast was a bit extraordinary. The human words it spoke were clear and logical, almost the same as those of a cultivator. "But you forgot why I didn't move. It's not that I'm cold-blooded and indifferent to the tragic death of my people. In fact, I must kill you." In the end, his compassionate tone became passionate and angry. The next moment, he jumped up, white silk turned into clouds, setting off his body, holding a brown compass in his hand. It was at this moment that Luo Chen found something wrong. Where are his legs? Crabs have 8 legs, but at this moment, this demon spider crab seemed to have no legs. At this moment, huge water jets shot out from the water's surface. As the water flowed down, 8 black crab legs covered with white lines were exposed. Luo Chen's expression changed slightly. Formation. The 8 legs formed a formation, and the sea was sealed. At the moment the formation was formed, endless blood-colored spider silk shot towards Luo Chen from all directions. In the sky, the 7th elder of the demon spider crab clan fiddled with the compass with a calm expression. "My name is Zuki. When I was young, I had a strange encounter and inherited the giant and cultivator of the human race on an overseas fairy island. Since then, I have cultivated all the way to the middle stage of the 3rd level with my congenital deficiency, and ranked as the 7th elder of the demon spider crab clan. This formation is called the sea-sealing Bagua formation, which is also inherited from that legacy. I merged it with the talents of my race, and the power is even stronger. The power of the band cannot be broken by ordinary great demon kings. Human, before you die, please report your name. In the future, when I transform into a 4th level form and become the honor of the Demon King, you can be a unique memory in my cultivation career. Sea-sealing Bagua formation? In the formation, Luo Chen looked surprised and doubtful. Facing the terrifying spider silks that shot at him, endless green flames burst out from his body. However, the spider silks that collapsed at the touch before resisted this time. Although it still could not move forward, it was obvious that a unique change had occurred. On the coast. Seeing this scene, the black scale dragon could no longer sit still. Xiangxun, please retreat to the back island. I will go to help my master. As he spoke, without waiting for Xiangxun to answer, he swam his huge body towards the white cloud in the sky. Facing this scene, Zuki was unmoved and fiddled with the compass. Immediately, a huge column of water in the sea shot up into the sky, turning into a demon spider crab water giant, with 8 legs out, tightly entangled the black scale dragon. This formation was originally prepared for that skuas. I didn't expect she had a master. That's good, I'll catch you all in one net, in exchange for the piece of countless demon crabs in my Xuanian Sea. As he spoke, he manipulated the compass faster and faster, and injected vigorous demonic power into it. On the sea, the water vapor was surging, becoming more and more violent. In the formation, Luo Chen's spiritual eyes turned rapidly, and finally saw the truth. No wonder this white spider silk could withstand his 4th level withering fire. It turned out that it was using the power of the sea and integrating the endless power of water. Thinking of this, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Abandoning gold, wood, water and soil, and focusing on the fire system, his combat power increased dramatically. But he came to the North Sea's Yuxin realm, which is known as the Demon Sea. The mainstream of the cultivators in this world is water law. Water and fire are incompatible, and they restrain each other extremely seriously. But the so-called restraint is just to see who is stronger and who is weaker. However, the cultivators in this world have countless seas as geographical advantages, and relying on geographical advantages can greatly improve their strength. Yan Nanshan is like this, and Wuqi is like this. Unexpectedly, a demon beast can also use geographical advantages to the extreme. It can be imagined. As the formation is running, the power will inevitably become stronger and stronger. And the source of energy for this formation comes from the boundless sea, which can be said to be inexhaustible. In the long run, his withered and prosperous true fire will be powerless, and he will inevitably fall into disadvantage until he falls. Thinking of that scene, Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. Zuki, who presided over the formation, saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Why can he still laugh? The next moment, he saw Luo Chen took out an object. It was a tripod. The tripod entered the formation and grew taller in the wind. It was 3 feet square, like a small mountain. The Taoist in white held the tripod with one hand, and the green flames lingered on it, turning into a big fireball. From a distance, it looked like the Taoist was holding a green sun. He raised his head, looked at Zuki, and opened his mouth to utter softly. "My name is King Gang, Taoist friend, have a good trip on the Yellow Spring Road." After he finished speaking, he turned sideways, bent his arms, and the partially enlarged arm bent into a crescent shape. Immediately, he threw it hard. In an instant, the giant tripod flew out, like a meteorite flying upside down in the sky, rumbling and leaving a magnificent trace. Zuki mobilized the power of the formation, and the white spider silk gathered together, trying to pull the green sun into the sea. However, the terrifying force was unstoppable. Not only that, when the giant tripod spewed out green flames, it was not affected by the water vapor at all, as if it was also a part of the sea. At this moment, it was just like a fish in water, a dragon swimming in the deep sea. Could it be that the magic weapon used by this giant and cultivator, who is good at fire magic, is still a water magic weapon? While he was in doubt, the big tripod was getting closer and closer. Finally, boom! A huge hole was smashed directly in the big array barrier, and the giant tripod came out with a bang. Looking at the oncoming giant tripod, Zuki, who had lost his 8 legs, would definitely not be able to escape the tracking trajectory at a speed. His face was pale, and there was only one thought in his mind. My life is over. Bang! Blood rain fell, and scorching water vapor filled the void. Luo Chen flew out lightly, recalling the shrinking Hunan tripod with one hand, and holding the brown compass with the other hand. It's a pity for this middle stage demon spider crab. I don't know if he was feeling sorry for the other party's flesh and blood material, or the other party's demon king's dream collapsed. With emotion, he looked at the other demon spider crab that was severely injured by the black fire sword and suppressed by the 3 soul-breaking nails. Fortunately, it was not a waste of effort. Chapter 548, Confession, New Mansion, Black King, Revenge. 3 demons attacked, 1 was injured and 2 died. After that, things were simple, just cleaning up the battlefield. The living demon spider crab was easy to deal with. Although it was a 3rd level one, the treatment mode was no different from the 1st and 2nd level ones. Then there were the 2 dead demon spider crabs. One was blown up by Luo Chen's punch in the chest, but there were also relics left, 2 huge crab claws, and a 3rd level water demon pill. Zuki was more miserable. Luo Chen's Hununding was made of excellent materials. Even if the impurities were not completely removed, it could still burst out with great power under the throw of his ancient body. Moreover, the continuous sacrifices and frequent alchemy over the years have made his mastery of Hununding more and more perfect. Under one blow, there was no complete body left, and even the demon pill did not survive. However, the compass, which was the center of the formation, and the 8 crab legs used to set up the formation were completely preserved. This is also a good harvest. Let the black-scaled dragon clean up the battlefield for him, and Luo Chen carefully recalled the previous battle. Without using magic, the fighting power of his body was clearly visible. Facing a monster with a strong body, he could easily overwhelm it in the early 3rd stage. And a monster in the middle 3rd stage was obviously not his opponent. The reason why he was trapped in the formation was that he was a little careless. After all, few people would think that monsters would use formations, which is the scientific crystallization of human cultivators. This also reminded Luo Chen that he should not be careless when facing any enemy. The 10,000 paths convergence has been perfected, and it has derived the function of partial body changes, which has made up for my pure physical fight. In this way, even if I don't use the complete Xiangpeng true body transformation, I can also burst out some of my body training strength. And if I completely transform, the late 3rd stage of the ancient. Luo Chen tasted it, and recalled the battle with the Golden Wolf King on Xianggu Plain. At this moment, if he completely transforms now, he may be able to block the opponent's full-strength frontal attack without any damage. In other words, his current strength is enough to not fear most of the great demon kings in the late 3rd stage. And if he waits until his 4th level of Jinden is completely stabilized, even if he faces a great monk in the late 7th level of Jinden, he will have enough self-protection power. Even with preparation, can we win the battle? Luo Chen murmured. He was a little unsure of his true strength. But no matter how unsure he was, he had the confidence to win strongly in the face of Wu Qi's attack. My body has more than enough practice, but not enough exercise. I feel that there is still a lot of room for development. Moreover, with the blessing of the Black Emperor ointment, there is a great chance of being promoted to the 4th level. If that happens, there may be a real qualitative change. When Luo Chen was summarizing, the black-scaled dragon swam over carefully. Master, this is all the spoils of war. Luo Chen put these things into the storage ring, and then released the cleaning technique to this sea area. But after cleaning, he couldn't help shaking his head. Many battle auras are no longer something that can be completely eliminated by low-level spells, such as the cleaning technique. It can only achieve a temporary concealment effect. He looked around, made up his mind, and took the black-scaled dragon back to Xiangsun Island. He first glanced at Xiangsun Dao lying on the ground and frowned. What happened? Xiangsun Dao replied in a low voice, a great cultivator in the late Jinden stage has placed a demon-suppressing talisman on me, and my whole body's demonic power cannot be mobilized. Demon-suppressing talisman. The most widely circulated talisman in the North Sea's Yuxin world, from the 1st level to the 4th level, everything is available. The function is also very simple, that is, to suppress the inner elixir of the demon beast and seal the whole body's demonic power. The reason for this kind of talisman. It is because some cultivators like to capture living demon beasts, tame and subdue them, and make them spirit beasts. Moreover, many like to use them as rewards to juniors with low realms. Therefore, in order to facilitate them to subdue demon beasts, the demon suppressing talisman is mostly shared by two, and the juniors get it and use the talisman to drive demon beasts with higher realms than themselves. Luo Chen sent out his divine sense and carefully explored Xiangsun Dao's body. With no resistance from the other party, it was soon discovered that the third-level demon-suppressing talisman had already penetrated into her demon core. Without the caster's initiative to remove it, this talisman is difficult to remove. Unless the main talisman is found. Luo Chen looked at it carefully and nodded slightly. It's not a big problem. Even without the main talisman, I can remove it with a little time. His confidence surprised Xiangsun Dao and Heilin Jiao. The master could even remove the demon-suppressing talisman? You two take a short break and leave with me later. Heilin Jiao was stunned. Are you leaving? Luo Chen did not answer him and returned to the cave alone. As soon as he entered, he saw the black soul refining banner inserted at the door. Han Zan's voice came at the right time. Congratulations, my friend, for your progress. Luo Chen waved his hand. The fourth level of Jinden is not worth mentioning. I'm not just talking about the fourth level of Jinden, but also your physical strength. 3 demon kings besieged you, especially one of them was a mid-stage demon king who actually mastered the formation. You killed them so easily. Looking at the cultivators at the Jinden level, you are also one of the best. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and suddenly asked, compared with Gu Xiaosheng from Fianjian, how am I? On the way back, he learned the details of the previous battle through the Black Scale Dragon. He also learned the origin of the monks on that boat and the name of the leader, Gu Xiaosheng, the senior brother of Fianjian. Han Zun smiled. I fought with him for only a few breaths, and the Wanhan banner is not my magic weapon, so it's not easy to judge. But in my opinion, he is not as good as you. Luo Chen also smiled. According to what you said, he is not as good as me. But he is at the 7th level of the Golden Core and fought with you equally, and in front of you, I still feel that your remnant soul is as deep as the sea. Han Zan was silent. Luo Chen ignored him and went straight into the cave. The mana surged and turned into big red hands, which put all kinds of medicinal materials, books, wooden racks, and cushions into the storage ring one by one. The battle with the 3 demon kings of the demon spider crab clan was really a big commotion. If I kill 3 demons, the demon spider crab clan will definitely not let it go. This is not a small crab of the 1st or 2nd level. Xiangsun Island has been exposed. Therefore, it is imperative to abandon this base. This is also the reason why human cultivators rarely choose the wild mountains and the demon sea territory for cultivation. If there is a slight outbreak of 1 or 2 battles, it is easy to attract a large number of demon beasts to spy and attack. In that case, quiet cultivation is impossible. If it weren't for the 2 spirit beasts he had tamed, how could he have been so peaceful for the past 5 years? Leave now. After packing up everything, Luo Chen looked at this cave with a small 3rd-level spirit bane, feeling reluctant to leave. What a pity. He murmured and waved his sleeves. The spirit-gathering flags buried underground turned into streams of light and flew towards him. There was a crackling sound above the cave. Large pieces of fallen rocks and gravel fell down. He turned and left. When passing by the door, he recalled the 10,000 souls banner. In the sky, a group of light white clouds flew slowly. Luo Chen held the compass left by Zuki and kept fiddling with it. This is a water-attributed array. With his current attainments in array formation, he could observe that there were 13 array formations engraved on it. 10 of them were common 1st and 2nd level array formations. The other 3 were quite impressive 3rd level array formations. The sea ceiling 8 diagrams formation was also among them. This formation was strong because it extracted the endless water vapor from the sea to form a confinement and imprisonment formation. As long as one entered the formation, without absolute explosive power, the person who set up the formation would be almost invincible. After all, human power is limited, but the sea is limitless. Luo Chen relied on the late 3rd order ancient physique and the long-tempered top-grade magic weapon Hununding to violently break it in one fell swoop. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been trapped in it alive and killed by those blood-colored spider silks. In addition to the sea ceiling 8 diagrams formation, there is also a Lanine mist formation, which has the effect of concealing and covering. As for the last third order formation, Luo Chen could not see any origin. When he was studying the formation plate, his eyebrows suddenly raised. With a flip of his wrist, the 10,000 souls banner stretched across the front. "Senior, is there anything you want to tell me?" Han Zan sighed in the soul banner and said, "I just want to tell you that the remaining soul essence of this remnant of my soul is very little, which is the key to my future body shaping and retraining. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I can't go to war and waste my essence for some weak enemies." Luo Chen sneered. Sure enough, Han Zan had a trick up his sleeve. When dealing with Wookiee before, he used the reason that the 10,000 soul banner had too many low-level souls to cover up the fact that he couldn't stop the opponent, forcing Luo Chen to personally stop Wookiee from landing on the Fian Islands. But over the past few years, he has charged all the souls of the first and second level monster crabs he hunted into the soul refining banner. This banner has long restored the quality of the 10,000 soul banner. It can even be said that because Luo Chen killed Yan Nanshan that year, the souls of many foundation-building cultivators in this banner divided and devoured Yan Nanshan's soul, making those hundreds of foundation-building souls have a third-level foundation. After replenishing the low-level souls, the soul of a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of foundation building in his lifetime gradually rose to the level of the third-level Ghost King by swallowing and fusion. This is why when Han Zan activated the 10,000 souls banner, in addition to the original Ghost King, there was a second Ghost King. In this case, this banner is already a genuine 10,000 souls banner. With Han Zan, who is in the nascent soul stage, as the operator, even if he is not very good, how could a mere 7th level giant and cultivator be his opponent? But Han Zan had to use his own magic to save Xiang Sun Dao while blocking Gu Xiaoshang. For this, he even caused trouble. It can be said that Han Zan has always been consciously holding back and hiding his true ability. Thinking of the other party's battle with the proud Howling Wolf King in Xiangun and all his deeds in Kangwu Mountain, this person is really cunning and likes to keep one or two trump cards. At this moment, listening to the other party's reason for holding back, Luo Chen could only sneer. "I don't know whether what you said is true or false, but since the senior chose to go with me to the Demon Sea, and there is a great oath to constrain us, I think it is best for us to cooperate sincerely." Han Zan asked back, "When you say sincere cooperation, do you mean to go all out for each other?" Luo Chen pondered for a moment, and after weighing the pros and cons, he said leisurely, "I hope so." Han Zan chuckled, "Then I might as well be frank, what I want, maybe you can't do it even if you go all out. Speak frankly. Recovering the nascent soul stage through hard practice is already impossible for me. And if it is a giant and cultivator who possesses the body, I can't rely on possessing the body to survive the calamity of the nascent soul stage. Therefore, I need a nascent soul cultivator, and it must be the body of a human cultivator, for me to reshape and cultivate, and rebuild the foundation of the Tao. Luo Chen, can you do it?" The leisurely look on Luo Chen's face disappeared. Splash. Above the sea, there are many bubbles, and as the ripples dissipate, it gradually returns to calm. Under the sea, two figures dive deeper and deeper. Finally, they came to a very deep trench on the seabed. The black-scaled dragon stopped and said respectfully, "Master, this is the most secret place among the 3 backup bases." Luo Chen looked at the trench that was thousands of feet long and could not be seen at a glance. On both sides of the trench, there were beautiful red corals swaying. That was blood coral. A second-level spiritual plant, psychic, and powerfully aggressive. Because of its gorgeous appearance, it often attracts marine creatures for its prey. Therefore, this place is also a dangerous place, and ordinary low-level monsters will not come here. He nodded with satisfaction. The exposure of Xiangsun Island was within his expectations. Therefore, a long time ago, he ordered Xiangsun and the black-scaled dragon to find a backup base for him. This is one of them, and it is also the most hidden place. The black-scaled dragon hesitated for a while, but still said, "Master, there is only the spiritual energy concentration of the second-level spiritual vein here, and it is of water attribute. I am afraid it is not suitable for you to practice. Otherwise, let's go to Huogu Island." Luo Chen waved his hand and walked towards the coral trench. Slippery Bone Island is too dangerous. Although there is a third-level spiritual vein, there are a lot of hidden dust and sand on it, and it is adjacent to the 9-clawed poisonous king crab. It's better to have less trouble than more. Besides, I have already advanced to the 4th level of the golden collar. In the short term, I will focus on stabilizing my state. I don't need a good spiritual vein. Entered the coral trench. Luo Chen looked around and finally stopped under a rock wall. Let's go here. Before he took out the Zhuanghe sword to open up the cave, the black scale dragon swam over. Master, I'll do it. I'll do it. These little things are not worth spending your precious mana. As he said, he crashed into the rock wall, spewing demonic power, turning into sharp blades, cutting the hard rock. Seeing his lack of power, Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. Big Black. As soon as he opened his mouth, Luo Chen recalled the scene when the black scale dragon, despite the lack of demonic power, forced himself to help him fight. And the hard work of the other party over the years. Even if it was because of being enslaved and for the sake of Emperor Liu Jiang, it can still be said that he worked hard and made great contributions. The name of a Big Black is a bit casual. At least, that fighting gull can still be called Xiangxuan. Thinking of this, Luo Chen asked, speaking of which, do you have a name? The black scale dragon, who was working hard to open up the cave, was stunned for a moment, and then replied, when I was young, my tribe called me Xiao Tao, saying that I was a big eater. Later, when I became fat, they called me Da He. That Kun Jiao also called me that. Xiao Tao, Da He. Luo Chen twitched his mouth. No wonder he called him Da He before, and the other party never noticed anything wrong. It's really called this name. However, this is too casual. Let me give you a name. The black scale dragon stopped moving and looked at Luo Chen eagerly. Master, do you want to give me a name? Luo Chen nodded and looked at the dragon horns on the top of the black scale dragon's head. The majestic appearance has already appeared. He has awakened another innate magic with great potential, which can swallow foreign objects and rely on his powerful digestive ability to strengthen himself. If he does not fall in the future, he will definitely do something, or have the aura of a king. Thinking of this, he said softly, let's call him Black King. Black Turtle. The black scale dragon was stunned and didn't react a little. How did he resemble a turtle? Luo Chen laughed dumbly and repeated it again, Black King. This time, the black scale dragon heard it clearly. Black King? Black King. After mumbling a few words, he showed ecstasy. Thank you for the name, Master. Luo Chen shook his head, you continue. Then, he walked to the vicinity, observed it for a while, and made a plan in his mind. It is not a good strategy to use magic power to resist the pressure of the deep sea and shield the erosion of seawater. Originally, he planned to set up a second-level waterproof formation. But now, there is a better alternative. While thinking, he took out the compass he had just obtained from the stored ring. First, use the powerful spiritual consciousness to erase the Zhu key mark left on it. Monsters are strong in body but weak in soul. Although he is in the middle stage of the third stage, his soul is only at the early stage of the third stage. Even though Luo Chen has not deliberately trained his soul in recent years, as his realm has improved, he has gradually grown to a level comparable to that of an ordinary late Jinden. He is also proficient in the obscure prohibition in the 7 formations. Once he uses it, it will only take 3 or 5 breaths to erase the remaining mark of the previous owner. Then, he injected mana into it. The 3 layers of the compass that are slowly interlocking began to rotate slowly, and the power of the earth veins and water vapor around them were also attracted and gradually changed. Streams of water, with Luo Chen as the center, began to wander and rotate continuously. The blood corals nearby shook their bodies and gave out fear instinctively. Slowly, a water curtain spread out, pushing away the seawater one by one, and more mist spread out. It was the Lanyan mist formation. It has a very strong concealing effect and can be well integrated into the local environment. The diffused mist, after a few spreads, also turned into red light, which shone with the nearby blood-colored coral. Anyone who saw it would only think it was the light reflected by the blood coral. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. In this way, we can move without worries. It just consumes a little mana. It's better to use spirit stones instead in normal times. While he was arranging the formation, the Black King also opened up the rough cave. Luo Chen entered it, praised the other party, and then embedded the compass in the center of the cave, and began to arrange the spirit-gathering formation. After all this was done, this place had a preliminary prototype of a cave that could be lived in for a short period of time. Then, Luo Chen summoned the Hununding. The big cauldron fell to the ground, and the magic formula was pinched. Xiangxuan Dao was shaken out from it. Next, I will unlock the demon-suppressing talisman for you. As for how to unlock it, for Luo Chen, it was not a difficult task. The main reason for this talisman is that it has the monomark of a high-level cultivator on it, which makes it difficult to uncover the secondary talisman without the main talisman. He only needs to use the 4th-level dragon-slaying technique to cut off its monomark. What a coincidence. Over the years, in order to remove the huge medicinal evil of the true flame pill, the dragon-slaying technique has been used day after day, and the proficiency has reached the master level, and it is not far from the great perfection. It is more than enough to cut off the monomark of a 7th-level giant cultivator. However, in less than half a day, the mark completely dissipated. The prototype of the demon-suppressing talisman also appeared on Xiangxuan Dao's forehead. Luo Chen opened his hand and uncovered it, and the talisman fell to the ground and lost its spiritual light. Once the talisman was gone, he felt free. Xiangxuan Dao used his demon power and felt comfortable all over. She lay on the ground and said happily, "Thank you, Master, for casting the spell." Luo Chen smiled slightly. "You are my spirit beast, this is what I should do." At this point, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Beating a dog still depends on the owner. Someone tried to take his spirit beast. This matter is not so easy to uncover. Especially when Han Zan took action, the other party did not take the initiative to return it, which would be even more sinful. Do you still remember the breath of that boat of people? When this question came out, Xiangxuan Dao was stunned at first, and then said bitterly, "Xiangxuan naturally remembers. The Dao clan is the most vengeful. Therefore, it has the bad reputation of being good at fighting because of vengeance. Remembering the breath of the enemy is an instinct engraved in the blood." Luo Chen nodded. "In this case, then you take a rest for a while, and then go find the boat of people to see where they are and what they are going to do." Xiangxuan had a guess in her mind. Could it be that the master wanted to avenge her? When she thought of being teased, captured, and suppressed, she couldn't help but hate the other party. If I can take revenge, it would be so cool. However, "Master, are you going to take revenge for me?" Xiangxuan hesitated and said, "There are many giant people on that ship. There are 2 mid-term cultivators like you, and there is even a great cultivator of the 7th level of giant. This." Luo Chen sneered, "Don't worry, just go and look for them. Don't alarm them, just know the general situation." Seeing the master's firm decision, Xiangxuan Dao did not resist. In addition, he was not used to the environment on the seabed, so he left the coral trench immediately. Looking at her leaving back, Luo Chen snorted. He really wanted to know why there was a boat of people, even 7 giant cultivators, going to the Demon Sea and coming to this rather dangerous Zuanian Sea. If they were just passing by, it would be easy to say, at most he would just bear it. If he was going to do something big in the Zuanian Sea, then it would affect his plan to refine the Black Emperor cream. At that time, just in case, he might want to divert the trouble to the east and use the 5 royal crabs to take revenge. In the war, he can also hunt some crabs. In recent years, the number of crabs hunted has been decreasing, which is not enough for him to refine and store more Black Emperor paste for his future practice plan after leaving. After thinking about all this, Luo Chen closed the door of the cave. The realm of the 4th level of the golden elixir has just been broken through, and it needs to be stabilized for a while. Don't let other trivial matters let this realm that has been hard to practice fall. The rhythmic breathing rhythm slowly sounded in the cave in the coral trench. Changing to a different place seemed to have no effect on Luo Chen. Chapter 549, The Demon King's Remains, The Battle of Zuanian. Xiangxuan Island Sea Area. Half a day after Luo Chen left, the sea, which was originally sunny and windy, began to surge. With the violent fluctuations of the seawater, figures emerged from the sea. Compound eyes with white lines, crab claws with spider silk. Looking around, there were densely packed magic spider crabs, numbering more than 1,000, and there were almost no weak ones. The 5 huge magic spider crabs in the lead were the most eye-catching. At this moment, thousands of magic spider crabs stepped out of the sea and directly surrounded the not-so-large Xiangxuan Island. The magic spider crabs, which were filled with the aura of nearly the 3rd level perfection, came rampant. Wherever they passed, the crabs retreated and the reefs exploded. Finally, his footsteps stopped on an ordinary piece of ground. An old and hoarse voice came from his mouth. "Is it here?" Someone whispered, "It is here. Although it is well hidden, The bottom has been explored. It is indeed a cave in the style of a human cultivator, and it seems that it has been used for no less than 5 years. 5 years? The patriarch of the demon spider crab clan muttered and nodded slowly. It matches the time of change in the Zuanian Sea in recent years. The former overlord of this sea area was the ring-headed turtle clan. But that was based on the fact that the ring-headed turtle had a demon king in the transformation period. At that time, the so-called 7 royal families of demon crabs were just prey for the ring-headed turtle. It was not until thousands of years ago that the demon king was about to die and stayed indoors that the demon crabs began to rise gradually. Even so, in order to seize the position of overlord of the Zuanian Sea, the demon crabs also paid a huge price. The 7 royal families of demon crabs were directly reduced to 5 clans. Since then, many demon crabs have become the overlords of this place and are rarely hunted. Even if there were human cultivators who came to hunt monsters, they only did it for a while and ran away. There was almost no tragedy of being hunted by people. But 5 years ago, everything changed. At first, no one paid attention, and the disappearance of 1 or 2 monster crabs was common. But gradually, the number increased, especially the magic spider crab clan, which suffered heavy losses. After many ambushes and inducements, it was finally found out that it was a dragon and Engel who worked together. Now it seems. It turns out to be another despicable human cultivator. The dense fur was gray and dry, and the voice was also hoarse. The chief of the magic spider crab clan sighed. If it was a cultivator, then the death of Zioki, Zusha and Zumo was justified. Although he said so, the sadness in his eyes was still very strong. Ziyuki was one of his most promising descendants. Although his cultivation was not very strong, his wisdom was no less than that of the human heroes. In particular, he was also proficient in formation. He had even made preparations to pass the position of clan leader to Zuki after a few hundred years when he reached the 3rd stage. But he did not expect that such a thing would happen. Listening to the clan leader's sigh, a 3rd stage late stage demon spider crab beside him whispered, "I have sent hundreds of men to pursue the breath. However, that person has superb hiding skills. Even with our clan's superb perception ability, I am afraid it will take a lot of effort to find 1 or 2 traces." A beam of light flew from a distance and landed on the island with a bang. It was another 3rd stage late stage demon spider crab. "Clan leader, I have negotiated with a Yinshensha clan in the Zuanian Sea. They will help search for the enemy who killed Zioki and his men. Yinshensha is the most common demon beast in the endless North Sea. It is not quite accurate to say it is a demon beast. Strictly speaking, Yinshensha is an existence between a demon beast and a stone spirit. In ancient times, there were creatures such as giant clams, oysters, and oysters that contain sand and gravel in their flesh, which evolved into dazzling pearls over time. Such pearls are precious treasures, and are in great demand in both the mortal and immortal realms. However, due to the creation of heaven and the infiltration of spiritual energy, pearls can also communicate with spirits. Some special sand and gravel, while generating pearls, will in turn absorb the vitality of hosts such as giant clams, and gradually develop consciousness. Over time, they become an alternative existence between monsters and stone spirits. Some people call them pearl monsters, and some call them sea monsters. But the most famous name is Yinshensha. Because such monsters cannot reproduce, but after the birth of spiritual intelligence and cultivation to a high level, the strong men of the Yinshensha clan also have a sense of tribe. They will combine part of their bodies with some special sand and gravel, split it off, and parasitize it in creatures such as giant clams, so that they can absorb vitality and evolve naturally. Such instinctive actions, over time, formed the Yinshensha tribe. This tribe is spread all over the North Sea. Although it is hidden in the dust, it is like the sand of the Ganges River, countless, so it is named hidden dust sand. Because of its huge number and hidden way of survival and cultivation, it can be said that it is the most developed tribe in the sea in collecting intelligence. If someone really needs intelligence, after paying a certain price, most of them will find the hidden dust sand tribe, and they will often get something. At this moment, hearing the tribe members say that they have negotiated conditions with a hidden dust sand tribe, the demon spider crab tribe leader was surprised and said, "Have you seen the old guy Yuan Yin?" The tribe members said in a muffled voice, "That's not the case. Although that guy is not strong, he has a very strong hiding skill. I can't see his true body." It's just that the low-level hidden dust sand on the slippery bone island conveyed the news, and the other party also agreed to help search for the enemy. The base camp of the hidden dust sand in the Zhuanayan Sea is the slippery bone island, which has a large number of shellfish for the hidden dust sand to parasitize and live. Hearing that he didn't see Yuan Yin, the demon spider crab tribe leader shook his head in disappointment. Forget it, it's probably just a perfunctory response. Hearing that it was a perfunctory response, the tribesman became a little anxious. Are we really going to let the murderer go? He didn't just kill Xiaoqi and the others. Over the years, hundreds of people have died at his hands. This is a blood feud. The chief of the demon spider crab tribe said slowly, we must track down the murderer. Whether it's Yin Chensha or us, we must persist. But. When he said the word but, his tone became solemn. The most important thing at the moment is not this matter. His eyes projected far away, as if they had passed through thousands of miles and landed in the most remote corner of the Zhuanayan Sea. I got a piece of news. The Zhuanayan demon king had died 300 years ago and went to the ancestral land of the Zhuangui in the Fallen Sea. The aura of the demon king emanating from Zhuanayan Island is actually just a relic left by him. The tribe members were shocked. Relic. The chief of the demon spider crab hummed, yes, this news was obtained from Jiazhu. Although I don't know why he didn't take the relic with him when he went to Gixu, the Zhuanayan demon king sitting and passing away is real. Needless to say, what does the sitting and passing away of a domain demon king mean? That means that the other party's place of cultivation, the fourth-level spiritual vein, has been given up. If this place is seized, many of the late third-level demon kings among the 5 royal demon crabs may have the hope of breaking through to the 4th level and becoming the demon king of the transformation period. It can even be said that if the relic left by the Zhuanayan demon king is obtained, it can also practice the inheritance left by the other party. You know, the ring-headed turtle clan and the demon crab clan actually have very similarities in the path of cultivation. Strictly speaking, the 5 kings of demon crabs in Zhuanayan Sea got their initial cultivation methods from Zhuanayan Island. In the Overlord clan, Jin Hun had already taken Jin Jia to Zhuanayan Island. 4 years ago, Jin Zha came out of retreat and went straight to Zhuanayan Island. The King Di clan closed their doors and locked up their houses. Regardless of the murderer on Shiangson Island, they actually went to Zhuanayan Island quietly to seek the remains. 9 Claws sold me face, but the news lags a lot. They, the 9 Claws Poison King Crab clan, are probably well prepared in advance. I don't know if Qian will be tempted, but I also want to compete for Zhuanayan Island. At this point, the chief of the demon spider crab moved his 8 crab legs and slowly walked towards the sea. This matter is related to the rise of the demon spider crab clan, which is still above the pursuit of the murderer. I will go ahead. You go back and prepare, and bring people over. Among the 10 elders of the demon spider crab clan, there are 3 great demon kings. The rest are all in the middle and early stages of the 3rd stage. If we leave behind people to guard the clan and hunt for the murderer of Shiangson Island, we may be able to send out 8 third-order demon kings. Such a lineup may not be as powerful as the King Crab clan, but it can definitely compete with the Green Emperor Crab. And the battle for opportunity is not only about strength, but also about luck. The other 2 great demon kings looked at each other, and then made up their minds. This time, we must help the clan leader with all our strength. On the vast ocean, a demon hunting ship was wandering alone. From time to time, there were escape lights coming in and out, showing the strength of this ship. In a magnificent palace covered with cloud and water patterns, 7 giant and monks were gathered together, chatting about a certain topic. Strange, didn't they say before that there were a large number of ring-headed turtles active in the Zhuanayan Sea? Why do we get so few on this trip? Could it be that all the ring-headed turtles were slaughtered by the demon crabs? No. Master said that the Zhuanayan Sea is actually controlled by a force of ring-headed turtles at the level of the demon emperor. Even though it is rumored that someone saw the Zhuanayan demon emperor escape into the sunken sea, the remaining power of the tiger is still there, so how could the remaining tribe be slaughtered so easily? Anyway, we must find a way to collect the large number of ring-headed turtle shells that Master needs. What should we do next? Listening to the discussion of the senior brothers, Guziolian hesitated and said, why not go buy them? Several senior brothers couldn't help but laugh at his naive statement. Little junior sister, you are wrong. The materials of several major turtle tribes that contain the blood of black turtles have always been a hot commodity for making defensive magic weapons. It is not easy to collect them normally, let alone purchase them in large quantities. Yes, no one dared to come to the Zuanayan Sea before. We also got the news from our master that the Zuanayan Demon King sank into the sinking sea, so we dared to come here to beg for money. Otherwise, I am afraid that we in Fianjian would not even have the chance to hunt here. Gu Xiaolian blushed slightly, knowing that she was not knowledgeable enough and had made a fool of herself. However, the senior brothers were just joking in good faith, so she was not angry. While everyone was discussing, the young man in gorgeous clothes at the top let out a sigh. At the same time, Gu Xiaolian's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly took out a talisman from her storage bag. As soon as the talisman came out, it ignited without wind and turned into a ball of ashes. Seeing this scene, the others were stunned. This is... Gu Xiaosheng raised his eyebrows. My third-level demon-suppressing talisman was broken. The secondary talisman was broken, so the main talisman naturally had no object to control, so it turned into a pile of ashes. A giant cultivator was surprised and said, Big Brother is a great cultivator of the 7th level of Jinden. The demon-suppressing talisman you cast was actually broken in just one day. It is hard to imagine how powerful the person who broke the talisman is. The others also speculated based on this information. Could it be the owner of Xiangsu Now? Will he come to seek revenge after offending such a master? Listening to their discussion, Gu Xiaosheng frowned slightly and fell into thought. It seems that Xiangsu Now has a master spirit beast. And the master is also a late giant in existence that is not weaker than him. This can be seen from the Wanhan banner driven by the other party. Wanhan banner. Could it be the remnant of Yuanmo sect? Gu Xiaosheng murmured, and the worry he had originally had gradually dissipated because of this speculation. They are from Fianjian, but they are part of the Kanghe Righteous Alliance. The Kanghe Righteous Alliance is now the #1 force in the North Sea, and it is irreconcilable with the remnants of the Yuanmo sect. If the other party really dares to come to him, he doesn't mind teaching them a lesson. Maybe he can even take their heads and go to the Kanghe Alliance to collect a bounty. Waving his hand, Gu Xiaosheng said in a deep voice, Let's not worry about this matter first, let's get back to hunting the ring-headed turtle. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone immediately focused their minds and listened to what he said. Father needs a large number of ring-headed turtle shells, there must be a purpose. We must do this successfully. Since we can't find ring-headed turtles in these ordinary seas, then let's go directly to Zuanayan Island. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. Gu Xiaolian, the youngest, blurted out, Brother, no. Gu Xiaosheng looked over, his face was gentle, but his eyes were a little cold. Little sister, you can do whatever you want with other matters, but you can't be willful when it comes to our father's affairs. Gu Xiaolian waved her hands quickly. It's not that I'm willful, it's just that Zuanayan Island is the base camp of the ring-headed turtle. There must be countless strong men inside, and we only have 7 giant cultivators in Fianjian this time. If they come to attack us, I'm afraid we will suffer heavy losses. The other giant cultivators swallowed their saliva and looked at the young man in gorgeous clothes nervously. Gu Xiaosheng shook his head stubbornly, we must go on this trip. Seeing that everyone's faces turned pale, he softened his tone. Of course, I won't let you die. Let's go to the nearby area first and act according to the circumstances. If it doesn't work, I can pay some price and invite some friends to come and break into Zuanayan Island together. Huh? In the palace, someone clearly heard a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the eldest brother is still the eldest brother, and he never acts blindly and impulsively. Thinking of their timidity before, these Fianjian giant cultivators quickly spoke up and said that they would do their best in the next mission. Gu Xiaosheng looked indifferent, but he sneered in his heart. Except for the second junior brother, the 6th junior brother and the younger sister, the other 3 were all masters who came to the master with skills. They were usually kind and gentle, but at the critical moment, they were not of the same mind as their Gu family. As expected, it is a long way to go from a cultivation family to a sect. After all, they and Fianjian still lack the foundation of the Yuanying upper sect. Now that the matter has been settled, the monster hunting ship will no longer wander in these ordinary seas in vain. It hoists high sails, turns around, and heads straight for Zuanayan Island. On a sea tens of thousands of miles away, a beam of light broke through the water from the deep sea, and endless waves reflect the dazzling brilliance in the sun, and the divine figure of the light was also revealed. After circling in the air, the huge body seemed to have a target and flew over to chase the monster hunting ship. Chapter 550. This vote must be done. Deep in the dark and mysterious ocean, the water flows steadily and regularly, and groups of fish float freely. Occasionally, a ray of sunlight shines through the layers of water, and after a glimpse of bright red, it disappears. The quiet coral trench is a forbidden area for living creatures within a radius of thousands of miles. Any creature with some intelligence will subconsciously avoid this place, because those clusters of blood corals, under the gorgeous appearance, are piles of white bones. A layer of red light spreads along the rock wall, isolating the water flow. Deep in the rock wall, there is a simple cave. In the cave, a Taoist priest in loose white robes sits quietly. At first glance, he is silent and looks like a dead thing. But every 36 breaths, his lips will open and close slightly, exhaling a long and rich breath. As still as a mountain and as majestic as a pine tree, it actually gives people the illusion that an ancient black tortoise is alive. Suddenly, the Taoist in white robe slowly opened his eyes. With calm eyes, he examined himself and nodded with satisfaction. After 3 months of retreat, I have polished my realm and finally got rid of that impetuous temper. As his mind turned, his aura suddenly released, rising step by step, like a volcano that has been accumulated for a long time and is about to erupt. The domineering aura is difficult for ordinary giant and cultivators to match. The terrifying spiritual pressure may only be comparable to that of great cultivators. Suddenly, the aura retreated like a tide, and it was completely restrained in his body, like a dead tree and a dumb sparrow, without any fluctuations. Looking at it again at this moment, there is almost no difference from ordinary people. This contraction and release means that Luo Chen's realm is stable, and he has completely become a giant and 4th level middle stage cultivator. However, although he is only a giant and 4th level cultivator, Luo Chen has sufficient confidence to fight against a giant and late stage cultivator. He raised his eyelids slightly and stared into the void. A transparent curtain of light slowly unfolds like a curtain. Lifespan 136/480, spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, realm, golden elixir level 4 and 1/100, ancient level 3, 67/100, skills, Phoenix Nirvana Sutra proficient 157 out of 200, 10,000 Deos Convergence Great Perfection, 10,000 Beast Sutra Perfect 375 out of 500, spells, level 4, Dragon Slaying Technique Grandmaster 751,000 level 3, King Ian Great Handprint Great Perfection, Blazing Sky 7 Rings Grandmaster 623/1000, Life Severing Finger Entry 15 out of 100, Martial Arts, Cloud Exploration Claw Great Perfection, Fiery Miasma Great Perfection, Exploding Sky Step Perfect 486/500, Great Perfection Spells, click to view details, Occupation, Level 4 Alchemist, Alchemy, Scale Turning Hand Great Perfection, Crane Burning Hand Great Perfection, Great Perfection Alchemy, click to view details, Level 4 Pill, Shape Transforming Pill Entry 5 out of 100 3rd Level Elixir, Great Perfection of Starry Pill, Great Perfection of True Flame Pill, Entry Level of Nether Origin Pill 6 out of 100 1st Level Elixir, Great Perfection of Condensing Water Pill Great Perfection Elixir, click to check details, 3rd Level Physician, click to check details of Medical Skills 3rd Level Formation Master, 3rd Level Formation, Great Perfection of Hidden Formation 2nd Level Formation, Perfect Water Avoidance Formation, Grandmaster of 9-Turn Flame Dragon Formation 501/1000, Master of Armor Breaking Formation 215/300, Master of 5-Wheel Turning Stone Formation 207/300, Solid Pill Formation, 1st Level Formation, Perfect 5 Elements Basic Formation, Perfect Gathering Spirit Formation Achievement Points 151. Looking at the attribute panel, Luo Chen's heart was full of a sense of achievement. It has been 12 years since he escaped from Kangwu Mountain. 12 years is enough for a baby to grow from birth to teenager who knows everything about human affairs. But for him, there are also earth-shaking changes. The first is the terrifying change in lifespan. It went directly from 446 to 480, a surge of 36 years. Among the changes, in addition to the fixed 20 years of advancement from the 3rd level of the Golden Core to the 4th level of the Golden Core, the extra 16 years, according to Luo Chen's judgment, should be the result of his feat of refining tens of thousands of blue-ringed sea snakes with a withered and flourishing true fire in the Xinjiang Sea. Tens of thousands of first-level sea snakes, after absorbing a majestic vitality, brought 16 years of life. It can be said that it was a surprise. Because of this surprise, Luo Chen once had the urge to hunt monsters wantonly, and even went to the Zhuanayan Sea to hunt monster crabs, which was also driven by desire. However, under such desire, he still tried his best to restrain his greed. Some things are too much or too little. What does it matter if the upper limit of life is higher? If the realm is not raised, it will eventually be a moon in the water and a flower in the mirror. On the contrary, if you kill a lot, it will easily lead to a disaster of death. I have only been hunting monster crabs for 5 years, but I have already attracted the siege of the demon spider crab clan. If I really let go, who knows which monster king will come next? Apart from the changes in the key refining realm, another surprise is the progress in physical training. However, because he has been paying attention to the growth of his physique for the past 5 years, Luo Chen is not so excited now. The progress of the third level of the ancient times has reached 67%. This also means that it has reached the late stage. The wild beasts do not transform into human forms, they are purely based on strength and are good at physique. The physique of the late third level wild beasts, in the current mountain and sea world, is enough to crush most of the third level monsters. Maybe, it can compete with some fourth level monsters that don't pay much attention to physical training. This is the result of my 5 years of hard training in the Zhuanayan Sea. Luo Chen had a faint smile on his lips. In 5 years, from the beginning of the middle stage to the late stage, it has brought him powerful combat power. But in addition to being happy, Luo Chen also has a little worry. My physical soul has a growing demand for external objects. Although the third level Black Emperor paste can still work, it no longer has the efficiency of rapid progress before. If you want to maintain high growth in the increasingly difficult later stage of cultivation, I'm afraid you have to consider the fourth level Black Emperor paste. But the fourth level Black Emperor paste. Luo Chen was in a dilemma. The main material of the fourth level Black Emperor paste is the third level Demon Beast. The demon beasts that can cultivate to the third level are basically the heroes of a region and can be called demon kings. They are definitely not weak. The demon crab clan, which is especially suitable for refining the Black Emperor paste, still lives in groups. In all these years, he killed 3 demon kings and collected 2 complete crab shells just 3 months ago. Oh. The third level demon spider crab that was captured alive is gone. The crab shell was refined into medicine. The crab meat was eaten by Luo Chen and the Black King. A pair of giant claws and 8 crab legs were carefully collected as materials for refining tools, intending to deal with them after leaving the Zhuanayan Sea. The same is true for demon pills. Luo Chen gave all the rest of the fragments to the Black King, asking him to devour and refine them. Finally, there was the demon soul. It was taken into the soul refining banner by Luo Chen himself and became the 3rd Ghost King level main soul of the 10,000 souls banner. Under Han Zan's control, it could burst out with great power. It can be said that this person, who Luo Chen had previously called Dao, was stripped of his skin and bones and used to the extreme. Back to the topic. Thinking of refining a large amount of 4th level Black Emperor cream, Luo Chen was a little troubled. It might even be said that it might not just be the 4th level Black Emperor cream. In the current situation of alerting the enemy, hunting low-level demon crabs and refining 3rd level Black Emperor cream would be a bit difficult. Let's take it one step at a time. No matter how much I prepare, it can't match the changes. Luo Chen shook his head and his eyes swept down. The 2 major life skills that he mainly practiced, one progressed slowly, and the other was completely perfect, needless to say. The proficiency of the 10,000 Beast Sutra for enslaving demon beasts has reached the perfect level, which is an unexpected surprise. It is probably related to his frequent use of Black King and Xiangxuan. After long-term use, Luo Chen has some experience in how to enslave monsters. Therefore, it is natural that his proficiency in the 2nd level 10,000 Beast Sutra has increased so quickly. Speaking of which, there is a famous 10,000 Beast sect in this world. Although it is only a Yuanying upper sect, its ancestors are suspected to have produced a great master of transformation. Unfortunately, this sect is not on the East Wilderness, nor in the North Sea, but in the south border where everyone talks about it with fear. After muttering, Luo Chen's eyes continued to move. The renamed Xianqian Yiki Great Handprint had been perfected 10 years ago. The self-created defensive spell Blazing Sky 7 Rings, because it was created by himself, has progressed rapidly and has reached the master level. The Cloud Explosion Claw, which has been practiced for many years, has reached the perfect level, and the Fiery Miasma has reached the perfect level. The self-created Explosion Air Step has also progressed rapidly and reached the perfect level, only one step away from the perfect level. These are all gratifying changes in Luo Chen's combat effectiveness. This also means that his hardware has been absolutely improved. In addition, there is software. At present, Luo Chen has 3 major skills, which can naturally be regarded as 3 professions. The most accomplished one is the alchemist profession. There are 4 levels. All kinds of alchemy techniques are at his fingertips. Whether it is knowledge or practice, it can be called excellent. It is not an exaggeration to call him a master of alchemy in the world, or even a grandmaster. The 3rd level True Flame Pill he personally refined has reached the level of great perfection, which has added bricks and tiles to his practice. The 1st level Condensed Water Pill from the Fian Islands gave Luo Chen a personal experience of the alchemy of the North Sea's Euxin world after he personally refined it. He also refined it to great perfection in one breath, and at the same time integrated the North Sea alchemy style into his own alchemy system. In the future, if he can learn more about the advanced alchemy of the North Sea, perhaps Luo Chen's alchemy can be taken to a higher level. A 3rd level physician? Luo Chen shook his head. Perhaps this road would end here. After only cultivating the fire system, he lost the other 4 elements of mana. Even if he could temporarily convert them, it was quite inconvenient in actual use. Medical skills often involve all aspects. What is needed is comprehensiveness, not specialization. If it is a cultivator who mainly cultivates the water system or the wood system, it is okay, because they are more tolerant. But the fire system is overbearing, and it is difficult for him to cultivate other attributes of medical skills. The path of a doctor can be seen at a glance, but the formation master is making rapid progress. After Min Longyu and Fujia Sheng laid a good foundation for Luo Chen. Now he has received personal guidance from Han Zan, a 4th level formation master. Luo Chen's study of the basic formations of various systems has made rapid progress. The basic formations of the 5 elements are perfect, and the formations of gathering spirits and gathering ki are also perfect. He is also proficient in most of the 2nd level formations. Especially his favorite 9-turn flame dragon formation, after copying day after day, it has reached the master level. If there were enough materials to deploy it, he believed that it might be 3 times more powerful than the 9-turn flame dragon array that Min Longyu had set up back then. Now he had obtained a 3rd level array plate. For Luo Chen, it was like a perfect match, and he could deploy all he had learned over the years. However, the array plate was mainly a water array, and it still needed some adjustments. In this regard, Luo Chen had asked Han Zan to help adjust the array plate. After a while, there might be results. After taking stock, Luo Chen could not help but feel very proud. Finally, his eyes fell on the achievement point column. 151, the highest value ever. 12 years ago, it was barely over 100. In just 12 years, it soared by 50 achievement points. Sure enough, retreat and meditation are always the best way to practice, which is better than fighting. If I were the busy and hard-working person in the past, I would not be able to earn so many achievement points even in 10 or 20 years, let alone 12 years. The dazzling figures made Luo Chen feel proud and secure. He even had some expectations. I only have the list of medicinal materials for the formula of the infant forming pill, but I don't have the corresponding ratio, refining techniques, details, taboos, etc. If I want to deduce the real formula in the future, it will inevitably cost a huge amount of achievement points. When you cross a major level, you will need a lot of achievement points, but no matter how many, it will not exceed 100 points. My 151 points should be enough. While muttering to himself, Luo Chen became more confident about the future path of practice. There are many difficulties and obstacles in the practice. Even if you don't encounter a strong enemy, there are still limitations on the resources you need. But with his efforts, those so-called limitations were also solved one by one. Cultivation techniques, elixirs, spiritual lands, magic weapons. It's just like covering up the water with earth and fighting against the enemy with generals. Putting away the attribute panel, Luo Chen smiled, stood up, and left the retreat cave. Horizontal ellipsis. Is this the information sent back by Xiangxuan? In the outer hall, Luo Chen held the wooden board handed over by the Black King, on which was the information written by Xiangxuan himself. The handwriting was crooked, but it was also vaguely delicate. Xiangxuan is female. Of course, this is not the point is the information. The 5 royal families of demon crabs, the immortal cultivators of Fianjian, the ring-headed turtle clan, these forces gathered on Zuanayan Island. What are they doing? While muttering, Luo Chen vaguely felt a sense of oppression that a storm was about to come. According to what was said above, these forces can be said to have come out in full force. In the waters near Zuanayan Island, there were several frictions and fights. Even the immortal cultivators of Fianjian were accidentally involved once, and even a golden elixir cultivator died. Luo Chen would never believe that there was nothing to track them. Maybe it's a 4th level spiritual vein. Black King said carefully. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. He knew a long time ago that there was a 4th level spiritual vein in Zuanayan Sea. It was on Zuanayan Island. Because of this spiritual vein, it also attracted countless monsters to settle down. For this reason, when he chose his base, he deliberately stayed away from Zuanayan Island. If they were to fight for the spiritual land, it would not be impossible. But what are the human cultivators doing in it? At present, the North Sea cultivation world is more than enough to protect itself, but it is not able to make progress. Not to mention starting a war, just going out to sea to hunt monsters is full of dangers. Fianjian has only 7 giant cultivators, and they are crazy to get involved in the fight for the spiritual land? Luo Chen shook his head and ruled out this possibility. Perhaps there are some precious treasures or opportunities in it, which caused the monsters in Zuanayan Sea to fight. Wait a minute. Luo Chen looked at the wooden board again. It was written with a number of fallen 3rd-order demon kings from the 5 royal families of demon crabs. The more he looked at it, the more his heart pounded. He was still worried about how to refine a large amount of 4th-order Black Emperor cream. If he could participate in it, fish in troubled waters, and get a few 3rd-order demon crabs, wouldn't that solve this problem naturally? The 3rd-order demon crabs are huge in size, and the Black Emperor cream refined from them is equivalent to 100 portions of the 2nd order. 7 or 8, no, maybe 5 or 6. It will be enough for his cultivation needs in the late ancient times. When he thought of this, Luo Chen couldn't help himself. This vote must be done. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.